Morning and welcome to the OurCoop County Ground in Derby on a glorious day. One-day cup action involving Derbyshire and Middlesex. The news is that Derbyshire have won the toss and they are going to bowl first. Derbyshire plays, which he hasn't always, in this competition, but he's playing today. And who else is playing? Yusuf bin Naim is playing. And the reason for those two inclusions are Wayne Madsen is out. He took a blow to the fingers at Scarborough, you may have seen on their stream on Friday. And there is no Ben Aitchison either as a precaution. The County Championship, of course, starts again a week on Thursday. So Derbyshire no longer able to qualify. It means that they can start taking precautions, but it does mean that it's a slightly imbalanced bowling attack. Although Lewis Rees is playing his first home game of the season in this competition. Martin Anderson, Nick Potts and Anuj Dal, the medium pacers, although Potts might suggest that he's a bit quicker than that, which he probably is. And Shoaib Bashir and Jack Morley, the spin twins, identical twins, I believe. Freddie Cardy couldn't be bothered for this one. So, no little expense and at very short notice. Greg Cork, how are you?
Good morning, David. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, very well indeed. Good to see you in a non-T20 capacity. This is going to test your stamina, this, I fancy.
It's going to be a long day.
It could be. It could be. The longer the better, I think. Of course, you can see everything, so we don't need to do ball by ball. But I'll just tell you the slip cordon, which ordinarily would include Wayne Madsen, is Caleb Jewell and Martin Anderson. Good to see Shoaib Bashir out there. He did play one game early on in the competition. Who did he play against? He played the first one against Durham when he was released, I think, by England at that point, and he's back in the England Test squad, or still in the England Test squad, call it how you will. Well, the first two tests against Pakistan. He's the only specialist spinner and almost certainly won't play because they'll use bits and pieces of spinners, won't they? And Shoaib will carry some drinks and then hopefully come back to Derbyshire and play a part in the county championship. Anyway, Nick Potts is going to bowl the first over from the city end. Josh DeCaris is going to face the first ball. He's out there with Nathan Fernandez. I quite like the Middlesex kit.
It's a bit different, isn't it?
I like it. Pink and blue quartered front, solid blue back.
You can see the names on the back as well and the numbers, not like some other strips that they've got out there.
Yeah, Somerset. It was Worcestershire, wasn't it, this season, whose was the worst one? It was sort of 1,000 colours. You couldn't see any numbers at all. He's had a hard go at that.
Some early movement there as well. Yeah. Looks like he's got a bit of green on top, so...
Fresh pitch. They were trying to decide whether to play on the pitch that they're playing on, which is a long way towards the new scoreboard. It's about as far as they can go on the square to the west. Or the pitch on which Sue Redfern, one of our two umpires today, James Middlebrook is the standing umpire at the city end. Sue's at Square Leg at the moment. And a used pitch, because they weren't sure whether they were going to play two spinners. Nice piece of fielding there at a cover by bin Naim. And they are playing two spinners, but they're playing on the fresh pitch. I have no idea about pitches. Freddie's listening. When I said he couldn't be bothered, he had prior engagement. Sorry, Fred. I just thought it'd be quite amusing to say that. He would have been here had he been able to be here. I think there's something to do with the trains.
Some big boots to fill then for myself.
Oh, he's good, Fred. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I've actually got rid of him because he's becoming too much of a threat. A decent enough crowd, considering the situation that Derbyshire find themselves in. That defeat at Scarborough pretty much ended their, well, it did. It ended their hopes of going through to the knockout stages of this competition. So just one more game to go after this. He's gone hard at that one again, and Potts has bowled nicely in this first over. So at the moment, Middlesex top on 20 points, Yorkshire on 20, Durham on 16, Worcestershire on 16. The maximum number of points Derbyshire can get is 16. And because Worcestershire and Durham have still got to play each other, and they already both have 16 points, they will either move on to 18 or 20. And therefore Derbyshire can no longer qualify. I think that's how it works. Well, maths has never been a strong point. Little aerial off the bat. Good first over though.
Absolutely nice and tight from Nick there. It's nice to see as well that Derbyshire have put some faith in him and given him a contract for another 2 years here at the OurCoop County Ground, is it?
No, not yours. It's ours. Our co-op. You call it my co-op. I call it your
Ours,
co-op, and it's actually called the Our.
It's going to be a long day, isn't it, Dave?
They've only just changed it. They changed it halfway through the season, and it's completely foxed me. Yes, and you'll know as well as anybody, having been on the staff here, it's an opportunity, and it's grabbing an opportunity, which is something that Nick has done this season. When he came in at Lords, he performed well when Zach went lame down at the home of cricket in the county championship. Night watchman, took some wickets, played well, came into the T20 side, was the leading domestic wicket taker in the T20, and he's the leading wicket taker with 12 in this competition as well. It's about taking the opportunity when it arises. He's had a good long opportunity. That was a little uppish off the bat there, but fair play to him for doing that.
Yeah, he's been at the club for 4 or 5 years now, and I think it's all about timing. It's all about taking your opportunity when you can. It was off the back of somebody's ill fortune, and he's grabbed it with both hands, and Derbyshire have seen that and thought fair play. He's stood up and he's been quite influential back half of this season.
As it so often is, on the back of others' injury, misfortune. That's same in most professional sports.
Well, you look at Marnus Labuschagne. He came in. Yeah. He came in during that Ashes tour.
And Steve Smith was
at
concussed.
Lords,
Yeah.
and he's gone on to. I think he was at one point probably top 2, top 3 Test batters in the world. So
he's done all right. He's done all right. First run. Oh, nice stop on the boundary. Down in the deep. That is Potts himself, I believe. Come back for a second. Crowd seems a little quiet. Let's turn them up. Yeah, no, Labuschagne's the perfect example. And it happens in all professional sport. Just, you have to take that chance when it comes along. Nick's done exactly that. I'd say good morning to anybody listening from of a Middlesex persuasion as well. You're very welcome. We will do our utmost to be as balanced as we possibly can. Middlesex going great guns in this competition and sit top of Group B. Pretty much qualified. They've played a game less than Yorkshire in second place. Wide, signalled by Sue Redford. Better net run rate than anybody else, with 5 wins and just a 1 defeat in this competition so far this season. So.
And it looks like they've lost a few players to the 100 as well.
Yes.
Deploy, Holden, Morgan, Helm and Faulkner.
Well, Holden's playing today, isn't he? It's obviously been released. But Liz Deploy took an absolute blinding catch last night. In fact, it was the only good thing that happened in the entire match, as far as I could tell, down at Hampshire. So he'd have been playing for Manchester, I think. But it was a really good catch. Diving forward, had to come in a long way off the boundary as well. But it was, well, apparently it was the best against the best, but it didn't really seem like that. Nice shot. Half stopped by Harry. Harry came, the Derbyshire skipper, so they'll get back for a couple.
Came as well, looked like he played well up at Scarborough as well.
No, he's done well. I felt a bit sorry for for Harry Kane because he was skipper of the county championship side in the first 2 matches and they didn't win. And then he was skipper in the first 3 matches in this and they didn't win. And they eventually beat Glamorgan here and then beat Sussex as well, but those first 3 defeats were a bit damaging. By 9 runs against Essex, 3 wickets against Worcestershire away. And they were in the game at Scarborough. It's been that kind of season. They've been in a lot of games and probably haven't got the... That's a good response. Oh, that's the first ball of an over. They probably would have expected more wins than they have got this season, but hasn't happened.
Do you think the mindset of the guys over the next couple of games now, they're just focusing on that county championship? Do you think
I think so.
Do you think they got it in the back of their mind that they think they've got a chance, let's just try and get through these couple of games and all steam ahead for the Red Bull format?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? And just in the back of your mind, I mean, I don't know the extent of Ben Aitchison's problem, for instance, but if it had been a case of win 1 of the last 2, well, you try and win the first of the last 2, and perhaps Ben would have played, but he's such an important player in the county championship side. I'm sure we'll see Wayne Madsen again in this competition. His little finger, his ring finger on his right hand are both taped up. That's a fine piece of fielding by Anuj Dal. We would expect nothing less. So yes, it's going to be interesting. I'm not entirely sure what the situation with Zach Chappell is. I know they've got to the bottom of the problem that he had, but it's taken a long time to get sorted. And we ought to keep an eye out as well today. I'm not wishing anybody to go off, but it will happen eventually. I mean, Caleb Jewell will nip off to go to the toilet at some point, because he always does. Theo Brown plays at Swarkston, 15 years of age. He's got 3,300 runs this summer, which is madness. For a number of different teams, of course.
I haven't seen too much of him, but he's been on my Instagram feed and he's been on my social media pages. I think he's at that age where they do the Bunbury festivals or maybe the under-18 Super Festival or something. It looks like he's been dominating that.
He captained the Midlands side and in 3 matches made more than 200 runs. I grabbed a quick chat with him out in the middle. He was just standing there. He's a wicket keeper as well, so he was watching Brooke Guest go through his warm-ups. And said he's heading off to Darlington this evening because the under-18s have got a 3-day game in the under-18s county championship. And he said, Derbyshire are top. I thought, why haven't we been told about this? Derbyshire top of a table. But they're playing Durham, and he will be part of that team, which is excellent news. And then he can start thinking about his O-level options after that. They're not O-levels anymore, apparently. Who knew?
It's nice to see as well that Derbyshire are throwing him in at the deep end and being in and around the guys in the squad as well, just really understanding how they prepare for, and just being a professional cricketer, just being around professional cricketers, he can only benefit from days like today.
Brooks said, he's after my job. I said, I turned to him and said, he'd be all right because he's 15 and you get to cricket grounds at 7 o'clock in the morning and he's a 15-year-old boy. He's not getting out of bed at 7 o'clock in the morning. To which he replied, I was up at 7 o'clock this morning.
Sounds like he's got a good role model to look up to.
He's taking it seriously. Martin Anderson again. The ever-enthusiastic Shoaib Bashir does the fielding there.
He just needs to play in as many games as possible, I think. Bashir, he just needs to get overs under his belt, every single format possible, because he could be the number 1 spinner that Derbyshire and England turn to in the next 5 to 10 years, but he just needs overs under his belt.
Still a young man, that'll be wide. And is. Threw that one down the leg side. Martin Anderson. Yeah, no, he's been such a breath of fresh air in the county championship. Didn't feature in the T20.
Looks like he's settled in nicely as well.
Oh yeah.
He's obviously been in and around the England camps, but he seems like he's really settled in and made it his home here for the next couple of years.
Nothing is too much trouble for him. It's wide outside the off stump this time. Martin Anderson didn't quite believe that. Yes, I was. He can't stand still. In truth, I went round to see him after he'd been named in the first England squad of the summer when Derbyshire were down at Middlesex. So I had to go round to the Lord's Pavilion, which is not a chore, of course, but. And he's out the back of the Lord's Pavilion, and it was almost like there were a queue of people waiting to speak to him and have the picture taken with him and all that. And he stood there and he chatted to everybody. He was brilliant, and
it's nice to see at such a young age as well. Wanting to give something back, and signatures and photos.
It was remarkable, really, when you consider what he's been through. Really, I mean, every time he's named in an England squad, the social media blows up and says, "Why is he playing?" Well, I can tell you why he's playing, because he's a good player.
It must be frustrating for him though, just being on the fringes and carrying on drinks. But he seems like he's a sort of person that's absolutely happy with that and always wants to put the team first. Not really bothered about his personal performances. If the team win, then he's happy with that. And at such a young age, it's refreshing to see.
Straight to Caleb Jewell. After the last home match when Jack Morley took his 5 for 28 against Sussex, Bash was 12th man again, or 12th Manning, and Morley does all his post-match media duties. And Derbyshire then came down the steps, had a good long chat, and you can see that they're quite tight as well, which is good, because can't imagine what Jack Morley was thinking, having signed a new contract, seen off Alex Thompson, if you like, #1 spinner, and then they bring the current test off spinner into the squad, and his heart must have sank. So I think those two have to go on. Here we go, the first shot in anger. It's a million miles to the square leg boundary towards the Players' Pavilion. And it must be the thick end of 80 yards or more out there, but the first boundary is scored by Fernandez, and at the end of the Anderson over, it's 13 without loss. Middlesex having been put into bat by Derbyshire. First shot we've seen in anger, really.
It's a bit of an interesting decision, I think, especially if they thought there was going to be a bit of movement with the brand new wicket, and we're only into the 4th over, and they've got no slips. They've taken a slip out and put him in front of square. So who knows? In the over before,
right? Kept him in 40 cares, 13 without loss. I knew what you were saying. I
just need to clarify it for the listeners.
No, yeah, well, I didn't. I didn't twig actually. I might need to pay more attention. Probably. In life, in general, I think, pay a bit more attention. You never know what you might learn. It's raining in Darlington. Oh, that was in the air for a while, but it's nicely placed by the Cares, who's going to pick up a boundary.
Seems like once it penetrates the inner circle, it just flies to the boundary. Outfield looked like it's in good condition as well, to say we've had a drought.
It's better. Yes, and you'd expect it to be more bobbly now than ever, but it doesn't seem to be. This is the first of the last 13 days of first-team cricket on this outfield this season. 3 more home games in the county championship. And this game for the men's first team. There we go. Yes, raining in Darlington. Who'd have thought? Durham are playing Essex there in this group. The game in this group involves Worcestershire and Glamorgan down at Sophia Gardens. In fact, there are 2. Hampshire playing Sussex as well. Worcestershire decided to bat first, and after 3.5 overs, they're 5 for 1. Hampshire chose to bat at Hove and are 19 without loss against Sussex. If he gets that one past Lewis Rees, it races away, but
You always kick yourself when you hit the fielder, especially after hitting such a fantastic shot there, either side, as you said, and that's 4 runs. But
especially when he's the only fielder there, isn't he, on the leg side? There's a couple on the off side, but he's the only one on the edge of the circle on the leg side.
And that can sometimes annoy you as a batter. You need to just try and erase that from your memory and just think about the next ball here as they change the field. Second slip goes into a catch and extra cover.
He's got a ball on off stump. Ooh.
Great start from Nick Potts.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely, hasn't he? Beaten the bat any number of times.
Do you think the extension in his contracts helped him a little bit, get a bit more confident? And
Well, he bowled really quickly at, or he seemed to do. I was watching the stream at Scarborough, but he did go at nearly 8-0. But he picked up 3 more wickets, and that's the kind of bowler he is. It seems to me he might be expensive at times, but he is a wicket taker. 12 wickets in the competition so far. It's nice to see that the way you managed to do it in T20 cricket to the players has carried on into the 50-over competition. Just been slapped for 4 to the point boundary.
and it's only the 5th over.
Bless him. That's you, Greg. It's one of those things. It can happen. It's got nothing to do with us. Absolutely nothing to do with us. If it did, I'd be saying all sorts of stuff. I'd also have won the lottery by now. Although, of course, if I'd won the lottery, I'd still be here. Probably.
Lovely ground, Scarborough. Have you been there before, Dave?
Yes. It was packed as well. Close to 6,000 in there on Friday. Parts of the ground have seen better days, as I understand it. The end, which includes the media box and the commentary boxes, is now condemned. And they're trying to work out what to do with it. But it's seen some games that... Can you guess what year I first went there? Here is...
The first question of the day.
Yeah. Well, you've asked a couple, so I thought I'd fire one, but I've got nothing lined up. I should have been at home last night writing lists of questions.
What year?
Yeah.
2000
Oh, you're very kind.
11.
I saw T.N. Pearce's 11 play the West Indians, the touring West Indies team, the West Indians, including Michael Holding, in 1976 at Scarborough. As a 13-year-old schoolboy, and was staggered by the size of the West Indies players. They were all huge.
Just make a big difference.
When you're 13,
Yeah.
Absolutely. But they were. It was a lowish scoring game. I was talking about it in the game at Repton. Somebody sent me a link to the scorecard. It was fairly low scoring. Viv played and Clive Lloyd was a proper side.
Surely you must have been a similar height when you were 13 to Michael Holding and
not far off.
Joel Garner.
He was probably a bit quicker than I was over the ground, and a lot quieter by all accounts. Mike Braley captained T.N. Pearce's 11 and bowled. Mike Braley didn't bowl very often in his professional career. Not known for his bowling, certainly. There's Manson Anderson, who is. There we go. That's done for him as well. Driven beautiful shot by Fernandez, straight down the ground. There is no finer shot in cricket, is there? What's it? I've never played that shot. When that comes off, you just look at it and go, yeah, I'm here now.
I think there's a couple of shots where you think, if I play that shot, I've got my balance right, I've got my technique right, I'm watching the ball, I'm seeing the ball well, and that's probably the shot. The shot between mid-on and the stumps is probably the shot that you want to play early on, and you know that potentially you're on for a big score. But it seems like quite an elegant player.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
What was Repton like? Was it packed?
Glorious.
Do you enjoy them days?
Glorious. Repton for the second year in a row. Yeah, absolutely. Packed to the seams. I mean, it doesn't hold thousands and thousands like some outgrounds do, but the bank was full and then it was crowded
The
up.
crowd looked very close to the boundary.
Very close to the boundary. Yes, indeed. Very close to the boundary. And it sort of goes 2/3 of the way around. From where you sit in the pavilion, we were commentating from the pavilion, so as you look out, from your left, it goes all the way around, and it stops near the groundsman's hut on the far side. There just isn't enough room to put any spectators and then have the boundary and the wall. And obviously at the boot end as well, no spectators there, but yeah, good atmosphere, good game, because Derbyshire won. They lost the game last season.
They always seem to do well at Repton.
Well,
a bit like Chesterfield.
Well, they do exceptionally well at Chesterfield. Yes, as we all know. Unless they tie. But yeah, it was... I think Chesterfield was in use on Friday, but I didn't take a lot of notice. I couldn't tell you who was playing. Oh, Northamptonshire were there, apparently. Nick Potts to continue. And that's been driven beautifully down the ground as well by Josh DeCaires. They're just getting into their stride a bit now, Middlesex openers.
Seems like the pitch is playing really well. Hopefully it gets better throughout the day, and when Derbyshire bat on its second.
The noise that you may or not be, but you can hear it, I know, is Jane speaking to the umpires. I've no idea why it happens, but it just interferes with the box that we use for commentating on. It just swings away a touch, largely after it pitched. But yeah, I've not heard anything yet, but I'd be surprised if they didn't go back to Repton. It's just not quite big enough to take a first-class game to, I don't think, especially with that little outcrop that there is. The boundary there is probably 50.
Interesting to see what the criteria is for an outground, and what the criteria is for hosting a first-class game.
Because facilities-wise, I don't think there'd be any issue with hosting first-class cricket there. It's just
it's one of the finest private schools in the Midlands, so you would think facilities are not the issue.
You're not an old Reptonian, is that right?
Denston.
Excellent. We have two of them in this team, of course. Yusuf Benaim, who sadly missed out on playing at Repton, and I'm sure he would have been desperate to have played there. And of course, Ross Whiteley is an old Reptonian as well, along with CB Fry. Oh, that one got... See, I'm cursing everybody at the moment. That's gone straight through Yusuf Benaim. I'm not entirely sure how, because he's a good fielder.
Normally a very reliable fielder, as you say. Probably the commentator's curse on the outfield as well that we mentioned earlier.
I think we should just be quiet for the rest of the day.
There's not many getting past Yusuf and a nudge dial at backward point.
No.
Yusuf coming off the back of 100 in club cricket yesterday as well for San Diego.
Did he? Oh, he plays with Dan, does he? Oh dear.
Opened the batting, looked like he had a very fine innings yesterday, so hopefully he can bring that form into today's game. Where do you see him batting, Dave? He's been up and down. He's been in every spot possible. So where do you see him best suited?
I think 3 or 4 in professional cricket. I would have thought that would be where he ends up, assuming that he goes on to have I mean, he's down at 4 today. Whether he bats there or not, I'm not sure. They see him as the they see him as a big hitter, and he hasn't quite managed to do that yet this season. A high scorer, twice he scored 21 for Caleb Jewell returned against Glamorgan at Repton and took his place, made 84, and then he's got another 50 runs on top as well, Caleb. So it's difficult to fit them all in. He's got his opportunity today because of the injury to Wayne Madsen, of course. Would he replace Wayne Madsen? Well, we know in the long term that, according to Mickey Arthur certainly, that the long-term successor to Wayne Madsen is Matthew Montgomery.
He's obviously playing in the 100 as well, and he'll be a big miss to Derbyshire.
Yeah, he's at Birmingham. He played against Sussex, made 36 and bowled 3 overs, 1 for 8. I'm not sure at Birmingham. I never look at the 100 fixtures, but they could be playing today because I don't think they played yesterday. I would urge, from a Derbyshire perspective, I was only shown it this morning, just check out an Aaron Donald's run out. In yesterday's game for Trent Rockets, it was...
Started off well, hasn't he, Donald?
Yes. Yes, he has. It's a half-hearted appeal. He would have scored more runs yesterday. He put his bat down. It was a very strange run out. Batting with Ben Duckett. And just sort of sauntered back towards the crease. There was a direct hit and off he went. You don't be giving away your wicket, do you, really? That's something that... Why does she keep talking to the umpires? 33 without loss. We're in the 8th over here at the OurCoop County Ground in Derby. Sun glinting off the windscreens of the cars in the car park.
I bet there's not many players that open the bowling and open the batting at the moment, just like Anderson, is it?
That's a good shout. Well, it's the first time... I hadn't even thought about that one. That's good from you. No, it is. I'm not on this occasion.
Well, he wouldn't really be an opening bowler.
I'm not taking the mickey, but he wouldn't open the bowling because obviously Ben Aitchison would open it. But yeah, absolutely. So he would. In Derbyshire, famously, have Lewis Rees, who in the county championship has been known to open the bowling and open the batting. This season has not done either on a particularly regular basis.
Well, they probably haven't got, other than Lewis Rees, they probably haven't got too many natural opening bowlers. So Anderson is the next best at the moment.
The ground staff are coming out. There's obviously some kind of issue with something. Either that, or they're just taking a shortcut across the pitch. I think a fox may well have been on the pitch at some point today.
Oh no!
So, come on, with a bucket and a shovel and a brush. Much mirth in the box next door between the two Kevins, Hand and Howells. Nice. 6. First one of the day from De Caires. Gets a little round of applause from Nathan Fernandez as well. I wonder who spotted it. It must have been Nick Potts who spotted the fox droppings. Let's call them droppings, shall we?
They've got a fox at Lord's, haven't they? A fox usually goes round at Lord's sometimes.
There are a lot of foxes, aren't there, these days?
You'd think, how did he get onto the ground?
Well,
they find a way.
They let me in. Although, to be fair, I've never done that on a cricket field. as far as I can remember.
Not yet.
As far as I can remember.
A good start for Middlesex here.
It is. So we're only in the 9th over, we're already 39. So this one and one more of power play, and then the fielding restrictions could be relaxed. Past Players' Day today as well, which is why Greg's here, of course. That's 4 off the edge, down to third man. Was it? It did go for 4, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. I can't see down there. Actually, you could have gone for the free meal, couldn't you? Not dressed like that, of course, but.
I'd rather spend the day with you, David, than some of my ex-colleagues.
What a load of absolute nonsense.
I enjoyed it that much for the T20.
You thought, this is going to be 2.5 times better.
I'm given a day of annual leave, so
Have you had to take the day off work?
no.
I was going to
Well,
say.
it depends if being in the garden is a day of work for you, Dave.
Well, I haven't got a garden, so it would be. Yeah, no garden for me, thank you. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. He shouldn't really have played that shot, Josh DeCaires. It was a long way outside the off stump. Perhaps moved away a little bit, and Nick Potts has his 13th wicket of the competition.
And I think he deserves that, Dave, as well. They just changed the field from slipping to mid-wicket. DeCaires has seen it outside off stump, tried to guide it down, and it just seems like it's moved away a little bit, and he's just played a bit of a lazy shot there.
It was, wasn't it?
He'll be really frustrated because it looks like he was getting his eye in there and really starting to motor through the gears.
The replay of that one. Yeah, he'll be disappointed, I think, in the sporting vernacular. 4 fours and the 6 for Josh DeCaires, but to just show how far away the boundary is on the leg side up towards the pledge, he's just got to the boundary now. I mean, I've got that far. I mean, all it is an enormous distance away. I'm assuming this is Max Holden. Thank you very much, Jane. Who's a very, very fine cricketer. And up on the balcony, Ben Geddes, who's skipper in this Middlesex side, is doing some shadow batting, so he clearly has no faith in Max Holden at all. He's already doing some shadow batting. That's a bit harsh. Good young cricketer. He's probably not that young anymore, is he, Max Holden? But
Seems like he's been around for a while,
Yes.
but I do still think he's quite young.
I think he is.
Mid-20s, I'm guessing, but very, very solid batter. Been released as well from the 100.
Yeah, I didn't realise that. I'm fairly sure that I heard it on the radio or somewhere, that the 100 franchises either weren't allowed to or wouldn't release players until at least halfway through the competition.
Trying to think of a Derbyshire player that happened to. Was it Wayne Madsen when he was playing for the Manchester
Yes, originals.
And there were certain criteria that he had to abide by.
Last season, the Northern Superchargers released a clearly injured Pat Brown to play in a one-day cup match that didn't go as well as he would have hoped. And of course, Matthew Montgomery played against Sussex, having been released by Birmingham. I don't think that the good news is, and I'm basing this only on what I'm seeing with my own eyes, that Ben Aitchison can't be too badly injured on account of the fact that he's currently doing 12th man duties, and you wouldn't be doing that if you were incapacitated. They have got a 12th man on though, and I can't see where he is because at the moment Shoaib Bashir is off the field. I'm just wondering if it's the young man who's just got his first go. But I can't see where he is. Oh, it's Mitch Wagstaff. So there we are. Not for long because Shoaib Bashir is back, so Mitch is on his way off. He's yet to feature for the first team this season, Mitch Wagstaff, other than as undertaking substitute duties. But good over there by Potts. 1 for 28 from his 5, and this will be the final over of the power play. I'll say everything's. It's not working on my computer. Why is it not changed from De Cares to Holden? Well, anyway, here's Anderson. The old loopy full toss. Dangerous ball. Dangerous ball.
Hardest ball to hit that. It's only because I got out to it yesterday, so yeah, hardest ball to hit.
At least you got to 3 figures by that stage, had you?
In balls, yeah.
Oh dear.
Balls facing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's a big leg side boundary, that is.
And
Do you think they've done that on purpose, or?
Well, I've never seen them play this far across, if I'm entirely honest with you. I mean, even in the T20, we've had pitches that have been right in front of us, and this is 2 to the right. This is a long way. This is about as far as they can go, really. They could go one more, I think. But they're more the pitches they use to warm up the bowlers, generally. One of the last fresh pitches, I suppose, before the championship gets underway, as Holden gets off the mark.
Well, I was watching the 100, and the game was Edgbaston, and the size of that ground as well was tiny. I know they're having some construction work done there, but just seemed like you miss timing. It sails over the boundary for 6. So
I think that's what they want people to see, though, isn't it? But I know what you mean. Ooh. Ball crashes into Holden's bat on the way through for a Fernandez single. This has surprised me. He's not far, Max Holden, off being 29. And I thought he was considerably younger than that, I have to say. Considerably younger than that. He's been released by the Super Giants in Manchester to play in this, but England A. And of course, everybody's favourite, the Trent Rockets. As well as the Desert Vipers and the Dubai Capitals, whoever they are. I know who they are, but you know what I mean.
it's a good gig, isn't it? When you can, when you dominate in white ball cricket, and you can just go travelling around the world and experience different conditions and play against some of the best. It really does age your game.
I think there's too many of them now, though, isn't there? From a personal perspective, that always seems to be a T20 competition somewhere in the world at any given time. And I know the ICC were quite getting a bit concerned about the potential for naughtiness to go on. Yeah, we've just seen a player banned, haven't we, for a number of years. And I suppose it's almost inevitable as the power play comes to an end and Anish Dal is introduced into the attack. For instance, at the end of the season, so at the end of September, Nye Donald's going out to Canada to play in there. He's going to Vancouver.
Just seems like they're trying to commercialise cricket, similar to what they did in the World Cup in football. But I saw that there was a tournament in Belgium, of all places,
yes, the European
as well.
T20. So yeah, I thought you'd have been in with a shout at that one. To be fair, there's a lot of older cricketers in that one.
Keep digging here, Dave. Keep digging.
They got teams in Dublin and Edinburgh.
Well, you look at somebody like a Luke Wood who burst onto the scene, and now he's just travelling the world, and fair play to him.
Yeah, it's not a bad way to earn a living, is it? I suppose. Oh, not too far away from a diving Benaim. Extra cover. He was at full extension. Almost
You never want to dive too far on these hard wickets as well.
No. Well, he did stay down for a while, didn't he? And he sort of kept an eye on him.
But you know you've got to do it.
He looks taller. Well, he hasn't grown since the last time I saw him, but he looks taller this season, which I suppose is almost inevitable.
It's nice to see Dahl back as well after that horrific injury that he sustained as well.
Yeah,
so
that's nasty, wasn't it? Yeah. I've never seen anybody stretchered from a cricket field before that. Not good.
what did he actually do? Was it something to do with his...
It was in his delivery stride, and his front foot, the landing foot, just went underneath him, and he just collapsed in a big heap. Now Kevin Howells has disappeared. He did warn me that he might do off the commentary next door. After having Indian street food for breakfast, which is a very brave thing to do as a commentator. Oh no, he's back. Look, perhaps it wasn't that. It's still a brave thing to do.
Wouldn't be my number one choice.
No. Well, I finished off last night's pizza at about 7:30 this morning. That was delicious. Plenty of time for it to settle. Now then, not out, says umpire James Middlebrook.
He's a very tidy and handy bowler as well, Dahl. He bowls stump to stump, and a lot of the time he always gets that breakthrough that the skipper or the captain needs. I think he was a loss throughout the T20 as well. He always puts his hand up and
Very economical bowler as well. Doesn't go for many.
He could sometimes win a couple of games for Derbyshire, which could have helped them get over the line a lot of the time, as we said. Which was a common theme throughout the competition, was it?
Anybody to win a couple of games would have been handy. Yeah, absolutely. That was the most frustrating T20 campaign I think I've ever watched. And there have been a few. Too close to cut. Good start for Anosh Dahl. First over goes for just 2. Jack Morley signing an autograph underneath the new scoreboard, under which somebody has erected a very small tent to sit in, but it's in the shade anyway. He signed a bat. And there's a gentleman there as well who's under an umbrella, which is more of a parasol than anything else. It's not going to rain. I'd be fairly sure it's not going to rain anyway. So we're going to see England's test off spinner Derbyshire for the first time today. His only previous bowl in the competition. He bowled his full 10 overs, 1 for 56. Morley took 1 for 51 in that game against Durham as well. Derbyshire losing by 5 wickets in the end, having made 257 for 5. No, 256 for 9, and then Durham made 257 for 5. It's a complicated way in which I've recorded that. There we go. It's nice flight.
Yeah, great start as well. He's got a lot of things going for him. He can turn the ball, but also I think the biggest difference is his height as well. He's a very tall chap, so he can release it from a lot higher and get that bounce, or extract any bounce out of any wicket really. And obviously he'll be licking his lips as well, bowling at 2 left-handers as well.
Yes. And he expects to take a wicket with every delivery that he bowls. It seems to be a spinner's thing, that, doesn't it? They always seem to think that ball, if it hadn't been smashed for 6, it probably would have hit the stumps.
I heard something that the late great Shane Warne said. He said he wouldn't be bothered if he gets hit for 4 or 6. He'd be really annoyed if he gets hit for 1s and 2s. I don't know why.
Oof. I think it's just like that shot there. The spinner's in the game straight away. As soon as a batter looks to take the spinner on, I think they like to be taken on, don't they?
And he's tossing it up as well. He's dangling the carrot for the batter, because any turn and short covers in the game here.
Well, it'd be good for him to take some wickets or bowl nice and economically with the first test against Pakistan. Not too far away. I'm not sure whether it'll get him into the side or not. It seems to me that they've decided that Dan Lawrence, his
peculiar action,
or quirky, peculiar is a good word, will be the part-time spinner. And they've got Joe Root himself, of course. So whether they go with a 4-man quick bowling attack or seam bowling attack. That appears to be the way everybody's talking about it. People who know more about it than I do. And then he's been swept for 4 here. That's a nice shot from Fernandez.
Just seems like he changed his pace there a little bit and really didn't need to.
Yeah.
Seems like he tried to bowl a bit quicker and he was heading down leg stump and it was just a pretty easy sweep shot, but just needs to bowl in partnership with Dahl here just to build a little bit of pressure. It's not going to be that sort of wicket where you're just going to blow teams away. You've got to really be patient. It's got to be a war of attrition, shall we say.
All leading to an entertaining day's cricket, of course. I know what you mean now. This is very reminiscent. There's a shot that stumps here from Bin Naeem that just misses as Holden gets home at the danger end, the non-striker's end. Very reminiscent of that relatively successful T20 side that Derbyshire had when at the end of the power play on came Matt Critchley and Alex Hughes, everybody's favourite cricketer. I don't know if I told you this, but he may have. Anyway, we'll perhaps come to that. But yeah, they came on and strangled the life out of opposition sides in the T20 before COVID, BC. Critchley's still going strong, of course. Played against Derbyshire earlier this season in this competition down at Chelmsford. Alex Hughes is still going strong, but he's not playing anymore. Sure.
Leading T20 wicket taker for Derbyshire is Alex Hughes.
Is he really? He will be. Yeah, probably is. You're right.
He must be up there.
It's a good shout.
And obviously a handy batter as well, the way he can strike the ball over
Can he? He's
a building or two.
fairly certain he's played the second most T20s for Derbyshire after Wayne Madsen, who became recently, I think, the first player to play 100 games of first-class cricket, 100 games of T20 cricket, and 100 List A games for Derbyshire. That is some feat. Of course, some of the players pre-2003 didn't play any T20 cricket, which means that they can't possibly have done that. That's enabled him to take that crown, one that Kim Barnett hasn't got. He holds most of the batting records, if not all of them, at Derbyshire.
It is crazy to think that there even is a massive difference between Barnett and Madsen in the numbers as well.
Yeah, Wayne had to play for another 30 years. I didn't see Kim Barnett bowl in the flesh, but listening to David Griffin talking about him, he was a phenomenon. Oh, is there an overthrow? No. It's a direct hit there from Caleb Jewell. And another stingy over comes to an end from Anuj Dal. 2 overs for 4 runs for Dal. But yeah, I mean, some of his records are absolutely crazy. They played more first-class cricket then, of course. 3 days into 4-day cricket, and they played a lot of.
You've still got to get the runs,
a lot of
though.
List A cricket, but yeah, absolutely.
Still got to get the runs, and it takes its toll on its body.
Yeah.
Playing that much cricket.
And to play it in an aggressive way, fair but aggressive, the way that Kim.
Would you say the standard's gone down since then, or
no? It's not an argument I'm willing to get into. I would have said so, yeah. I don't know.
I think the difference in the overseas may be a big difference.
Oh, completely.
Because I think
yeah.
Back in the day, I'm saying that as a 31-year-old, it seems like a lot of the overseas players, this was the pinnacle of cricket. They wanted to come and learn their trade in 4-day cricket.
Aggressive shot by Holden, and it doesn't bring in 4 runs. That's excellent work on the boundary by Nick Potts, who is a fine boundary fielder. Got the elbow protectors on again now that he's finished his bowling spell. Excellent work from him out there. Well, I mean, yeah, Kim Barnett had Michael Holding at his disposal for an entire season. I mean, that's fairly useful, isn't it? Peter Kirsten from South Africa. Oh, just over the top of Ross Whiteley, and away for 4. Stands there, hands on hips. It's a good way over him, actually, but it was directly above him.
And they don't want to see Bashir start.
They don't want to get into his groove, do they?
No.
At all? No.
Because they know if they can take Bashir down, it causes a headache for Kame, because there's not too many other than Morley, but Morley's a left-arm spinner. Bowling to 2 left-handers, it's a lot easier to play. So if they can take down Bashir, then it does really cause Kame headaches.
Reese in his first game back, which is at Scarborough Friday, bowled 6 overs for 19. But obviously they'll be easing him back into it. He hasn't played for a while. Hasn't played since pre-T20.
I know he's played a little bit of club cricket for Duffield as well, so he has got some overs under his belt, but nothing. Club cricket doesn't compare to professional cricket.
And happily, it seems like things have settled down a bit with the little one as well, which is good news. Just caught a brief chat with Lewis earlier on today. It was nicely flighted, but it still goes for a run. 17 runs off his first 2 overs, showing Bashir, whilst at the other end, Anushdal has gone for 4 off his first 2. They are, it would appear, as Greg, you said, they're trying to knock him out of the attack here. Just that plug. It'd be better if the plug was pushed in all the way. I mean, it won't affect whether we're on air or not, because we're on air, but precarious. Plugs, you see, they're not easy things.
Who do you see replacing Joe Root as Test captain for England, Dave?
Well, Harry Brook will do it at some point, won't he? I would have thought. I'm sure. With Joe Root having his form improved. I mean, it was already pretty good, but it improved after he left, after he gave up the captaincy. So it'll be interesting to see how it affects him. He says he's in a different place, which he is. He's a few years older now, isn't he? Don't know. They usually give it to the best player, don't they? That was nicely placed. There's another chase here for Potts. He's got an awful lot of ground to cover out there on the cover boundary. It's about the size of a football pitch, I would say, the area he has to cover.
It would be interesting how many metres that is. I reckon that's close to between 90 and 100 metres easily. And whether they've done that because they've got the 2 spinners in.
Well, there are 14 pitches before you get to the outfield towards there, and it's about another 10 pitches. So whatever 24 pitches are, what's the width of 24 pitches?
And I think as well, you can take it from the 30-yard circle, double the 30-yard circle width, add another 30 yards to it. I can't convert yards to metres, I'm sure.
You can't?
No. I'm sure you can, Dave.
I need to look.
Whilst you're frantically Googling it.
I just need
Is
to
it
look.
Chat GPT?
No. Old school Google. If there is such a thing. I just want to know how wide a cricket pitch is. $10 feet. Right, that gives me a head start. So that's oh gosh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that would make sense. That's 13. Call it 23. 230 feet. What's that divided by 3? Yeah, that's 77 metres. It's further than that, isn't it? So that's a load of old nonsense. Ignore what I've just been trying to do there. As Anushdal comes to the end of his 3rd over. 72 for 1 in the 15th. Might be a wide and is. Difficult to see with Dal bowling towards us. Of course, I could look to my left at the screen and see that one went down the leg side.
What do you think a good score is here at the moment, Dave? I think Middlesex are averaging around about 280 runs per innings, so 280, 300.
Yeah, they're going along at 5 and over at the moment, aren't they? So they'll certainly want well in excess of 250. The scores here at Derbyshire: 257 against Durham. The Glamorgan game wasn't here. And then Derbyshire made 325 against a very inexperienced Sussex side, who then were bowled out for 137. So there isn't an awful lot of evidence to go on here. They must have played one.
Played a lot of away games, and one at Repton as well.
Of course, they've only played twice here. You're absolutely right. This is the 4th and final home group match.
And what are your thoughts on when they play the 50 over to come with the 100 in the background as well? Do you think it gives opportunity for the fringe players, the players on the academy, or
it should
to come and play in the 50 over stuff, or do you think they can find a little bit of time to sort of try and not allow it to overlap and keep this?
I don't think that's ever going to happen. So what it should do is allow Derbyshire to go deep into a competition, because there aren't too many players missing. When you look at Surrey had lost virtually 2 full teams of players to the 100 and yet remain relatively competitive. Certainly last season when they came here, their 3rd team effectively played Derbyshire off the field. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? There is less cricket now for counties than there ever has been.
Do you think it?
But they still say that there's too much cricket. Well, you can't keep making cricket smaller and expect to earn the same amount of money for a start.
I think you made a good point as well there.
Really?
Do you think it reduces the difference between these test playing counties and the smaller counties because of the attraction of the 100 for the big clubs as well?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt about that. And yet Middlesex, as you said, lost 3 or 4 players. I don't know Holden's back, but they managed to find a way.
They tend to struggle in white ball cricket, don't they, Middlesex?
If these two have been,
but in red ball cricket, they do very well.
If this had been a T20, we'd be watching the 2 worst teams historically that have ever played the game, I think, in this country, certainly. Middlesex played at least 1 game at Radlett, if not 2. I saw some photographs from there. Now that is bare. But they played a game at Lord's against Yorkshire. Saw pictures of the crowd there, and it was a very healthy attendance for that game. When you look at the attendance at Scarborough on Friday, talking about 6,000 packed into Scarborough. Some of the photographs I've seen, I can't remember seeing a county cricket ground for 2 counties playing each other that busy for a long time. It was very impressive.
And especially to hold 6,000 in an outground as well. As we mentioned, somewhere like a Repton struggles. I think Chesterfield as well would probably
they get about
be a couple of thousand.
I know they get 5.5 for the T20. Yeah.
And most of them are Yorkshire fans, aren't they?
Well, they leave the ground disappointed, which is excellent. They're always good. There's nothing better than the sight of a disappointed Yorkshireman or woman. Sadly, they weren't disappointed. They were giving it the full Yorkshire cry on. Oh, he's bowled him.
As we always say, Dahl's always good for that breakthrough, and I think he really deserves that.
Fernandez is trying to work out how it's got through here. He's said it to the umpire and saying, was that the ball that hit the stumps or was it the wicketkeeper? Well, he's on his way. We'll see a replay of that. But Nathan Fernandez has to go, essentially. He makes 29 off 50.
I think he thought it hit the keeper onto the stumps.
I think you're right.
Because sometimes it doesn't make the noise, but maybe it just flicked the bails, and a fantastic breakthrough for Dahl there, who, as I said, reaping the rewards of an economical start.
They needed it as well, didn't they? Really, 75 for 2 now. We'll get a replay once he crosses the boundary rope. There, the ECB regulations. So, yeah, we're another 15 yards away from seeing a replay. Because the replay goes on the big screen inside the ground, they're not allowed to show it until he's fine. He still hasn't got off yet. He'll get there. He'll be on his way.
He'll be facing the first ball by the time we...
Here we go. We'll
see the replay.
See that replay now. And... it's bowled him. It's just trimmed the bails, hasn't it? It's a fairly straightforward. You see it perfectly from behind. Anuj Dahl now goes through, trims the bails. Thank you very much. He actually looked around straight away, so he probably could have seen that it had nothing to do with Brooke Guest behind the stumps. But well bowled, Anuj Dahl. 1 for 10. His figures now in his 4th over.
Just flicked the top of the bails into Guest's chest.
Well, and that can be quite dangerous, can't it? We've seen what Keysvetter, wasn't it, who had to retire when a bail hit him in the other. Was a South African as well.
Mark Boucher as well.
Right. Yeah.
That's why I always think why a keeper's not always wearing a helmet when they stand up.
I think they have to, in this country, they have to, certainly, in the same way that batters have to wear helmets no matter whether the bowler's quick or not. But I've always wondered why
they need to enforce that in club cricket as well, because I know a lot of the club keepers as well.
Oof, good ball first up. The younger ones tend to, don't they? But some of the older ones just have the cap on, and indeed some of the older batters don't wear it. They're like 2 balls with the helmet on. The spinner comes, call for the cap. Why they don't wear a sort of ice hockey type visor, which is just a bit of perspex and. You'd still be able to see through it, obviously, and then there'd be no chance of a bail disappearing into an eye socket. Nicely taken, that one.
Well, I saw a brand bring out, do you know, the people that stand behind the hitter in baseball, the receivers, are they? I'm not. My knowledge of American sport and baseball.
Hang on a minute. No, we need to probe this one in some depth. The person who stands behind the hitter, the catcher.
In baseball,
or the umpire.
They wear a sort of metal visor that they can still see it. And I know there was a keeper, I believe, that wore it 5 or 6 years ago. Not your traditional helmet, but more of a sort of.
It's like an ice hockey face mask, isn't it? Yeah. There's an umpire who wears one in T20 cricket. Understandable as well. I mean, they hit the ball back at umpires on a fairly regular basis. There was the umpire in Australia who wears the shield on his arm to deflect the ball away. Whose name I should know, but can't remember. End of the Dahl over. 4 overs, 1 for 11. Excellent work from Anuj Dahl.
And you see now when they're having throwdowns in the nets and doing some range hitting, they've got a mini net in front of the thrower, and they're wearing a helmet and everything like that.
Well, that's come from baseball as well. If you look at the home run derby, they just toss balls to the hitters to hit them out of the park, but they stand behind a cage. Baseballs get hit at, they throw it at close to 100 miles an hour. Some pitches, not all of them.
Are you a baseball fan,
well,
Dave?
The ones who don't throw it at 100 miles an hour generally play for the San Diego Padres, sadly. Yes, I like a bit of baseball. I do like a bit of baseball. And Geddes, the Middlesex captain, he's beaten. Was that taken an edge? See a signal from Sue Redfern. Oh no, there is no edge. It's a missed opportunity there. He went at it quite hard. Should have taken it really. Brooke Guest, he'd be disappointed. He'd be disappointed.
Holden's the wicket now that they really need. He's going to be the glue for Middlesex to help them put together a good total.
Theo Brown will be watching very, very carefully the 15-year-old wicketkeeper batter who's acting as one of the substitute fielders today for Derbyshire.
The thing about Guest is he's a fantastic batter as well.
Yeah.
Coming off the back of 100 against
At Repton.
against Glamorgan.
Yeah.
I think he needed that as well, didn't he?
Yes.
I think he was probably putting...
Shot. Gets his first boundary.
I think as a batter as well, you know when you need to score a big total. It's in the back of your mind a lot of the time as well.
Well, you could see from his celebration how much it was needed. There was 2 or 3 seasons ago when he scored, must have been 4 centuries in the championship, certainly 3. But he was batting at 3 then. That's I can get you back with the question now. Excellent. He moves up and down the batting order quite regularly. I mean, on the sheet that I recorded his figures, or the figures, everybody's figures here, I've got them in the order that they batted in the first match. So came at the top, Anderson. Guest came in at 3, made 48. Then it all gets a bit higgledy-piggledy. He's not going to come in higher than 5 in this game, and he's been as low as 6 or 7, which is more traditional for wicket keepers. 82 for 2, incidentally, after 18 overs. How much does that affect you where you bat in the order?
I was just about to say that. I don't know whether they do, whether Derby in the different formats have a look at who are your 4 or 5 players that are not going to go to the 100 or are highly unlikely to get injured. I'm looking at the batters here and maybe sit down with them and say, look, you're going to be batting at 5 throughout the season, irrelevant of X, Y, and Z, because there is a big difference between batting at 3 and batting at 5, and you can just get your mind set to that, because your 5 is probably going to be facing your stump-to-stump bowlers, your medium pacers, your spinners, whereby number 3, 9 times out of 10, is going to be facing probably the best bowlers that the opposition have. So whether they do that, and look, I know with injuries they've got to be a bit more flexible, but whether they go about, look, you're going to be cemented here and this is your role, unsure.
It would change more in T20, wouldn't it? Because they sort of have to be flexible. Whether, for instance, at the start of the T20 this year, when Yusuf Benaim was in the side and he would be down to come in perhaps ahead of Ross Whiteley, but there'd be 4 overs left, and they say, well, this is Ross Whiteley territory. Last 4 overs of a T20 is when, ideally, he'd want to be walking out to the middle. And that would change off an edge. It's gone away for 4, it has. He couldn't get round in time there, Shoaib Bashir. I should have looked on the television screen rather than standing up. That would have been far better.
And look, I understand teams like to be flexible, and if it's an obvious option going for the left and right hand combination, but I'm always a big believer that your best batter should face the most amount of balls. That's one of my opinions that I've always had.
Once, presumably, your opening batters have seen off, ideally, your opening batters see off the new ball, and your number 3 and number 4 are your 2 best batters, aren't they? The ones who would perhaps be most fluid and fluent. Martin Anderson just asking Ben Aitchison if the ball hit the edge of the bat. I assume that's now then. That's ricocheted twice there. Off Anish Dal's foot and then into the non-striker Max Holden. Don't know where it hit Holden. Perhaps in the shoulder.
You always got to be careful as a bowler. I know he probably doesn't want to concede any runs, but trying to stop the ball with your foot. Your foot. He's already just come back from injury as well, so he doesn't want to be stretched off again.
No.
So absolutely. Commitment 100%.
Oh, he's lost his run-up. Jack Morley's bootlace has come undone out at cover. Oh, it'll be quite the race to see if he can tie his bootlace up before. It's a good job Dal didn't bowl that last delivery. And he's ready. Dal bowls. And for the second time in the over, he beats the edge of Geddis's bat. Good over from Dal. He did concede the boundary down to third man. 5 overs, 1 for 16. Nothing wrong with those figures at all. Will he continue? That's the question.
Who have we got left to bowl?
We haven't seen Lewis Rees yet. And we haven't seen Jack Morley. Well, we're going to see Jack Morley now. I'm just trying to find Lewis Rees. At the moment, I'm struggling. Oh, he's at short, fine leg. No, he's not, because he's moving. But he was. Go to short third man, I fancy. On the edge of the circle.
And Jack Morley's another one of them players this season that's taken the opportunity. In the T20, he started off really well, and then Derbyshire obviously signed the overseas spinner.
I think he knocked his confidence a touch, that, personally. But he's come back nice and strong in the One Day Cup. 9 wickets so far this season. That was Dal's 6th wicket. And you got Nathan Fernandez. A bit of left arm spin. Everybody should have a left arm spinner. I know that's Mickey Arthur's philosophy, which is good news for Jack Morley because he's the only left arm spinner Derbyshire have got. The reverse comes out early from Max Holden. He moves on to 18.
I think if they get the wicket of Holden, Derbyshire will be on the front foot here. Very much so. Yeah. They can open an end and really attack this middle order that Middlesex have got.
I realise I haven't gone through the team because I'm only reading it pretty much for the first time myself. It's nice to see Henry Brooks. A brief spell on loan here a couple of years ago.
Seems like he burst onto the scene with Warwickshire, bowled extremely quick.
Yeah, good player.
And seems like he just tailed off a little bit. Picked up, I'm guessing he probably picked up a couple of injuries as well.
That was a bit of a drag down from. He's got away with it there. And there's Morley, fielded on the boundary by Caleb Jewell, who finds himself underneath the scoreboard. Now, Tommy Rowland-Jones has been around for about 1,000 years, and he's still as good now as he ever has been. Remarkable, really. He got picked for England and then picked up an injury after he was named in a squad, and that was the end of him, pretty much. Zafar Gohar from Gloucestershire, of course, in the winter. Noah Cornwell, Navia Sharma, as well as Luke Holman and Joe Cracknell still to come for Middlesex.
Seems like, it looks like they've got 3 young promising seam bowlers. Brooks has obviously made his way in professional sport, professional cricket, but you've got Cornwall and Sharma as well.
There's a lot of talk about Sharma, isn't there? There's a lot of chat about him around the county scene. I'd be hoping he doesn't have to bat.
And this is the good thing about the 50 over competition when it overlaps with 100. These guys can take their opportunity and really showcase what skills they've got.
Sharma has a batting average of 91 for 2, but he has taken 15 wickets at 15.7 in the competition this season. Only Josh De Cares has a better bowling average. 11 wickets for Noah Cornwell. 6 apiece for Roland Jones and De Cares. 5 for Zafar Gohar. So they've got their main wicket takers. Henry Brooks has taken 5. Their main wicket takers. This is Max Holden's first game of the season for Middlesex. Tom Helm, who's away with the 100, has played a game as well. Just the one. 1 for 37 from 6.5 overs in his solitary appearance so far this season. Geddes averaging 40. He's out there with Holden. Oh dear. past Harry came, and for 4 runs off Holden's bat, he moves on to 23.
There's not a worse feeling, is there, when you misfield it and you've got to go and chase it down to past the boundary.
And then find it in the sheeting. It was a little distance to his left, in fairness, but I think he would have expected to have stopped that. Harry came. So Toby Roland-Jones averages 28.5 in this competition now, then half an appeal. Too high, I fancy. Luke Holman, who's still to come, averaging 36. Joe Cracknell averaging 29. You can see why they're top of the group, can't you? Because they've got batters all the way down who've contributed, and bowlers throughout their bowling attack who picked up wickets. I mean, it's the perfect storm, really.
Yeah, they've got a nice balance of senior bowler in Roland Jones. They've got a really experienced overseas in Gohar, and then you've got the 3 youngish seamers in Brooks, Cornwall and Sharma, and then you've got Holman as well, who bowls very handy leg spin as well. So, and De Caires as well, that bowls a bit of off spin as well. So they've got a well-rounded team. There's not many players in there that don't bat and bowl.
No. Options. That's what captains want. Not quite at the halfway mark yet, but not far off, and yet to see Lewis Rees, who is just making his way back to fitness. I don't think he's been bowling in club cricket that much. As you say, he's been batting for Duffield, but I'm not sure he's bowled a huge amount. He did bowl 6 overs on Friday. Slight misfield by Jewell on this occasion. Only costs a single. Darla's now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 22. Nice and economical. Anderson's 5 overs only went for 18. Nick Potts bowled 5 overs, 1 for 28. Shoaib Bashir 4 overs for 25. Jack Morley just the 1 over so far for 4 runs as the batters 4 overs away from an official drinks break. This is slightly irritating. Having a drink.
Grinds your gears, doesn't it, Dave? Something like that.
But the last thing we want is to slow the game down. But
it's all right for us to say in a nice air-conditioned room, but
I've got the aircon on, you're right, yes.
looks like that's going to be a dull spell over, as Rees looks like he's just slowly warming up down at short fine leg.
Yeah, it takes a little while for the old boy to get going now. It's great to see him back. Swing and a miss from Geddes. Ball turning away from him. I'd be pleased to see a right-hander out there, won't he, Jack Morley? Who's on the floor now, Lou?
And it looks like there's a bit of purchase there for Jack Morley.
There does.
Even with the condition of this pitch, looks like he's giving it a good old fair spin.
There we go. Thanks very much. 6 runs. Your ability is undiminished. Do not, Greg, don't take it personally. It happens to us all. It just seems to happen to you more than most people. But again, going back to the Shane Warne 4s and 6s, he had a big swipe at the first one. And that was in the air for a long time.
Seems like Geddes is trying to put his foot down here, just try and dominate this partnership, take a little bit of pressure off Holden, who's going to be the one who bats the whole innings here.
I can only assume if he's been released that he hasn't been playing an awful lot for his franchise. So it's always tricky, isn't it, when you come back and you haven't played cricket for a while. I know we say that, and you boys only play every Saturday or whatever, but it's slightly different, isn't it, when you're playing?
I think when you're not playing that often, irrelevant of sort of the standards, your skills are not as sharp.
Yeah.
Your footwork's not as sharp, your accuracy's not as sharp, and any standard that is. Even commentary.
I've never been sharp. 106 for 2 after 22 overs, going along nicely, just a tick or two under 5 and over. It seems to me a bit like in T20 cricket, 200 is the benchmark, 300 is almost the benchmark in 50 over cricket, isn't it? And pitch dependent, of course, as Lewis Rees is introduced into the attack.
Doesn't seem like there's too many low-scoring games anymore. It just seems like batters are so fearless that they're happy just to keep on going.
There's a phalanx of motorbikes just gone past, if that's the right word. I better look at the meaning, actually. It felt like the right word.
You say it with such ooze and confidence, Dave, that everyone agrees with you.
Tight block of soldiers in ancient wars. Any close group of people. Yeah, that'll do for me. It was definitely a phalanx. Well, tidily at Scarborough, Lewis Rees just going at 3 and over for the 6 overs that he bowled. 1 maiden. Didn't pick up a wicket, but it was his first real bowl since before the start of the T20. Let me see, I should have checked that. Did he play at Chesterfield? I'm not sure that he did.
Similar sort of bowler to Dahl, stump to stump, extremely metronomical. I would have liked to see Rees and Dahl bowl in partnership here, because I think that would have just created a little bit more pressure.
Not too similar. I know one's left arm, one's right, so they're entirely dissimilar in that respect. But I didn't check to what number on his back is. He's got his own shirt on today. That's good news. He completely foxed the commentators that I was listening to at Scarborough. One of them is in the box next door to us. The other one, Jonathan Doidge, because he was wearing 26 and Potts on his back on Friday. Obviously didn't have his shirt, came down from the northeast. And I just sent a message saying, yeah, just which arm's he bowling with? Oh, good ball. Now, when did Lewis Rees, his most recent games?
And he's more threatening when he's bowling at the right-hand batter, because he can take the pace off as well and spin it past the outside edge of the right-handed batter. So just adds another dimension.
His game on Friday was his first team game since the 19th of June. He did play at Chesterfield. Also played Durham the week before that. Didn't play any T20 cricket. So good start for Lewis Rees. 2 runs from his first over. So his last 3 games were started on the 15th of May. First team games. This is the 12th of June and the 19th of June. It's been a while, hasn't it? Been a while for him. For various reasons, injury and other issues.
Just like
well documented.
When it rains, it pours with injuries down here, but at least he's back on the pitch now.
Yeah. No, it's good. Good to see him back.
Nick Potts has been doing some steps out there. He's put a good shift in so far, opening the bowling with these 5 overs under his belt, and
he's got a good arm, though, hasn't he? A really good arm.
I think he'll give Pat Brown a good run for his money with his arm as well. So
right. I can't throw to save my life anymore.
You stick to what you're good at, Dave.
Well, I used to be able to throw it a long way when I was Nick's age, probably, but it goes, sadly. I never throw anything over arm anymore, certainly, if I'm on a boundary. Watching, full toss. Oh dear. 6, I think. No, 4. Should have been 6. Bounces just inside the rope. think Kevin Hand might have called 6 there as well, by the look on his face. Seems unhappy with that. Mind you, he's always unhappy. We bounded into the media centre earlier today with a cheerful Barb. He'll be back up here in the second round of matches on the resumption of the county championship with Middlesex. Derbyshire will be looking to complete the championship double over them, having won at Lord's for the first time this century earlier this season, thanks in no small part to a century from Wayne Madsen and a century from Ben Aitchison, and a very fine bowling performance from Aitchison as well.
One of the most complete games, would you say, that you've seen, Dave?
Well, yeah, for a while. And I think psychologically it was important they got over the line in that game, having failed to get over the line against Lancashire earlier in the season. In what was a huge disappointment for everybody connected with Derbyshire, chasing 138.
Lancashire did have the greatest.
Well, they did, but he wasn't really the one who did a lot of the damage. He certainly did in one over where he picked up a couple of wickets, and that shy of the stumps there misses. When he picked up the 2 wickets in an over, you could see the confidence draining from everybody of a Derbyshire persuasion, whether they were in the commentary box or whether they were in the changing room, I think.
Look, any chase is difficult, whether it's 120 or 300, but you'd like to think a professional team could get that score, but
it affected them in the next 2 matches as well, both of which ended in defeat. But they bounced back nicely, and it was important they won down at Lord's. It was important that they beat Lancashire at Chesterfield, which they did. Weren't able to match Durham, who are the class act in the second division. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They're here on the first game back in the county championship, which is a week next Thursday. Looking forward to that enormously. There's a lot of balls just going beyond the outstretched arms of fielders at the moment, which suggests that the batters are placing it nicely. 16 for 2, 3 balls to go until the official drinks break, when I don't mind the drinks being brought out.
Looks like the stand's just slowly building with supporters throughout the day.
Another good crowd.
Lovely weather for it, so.
And again, just to the right this time of Caleb Jewell at backward point. They're coming back for a second. This might be interesting. Oh, I was going to say thrown to the wrong end. It's a lot further, obviously, to the other end. The bell was whipped off by Brooke Guest, but Holden got home.
It's always difficult as well. You've always got to know where the stumps are. You've got to be as close to the stumps as possible, but you want to get that ball as quick as possible. So I think Guest was stretching a bit too far there to try and take the stumps.
I hadn't seen Alex Hughes today. I've seen him now. He's over there in front of the members' pavilion. The Middlesex 12th man ready with gloves and drinks. On the boundaries edge. Oh, look at that. The Derbyshire substitute fielders have sprung into action. Can't wait to get out there.
The worst one is being 12th man in a T20 game. It's more intense. It's more intense than fielding. Taking on helmets, bringing on drinks.
It's a nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah.
That will be drinks.
Not for the faint-hearted, I tell you.
No. So at drinks, Middlesex 119 for 2. With Max Holden on 30. And Ben Geddes on 28. The partnership worth 42 of 52. I'm not entirely sure what Jane's announcing there, but she's announcing something. Still no play at Darlington, where the rain as is preventing Durham from taking on Essex, although there has been a toss there and Essex won it. They put Durham into bat, but they haven't managed to get batting yet. Elsewhere in Group B, 89 for 3 Worcestershire after 20 overs and 1 ball after deciding to bat first against Glamorgan in Cardiff. And in the other Group B match at Hove, Hampshire, 133 without loss after 22 overs and 4 balls against Sussex. Hampshire decided to bat first in that one. In Group A, they're playing at rugby today, not rugby school, at rugby. Warwickshire against Lancashire. Lancashire 93 for 2 after 20 overs, having been put into bat by the hosts. Wantage Road, Somerset at 83 for 2, having decided to bat first against Northamptonshire. Playing at Beckenham as well, where Leicestershire are 77 for 4 in the 22nd over against Kent, and Nottinghamshire are taking on Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College. And Nottinghamshire 116 for 3 after 24 overs there. They were put into bat by the home side there. See, bang up to date. Somebody's done something. Of course, they're playing today, aren't they? Yes, Derbyshire's women are playing today. They're playing against Leicestershire women at Uppingham School in Oakham. Derbyshire women won the toss. They decided to bat first, 159 for 3. And batting Fran has got 62 from 78 deliveries, 10 fours in there. Well done to Francesca Lonsdale. Excellent work. I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you, Henry. I'd forgotten, to my eternal shame, that Derbyshire's women were playing today. Hopefully, and if you heard our coverage from Repton, you will already know, but batting Fran and bowling Fran may well be making an appearance over the course of the remaining games in the county championship. Very much looking forward to them joining us at some point. Rhiannon Nolan-Davis also fancies a little go at the commentary. Beth Slater. So we'll be hearing plenty from the Derbyshire women before the season is out. As play is set to resume after the half-time break in the first innings with Jack Morley. His 4th over.
What do you think was said during that drink break, Dave?
No, I wasn't even looking. The reason I wasn't looking was because I was giving out some scores, but I think they've kept it sort of tight enough, haven't they? 4.8 and over is not too bad. Just tighten it up a touch in the field, and they'll want some wickets, won't they? Derbyshire just 2 down. It's a good platform for Middlesex to launch an assault in the last 15, 20 overs or so.
Thing about Middlesex is the bat all the way down. Toby Rowland-Jones is a good striker of the ball as well, so he can really, the back end of any innings, can swing the momentum one side.
Got a long way down to find Derbyshire's scorecard there. That's ridiculous. Uppingham School at Oakham. Have you ever played there? Sorry,
No.
have a drink, carry on. No, I wasn't sure if you might have played there or not. But
I think it's in Rutland, isn't it? Oakham School. Is it Leicestershire that are playing? Yes.
Yeah, Leicestershire women against Derbyshire women. Let's double check. It's a town in England. Oh. Rutland. Now then, there's half an appeal there. More from Brooke Guest than...
Smallest county Rutland is. Did you know that?
I did know that, yes.
But you didn't know that Oakham was in Rutland?
No. It's
I'll let you off then.
east of Leicester. 25 miles east of Leicester. 28 miles southeast of Nottingham. It's in the middle of nowhere, basically. That's a nice shot. And it beats Nick Potts.
I think the difficulty with these big outfielders, especially the offside is where do you position yourself as a boundary fielder? Do you stay on the ropes or do you give yourself 10 yards in? And it's always the conundrum as a fielder how far in do you because you need to try and stop the 2. But also as well, you need to stop the 4 and a 6. So it's always
you're not going to take
difficult.
If you take a catch on the boundary here today, that would be some hit, wouldn't it, as well? So you sort of, it's like almost magnetically pulled in 10 yards because you think, well, I'm not going to get a catch out here. The last thing you want is the ball to go over your head and go for 4, of course.
I think they have that issue at Old Trafford with the size of the boundaries as well. Yeah. It's always difficult, and also as well you've got to look who's batting as well. If it's somebody that's starting off in their innings, you might be able to come in another 10-15 yards as well, because it's a good effort if they come out swiping from ball 1. So it's always the conundrum that you've got.
My apologies to Frances if I got your first name wrong. She won't be listening because she's batting at the moment, but somebody might tell her. I wonder who she's talking to at the moment. That's the big question. My word, she could talk on commentary at Repton. She was excellent. Keep an eye on that as the afternoon progresses.
It's nice to see as well the women's cricket getting a lot more traction as well on social media and people speaking about it as well. So it can only aid the game.
I'm saying that the number of the Derbyshire women's team who want to do what you're doing at the moment is quite impressive. There's at least 4 of them queuing up in the background.
Be my guest. I think it's because they get to spend the day with you, Dave.
Do you know what?
Co-commentators.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't. They were good fun. And if you can't have fun, you might as well not bother.
Fun in the sun.
That's my motto. Had a bit of fun at Burton yesterday. Darren Robinson. Despite the result. No queue at the ice cream van now if anybody's in the ground and listening. Why would you be in the ground listening to a YouTube commentary? But now's your chance. Over in the main car park.
Seems at the moment like it's even Stevens at the moment. Seems like something has to give in the next couple of overs here.
There you go. There you go. Now then, Potts is chasing that round the boundary. It bounces once. It doesn't. That's how far the boundary is. It bounced twice. It went up an absolute mile. And it still didn't get to within 5 yards of the boundary.
Seems like the outfield's a bit spongy as well.
Yeah.
It didn't really kick onto the surface as well.
He just got underneath it, didn't he, really? Because Geddes.
That would have been 6 in a lot of other grounds, but they may have done it on purpose.
He'd have got 6 at Repton. End of the 3rd Lewis Rees over, 10 runs conceded so far.
I think if Derbyshire can keep the run rate below 5s, that they'll be extremely happy there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, let's say Durham chased down 256 here. Derbyshire didn't quite chase down 257 at Chelmsford, which is a slightly smaller ground. They ended up on 248 for 9, chasing 258 to win. And then in the only other game played here, Derbyshire made 325 for 7, which always felt like a good score, and then bowled Sussex out for 137. Very young Sussex side who were at a disadvantage in the competition anyway, having been docked points.
It's very peculiar to see Ross Whiteleyfield in the inner circle. He's normally one of the fantastic boundary riders, isn't he? So whether he's injured or whether he just wants a bit of do something in the inner ring, bit of brilliance out there.
Just saying he's just having a rest. He hasn't, but he's been in the ring since. I mean, obviously in the power play, only 2 are allowed out, but he's been in there for the entirety of the game, it would seem to me. You're right, though, he normally fields somewhere on the boundary. One was hoiked away. By Geddes, he'll play far better shots than that. Get no runs.
His eyes lit up there. It just bounced halfway down the track, but he'll take that as a bowler.
It was a horrible shot, though, wasn't it? The familiar refrain of a Saturday and a Sunday afternoon of catch. Nowhere near Derbyshire. That was on the long on boundary. That doesn't put them off, though.
Derbyshire used 6 bowlers here, I think. The only other bowlers that they've got is Yusuf can bowl a little bit, but
I haven't seen him bowling. I don't think I've seen him bowl in professional cricket. I'd have to check.
hopefully Kane can just rely on these 6 bowlers now to see Derbyshire through to their batting innings.
Yes, it should be enough, shouldn't it? It should be enough. Let's have a look. Yusuf bin Naim. There he is. So it's tricky to track him down. Never bowled.
There's always a first, isn't there?
Well,
Dave?
there
is always a first.
I didn't think I'd seen him bowl. I'm pleased that.
I don't think they need to use any other bowlers, to be honest.
Well, it's only his 15th game of senior cricket, if you like. 9th in List A, and he played 6 T20s as well, so he's still in the very early stages of his career.
It was nice to see Donald express his attacking prowess in the 100 as well.
But they showed a graphic the other day on one of the matches that I was seeing, and it was to show the strike rates of the batters, and they were all falling over themselves in the commentary box. I can't remember if it was a BBC game or a Sky game I was watching. Because then Aaron Donald in the 100 is batting at 220, 230, something like that. And you're thinking, well, yes. They're not taking any notice, well, they haven't, clearly, of the blast, because
he plays for Derbyshire, that's why they don't get enough airtime.
Do you know what? In my sad little mind, I was thinking, it's because he plays for Derbyshire that you've taken. You're absolutely right. Because he batted at 240. I mean, that was the whole point of an Aaron Donald. And he increased his high score from late 80s to 90, didn't he, in the competition. We were talking earlier, and he just needs, if he gets an 80 or a 90 in the 100, I think that will make him for life.
Absolutely.
Picked up in just about every franchise competition going. But he is. What's Lewis Rees bending over for?
Harry Kane just threw it into the keeper and it literally just missed Lewis Rees's face.
I missed that. Beg your pardon. He's got a smile on his face, which is good news, which means it didn't hit him.
We saw that with Ben Stokes, didn't we? Getting hit in the face.
Yes. Not good.
But I think going back to Donald as well, he probably wanted to prove a point. The standard right across the board in the 100 compared to the blast is chalk and cheese, and fair play to him. He's stood up there, and as you said, if he can continue his form, he'll be travelling all around the world. Whether that's a negative for Derbyshire having to try and replace him.
Well, I think with him being contracted to Derbyshire, certainly for next season, he'd have to come and play the blast, but he doesn't play an awful lot of red ball cricket. He hasn't played much one-day 50-over cricket either for Derbyshire since he arrived. So he's sort of used to not seeing him for long spells. And if you can make an awful lot of money, which he will, then you would urge him to do just that. Although
And I don't blame him. I don't blame these people, these cricketers as well, that they have to pay for their living as well. So
I was a bit
fair enough.
I was a bit miffed at the start of the 100 when he wasn't getting a game, thinking, well, really?
But then that's just the...
He's played the last 3, though, hasn't it? Mind you, I was looking at the wrong team. I didn't realise he'd moved.
Because he was at Welsh... Was it the Welsh...
Well, I think he'd been at the... Well, I'm not sure that he had, because he's Welsh, isn't he? And they tended not to pick any Welsh people. He was at Birmingham Phoenix for a couple of seasons and didn't play much. And now he's at Trent Rockets, which is the team we were all urged to get behind at the start of the competition. So he missed out in the first 3 or 4 games, I think it was, but has played the last 3. I would still urge people to go and see his run out, though, from yesterday. It will become the standard video to show everybody how not to complete a single, a comfortable single at that, when you're striking at 220 after 10 deliveries. It was horrible. Hello, Nye, if you're watching. There's no other word for it. I don't suppose he is watching. Why would he be? Martin Anderson back into the attack. Jack Morley bowled 5 overs for 33, following on from Shoaib 4 overs for 25. So there's almost 10 overs between them there. Whether Rees will bowl a full 10, I'm not entirely sure. I'd be surprised if Nick Potts didn't. Anuj Dal has yet to complete 10 overs this season in the competition, although he did bowl 9 at Scarborough. That one is hit back very hard at him and might have got a fingertip to it.
Yeah, I do find it bizarre how Whiteley's not a long on where he's made it his spot.
Yeah.
No, nothing away from Bashir, but I think Whiteley's got one of the safest pair of hands.
I think we can safely say he did get fingertips to that. You just wonder whether, he has just picked up a little niggle, doesn't want to do quite as much running, perhaps. Shoaib Bashir, who just seems to love running and being involved. Has seen a fair amount of the ball down below us. Long on. He's got the cool shades on, chewing the gum. And that is him applauding.
Who do you see finishing off the Derbyshire inning, bowling innings? Do you see it being Potts and...
Well, this is interesting, bringing Anderson. Yes, quite. Normally it would be Aitchison, so they've got to work out how they're going to do this, as that one has gone away for 4. Nice shot from Holden. It was a slightly misdirected delivery from Martin Anderson. It was now in his 6th over. Did open the bowling with Nick Potts. Potts will clearly be one of the 2 players who
he did it so well in the T20, didn't he?
Yeah,
I think.
Well,
He did against Lancashire.
Well, the one that sticks out in my mind is the game at Old Trafford, where he had 9 to defend off the last 3 deliveries, and the first 2 both went for 4. Matty Hurst was batting, and then he bowled the best Yorker I think I've seen live to bowl Hurst, and the game ended in a tie, one of 2 ties in the T20. But yeah, and he has come on leaps and bounds this season. Mickey Arthur has spoken about him for the last 2 or 3 years, and you keep thinking, I haven't seen it in a first team game. And now we've seen it many times in a first team game, and as a result, he's got his new contract, and fair play to him.
I think you get to a point in your career where you just know your game inside and out. You know what works, you know how to prepare, you know what you need to do, you've got the right tools, you're prepared well, and it seems like this has been his season, but it's only probably been half a season for him, and he's done so well.
Well, yes, he didn't play at all until Lords, and since Lords, I'm not sure he's been out of the side.
Because it does affect you mentally when you're not playing regularly and you're coming up to your end of your contract and there's question marks. Am I good enough?
And you were asking earlier, and I only know because I just looked it up. Oh, that's off an edge. It's gone for 4 as well. Shoaib Bashir, I assume, down below as it is. Couldn't get to it. And he's having to have the ball pointed out to him. And Nick Potts made his debut when he was just 19 in 2022. He's still only 24 now. 4 for 50 in his third appearance. Also made his List A debut that season as well. But that's why Ross Whiteley's there. For the glory of the diving stop. But not until this season as he really started to shine. And the disappointment is that on the Crick Info website, it's a slightly out-of-date photograph. Because he now has a magnificent moustache. I'm not sure who told him to grow it, but oh dear. That's gone an absolute mile. And there's a couple there sitting on their own seats just beyond the picket fence. They were throwing the ball back, it almost hit them. That's a big shot. The 150 comes up for Middlesex, 155 for 2. But when you look at his overall career, considering he started in 2022, he's played 10 first-class matches, during which he's picked up 21 wickets at just under 40. List A, 16, 23 wickets at 34. T20, 16 wickets at 25, which is decent. And he, in the very early stages of his first team career, he was sort of in the team, out of the team for a long spell, back in the team for a match, and then out again. Tricky, whereas he's had a really good run at it this season.
And I think that's what any young professional needs. They need that sort of chance, but not just a token chance. It needs a good sort of run of games. Let's see what you're all about. Let's see if you can stand up. And he has stood up this season. And credit where credit's due for him. Looks like he's just oozing in confidence now, the way he throws himself around in the field.
You've got to feel like you belong, haven't you? I think it's the same in all sports, but in cricket especially, and they're quite small groups, aren't they? They don't carry 25 players or whatever it is that football teams do.
Well, you look at this England team under Ben Stokes, the amount of sort of loyalty that he had with the likes of Zach Crawley and Jacob Bethel and Bashir as well. Yeah. He get the loyalty and that commitment, the TLC and the love that you need, because it can be such a lonely place at times, being a cricketer when you're not doing well or you're running on the drinks game after game and you question your ability and everything like that. But it just, it's refreshing to see that they've stuck with Nick, and Nick's reaped the rewards and put his hand up and has had some fantastic performances.
Also missed Geddes reaching 50.
A nice little partnership here between Geddes and Holden now of 84. Hopefully Derbyshire can sort of take a snapshot of what these two are doing here.
Yes.
Because they haven't been hitting sixes and fours all the time. They've just rotated the strike, hit the bad ball. The good thing about being a batter on these size boundaries and grounds are you can run twos and threes, but you've got to show that intent. Because it does tot up. Them twos and threes do tot up.
Do you know we had a 3 at Repton?
And it wasn't an overthrow?
No, I don't think so. I didn't see it. I was saying how you would never get a 3 at Repton, then went off commentary for a bit. I was talking to somebody, and that's a nice shot. 6 more for Geddes. That's his third 6 as he moves into the 60s. Yeah, I was just saying to anybody who would listen to me that you wouldn't get a 3. Went off commentary and they got a 3.
It happens to the best of us.
Oh, no, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. He's just getting into his stride now here, Ben Geddes. This is concerning moments for Derbyshire, and Harry Kane has put himself back out on the long off boundary now, where that last ball was hit for 6. He's also in conversation with Chris Wright, the bowling coach, who is down below. They may well be giving him it's a very jovial conversation. Harry's got a big smile on his face, the Derbyshire skipper, but they'll be having a chat about how things are going. The run rate has gone above 5 for the first time. And that is a horrible looking shot from Geddes. Ball seemed to keep a bit low on him there, or he certainly gave the impression that the ball had kept low on him.
It'll be interesting to know, sort of, as Harry Kane is very new to captaincy, who does he bounce ideas off in this team? You've got Ross Whiteley, you've also got Jewell as well. So hopefully they can feed in. He can feed into their experience.
Nicely fielded by Binay, and that one bounced awkwardly as he put the dive in. He actually, goalkeeping style, had to get 2 hands to it and clutched it in. Ross Whiteley acknowledges that with a low 5. Yeah, Lewis Rees as well. And apart from that, it's a relatively young side, isn't it? It is relatively inexperienced. I don't know what young and not young is anymore. I mean, I would say that Nick Potts is still young at 24, but he's been in and around it for a while, hasn't he? So
the amount of games that they've played.
Yeah, that's more the indication, isn't it, really? Then you look at the number of test matches that Shoaib Bashir's played, and it's not far off the number of first-class matches he's played. Now, Nick Potts is coming back now with 18 overs to go. He's only got 5 left. They might leave themselves a little light of strike bowlers. Look at Anuj Dal running across there. He's limping, isn't he?
Yeah, it looks like he's not at 100%, because usually he's another one of your boundary riders. So
that's not ideal either.
Derbyshire are pleading to break this partnership now, and Kame is thinking that Potts is probably their most potent bowler to try and get this breakthrough here, because if this keeps going on, Middlesex are probably going to be looking around the 300 mark with 8 wickets still in the shed.
That'd be a good score. See, 2 or 3 years ago, Ross Whiteley would have bowled you 4 or 5 overs, wouldn't he, just to get rid of a few. But he's bowled 1 over this summer. That was in the T20 blast, from memory. I'll probably have got it somewhere, but.
Do you think Montgomery is a big miss for Derbyshire?
Yes. Yeah, although I mean, if Montgomery plays, he'd take the place of one of the spinners, wouldn't he, because of his own
mystery spin.
Well, or whatever it is. Yes, I mean it's off spin of some sort, isn't it? Hides the ball behind his back. That one's been clouted away to cow corner. A couple of bounces, hits the rope. Geddes really is getting into his stride. He's up to 65, and the partnership is 1 blow away from 100. Pretty much a run a ball. Middlesex beginning to dominate this game at the moment.
Looks like there's not too many demons in this wicket as well, so hopefully Derbyshire can make the most of that. There's not too many balls out there that have got your name on it, so.
Just early on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Potts got a little bit, like you said, Potts got a little bit of movement and that kind of thing, but
you'd expect maybe a little bit more with this sort of wicket, but Derbyshire batters must be hopefully confident that the only way they're going to get themselves out is by themselves, really. So Middlesex, 2 very experienced spinners in Gohar and Holman.
bangs one in short, gets the treatment. It was an interesting shot. Didn't quite get up as much, I don't think, as Geddes was expecting, but he was able to adjust his shot. Just swatted it away.
Didn't seem, as you said, didn't Didn't see like he was expecting that really with the 100 partnership coming on, but hand-eye coordination, he just got his hands to it and it raced away to the boundary just behind square for 4.
Okay, 69 of the 100 runs in this partnership from 65 balls. Holden playing more of an anchor role at the moment, 44 off 57. And that's 6 more. And they're starting, well, I said Geddes was starting to get into his stride a couple of overs ago, and he really is now. He's just hit his 4th 6 to go along with 7 4s.
I think this is probably
8
a bit
fours.
too early for Potts. I would like to have
Yes.
seen Dahl or Rees try and squeeze as many dots as possible. The batters want pace on the ball, and Potts is Derbyshire's quickest bowler today, and that's what the batters are looking for. The whole reason why they've got these big boundaries is to try and squeeze, and the batters have got to really force it with the slower bowlers because they are big boundaries. So, interesting move.
Bringing Bash back on. It's who's going to bowl at the end is now the big question. Anyway, Potts has got 4 left. Anderson's got 3. This is Shoaib Bashir's 5th over. He's going to have to bowl 10. You would have thought. Starts well.
It's going to be a good test for Bashir. This is now bowling at 2 set batters.
Those 4 overs went for 25. Missing the strike power of Ben Aitchison in this match for the first time in the One Day Cup, and of Wayne Madsen with the bat and the experience out there in the field. Madsen with the finger injury. Aitchison is performing 12th man duties, just rested as a precaution.
Bowled really well at Scarborough. I think he's really thrown himself into white ball cricket.
I think he had 2 for 8 off his first 5 overs, 6 overs, something like that. It was a remarkable opening spell.
Because you think with the length that he bowls, he's very consistent. He's a fantastic red ball cricketer, and batters would just line him up, but he's bowled a really good length.
That's a huge hit. Not quite into the car park behind the new scoreboard, but not far away. And Geddes, that's another 6 for him.
And I think the difficulty now with Bashir bowling this end is this side is the shorter boundary as well. So maybe should have bowled the other end with the bigger boundary, make them really got to hit that leg side boundary. But this is just a flick for these guys now.
There's 2 men out there, but neither of them were anywhere near it, and he hides it outside the off stump and it gets crashed away for 4 more. He's got some thinking to do here, Shoaib Bashir. He's now gone for 36 runs in his 4 overs and 5 balls. So he's going in excess of 7 and over.
And this is causing a headache for Kane now, because who else is... Well, he has got Rees to bowl, he's got Dole to bowl, but...
Well, the run rate overall is 5.7. Jack Morley's going at 6 and a bit. Lewis Rees has been really economical, but he's just coming back into the first team. Made his first appearance on Friday in the One Day Cup, so how much will he be asked to bowl?
But I think, in my opinion, if you're fit enough to... Well, if you're selected, you need to be fit enough to bowl the 10 overs, in my opinion, as a bowler.
It's all to do with loads. I don't know what they are, but it's all to do with them. Loads and red zones and all that kind of... It's a scientific gobbledygook, really, but it probably means something. Employs somebody to work it out. They have those little things in the back of their vests, don't they, to tell you whether they're about to break down or not. Apparently. I better shut up now. There's that long conversation going. Jack Morley's coming back into the bowling attack, so Potts just bowled a 1 over. It went for 15, and he's gone back to no. It's Lewis Rees. They've changed their mind. They were going to bring on Jack Morley, weren't they?
Jack Morley should bowl from this end,
Yeah.
in my opinion. And I think Bashir should be bowling from the far end. You've got to look at the dimensions. You've got to look at. It is a right and left hand combination, so you probably a catch-22 here. But Geddes is the one who's going to be really enforcing Middlesex to get to 300.
And how short the boundary is away to our right negates the breeze that is coming from the west, because it is so short. If they hit it properly, they'll get it over the rope quite comfortably. That's a nice bit of fielding by Yusuf bin Naeem out there on the cover boundary. 88 now to Ben Geddes of 71 balls, with 8 4s and 5 6s. Francis Lonsdale continues to bat. Derbyshire women have got up to 200 for 5 in the 42nd over against Leicestershire at OurCoop. It's the first ball that squared up Geddes for about 2.5 days.
Looks like a very good cricketer. I think it's what Middlesex needed in their innings here, somebody to really put the foot down and go through the gears. He's played really well for his 88 here. I think he'll be looking at that 3 figures.
That should do him. Ooh. It didn't do it. Partnership 121 between these two. Poor old Fran the batter seems to have been slightly becalmed. 13 4s in her 89 of 100 deliveries. It's in the One Day Cup League 2, of course. Derbyshire women.
Looks like these private schools are hosting more cricket now, right across the country.
Such good facilities, haven't they?
Where's your favourite private school that you've commentated on, Dave?
Well, I've only been to 2, and Repton is far better than Cheltenham College.
Have you been to Sedbergh?
No. So I would say Repton, because it's the only one of only 2 that I've been to, and I don't like Cheltenham College because you're side on, and there is no shelter either.
You're not a fan of Cheltenham Festival?
No, I've only been once or twice. It's perfectly pleasant, but it's under threat as well, isn't it, with the reduction in the number of games that are played and that kind of thing. And I know that the Gloucestershire supporters thoroughly enjoy it, and fair play to them. It's a very strange shaped playing area as well. It's sort of football pitch shaped. And there are 2 squares, which fooled me completely. As there are at Repton, but you can't see the second one. It's quite a long way away from the pavilion. And that's the end of Rees's over. He's bowled 6 overs for 27, including 1 of only 3 maidens that have been bowled in the innings. He's bowled nicely.
Do you think they regret bowling Potts that 1 over, or?
I didn't understand why he'd been brought on, mainly because you'd expect him to bowl 5 at the end, but now we'll only be able to bowl 4 at the end. Now then, this might be perhaps a changing of ends here. Always thinking there, Greg. Well done. Greg Cork, everybody. Well, if Bashir comes on at the city end now, I'm going to just leave you to it. I'll go on off and have my lunch.
What's for lunch, Dave?
Sandwiches. White ball cricket, sandwiches, cookies, that kind of thing.
All the good stuff.
Well, there's some pasta there as well, but it's never really interested me that much, pasta. I might have a bit of spaghetti every now and again, but there's nothing wrong with potatoes.
It'll be interesting now to see if Geddes plays across the line here to this short boundary. It'll entice him after the shot he played against Bashir, but obviously that span, the off spinner spanning to Geddes' arc here, so I'm guessing Morley's going to try and just keep this outside off stump and let him hit to this big side of the boundary on the offside.
Might be trying to test that blue line a little bit, I would have thought. He tests the blue line, but unfortunately it goes beyond it.
And this is the challenge of being a bowler now. The batter knows what he's doing. The bowler knows what he's doing, but getting as close to that blue line as possible is a tough ask.
Oh, Ross Whiteley again.
That's why we've got him in the inner circle. That's what we spoke about earlier.
He should be there all the time.
They would have won the T20 if he was in the inner circle.
Yeah, just worked it out. I'm surprised as you had to see him there. Oh.
And this is a really good move, this is now for Derbyshire, with Morley bowling this end.
Well, Geddes certainly wants to go over the new scoreboard and the groundsman's hut, doesn't he? I mean, that's where every ball needs to go as far as he's concerned. He just moves towards the offside there, and Morley fields off his own bowling, so it's been a good over so far. Can he get out of it? Last ball. And he does.
That's really well bowled, that.
So that over went for 5. 6 overs for 36. He's going at 6 and over. There you go. That's a bit of maths on the hoof. 6 runs came from it because there was a wide in there as well. And Rees having bowled economically in the previous over. What am I talking about? I'm looking at the wrong match. 3 runs came off that. I was looking at the wrong match. I couldn't remember the boundary off the first ball, but I thought I must have just missed it. 3 runs off that over, so well done to Jack Morley. Here's Lewis Rees. Dear, oh dear. Can't multitask.
Somerset in a really strong position now, with still 14 overs to go. They'll be looking for as close to 300 as possible, if not more.
Decent batting effort. No way Madsen, of course. He's got a century in this competition already this season against Sussex here last time out. Oh, clouted into the leg side. Actually, he didn't get hold of that anywhere near as much as I thought he had. Bin Naeem can field it on the boundary. Keep him down to a single.
The sound was very deceptive there, wasn't it? It seemed
sounded,
like he just whipped
yeah,
it over the scoreboard.
I thought I was going to end up in the hotel foyer. Which would have meant it would have had to have cleared the hotel roof because the foyer is on the far side of the hotel, but I thought he got all of that. Not by a long chalk did he get all of it. It's the coiled spring at extra cover doing the fielding again.
He never loses it.
It's remarkable.
Even at the back end of his career, he never loses it.
I'll let you tell him it's the back end of his career. He's taken a little step to his left there as Whiteley. Well, doesn't make any difference because the ball's gone over long on for 6.
It's a good shot, that is. Even in the nervous 90s, he's not really that bothered as well. So
He doesn't look massively nervous, does he?
No.
No. No. He is batting rather beautifully at the moment. He's moved to 97. Ben Geddes, the Middlesex captain. High score in this format of 141. That 141 was his only previous century, though.
you've always got to make the most of a purple patch. And looks like he's doing so. And probably why Middlesex have been there or thereabouts in this competition.
No, it's been some innings from him.
A great captain's performance so far.
In this competition, 77 against Durham at Chester Street last time out. Got 62 against Hampshire at Southampton in one of the early games in July, but since then a 0 not out, which at Radler, which doesn't count for anything. 9 and 19. His most recent batting performances. We have 13 overs to go, 208 for 2. Made his List A debut against Yorkshire in 2021. Ben Geddes turned 25 a week or so ago.
Do you remember your 25th birthday?
Barely. Barely.
Like it was yesterday.
Well, it was in the 20th century. He's furious with himself, Ross Whiteley, because he didn't fill that ball cleanly. Now he's having a conversation with Jack Morley about something. Geddes is on 97. Of just 83 deliveries. Sure, that'll get him to 3 figures. It's just a single. Another fine throw from Nick Potts is bang on the money. Now 50 for Max Holdenoff, 65 balls. He's hit just 3 fours. He's nudged it around and made sure that Geddes has seen plenty of the strike, which is exactly what he should be doing. Geddes on 98 now. He got one on a leg stump that he turns backwards square for his 99th run.
Holden's played a great innings here because he knows Geddes is his eyes in and he's just getting off strike. He isn't bothered. He's not bothered about hitting the boundaries. He'll just get Geddes on strike. And
we haven't seen much of that, have we? That's a reverse. That's going to beat Bin Naeem on the boundary. He's dived over a couple today.
he hasn't hit too many boundaries.
On to Francis Lonsdale, a century for Derbyshire women for 108 deliveries with 15 fours against Leicestershire women at OurCoop, 218 for 5 in the 44th over. She's it's a second century of the season, I believe. Although I'm sure I'll be corrected if that's not right. Holden clips that one into leg side. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. That was nicely placed with 3 fielders converging on that ball, and they still managed to get back for a second run.
Are there many Derbyshire female cricketers in the 100, Dave, do you know?
None.
Why do you think that is?
Because they're tier 2 and they're part-time cricketers, so I don't think they're considered. There's quite a disparity between tier 1 and tier 2 in the women's game, as I understand it. And obviously they're part-time cricketers in tier 2, amateurs effectively. Glamorgan are currently in tier 2 but are going into tier 1, and Yorkshire were in tier 2 last season, but both of those have been promised tier 1 status, so it's like the haves and have-nots really. And some of the distances that certainly Derbyshire women are asked to cover. They played a game here in the double header in the T20, and the following day they were playing Glamorgan in Cardiff as amateurs. I mean, that's a big ask, isn't it? I think. So they're still finding their levels. Derbyshire has now been brought. This genius from Greg Cork has now been brought on from the City End. Genuine genius, I think. I think we should call it genius, whether it is or whether it isn't. And there's a century for Ben Geddes. Only his second in List A cricket. 86 balls, 8 fours and 6 sixes. It's been a terrific knock from him. He's put on 144 so far with Max Holden. It's a big hug from his batting partner as Middlesex move on to 219 for 2.
Fantastic innings there. He's really picked the bad balls out. He's rotated the strike. And he's put Middlesex into a dominating position.
Certainly has. He didn't slow down in the 90s, and I can't imagine he's going to slow down any now either. The wind is just starting to get up a bit, if you look at the flag on top of the members' pavilion. So from the west, the trees are starting to move as well, which is always a sign that the wind is getting up. Appeal from behind the stumps more than anything. Looking where he is, even from this angle, it looks like he's a long way outside the line of off stump.
It's interesting that because he's hit so well, slog sweeping, just because he's on 100 now, they try and play these.
Slog reverse sweeping, of course, because that was a switch hit, wasn't it? I hadn't spotted that. Oh dear, oh dear.
He should have done that the ball before instead of trying to.
That's his 7th 6.
Reverse sweep it.
You can see why Middlesex are top of the table if they've been batting like this. It gives the bowlers plenty to go at, doesn't it?
A for effort.
If anybody,
effort.
Anybody knows why Shoaib Bashir dived for that ball, if they could send me a message, I have no idea. 11 overs to go then. Harry Kane has an arm around him from Brooke Guest, last season's one-day skipper, of course.
And this is where he needs the experienced players to get round to Kane, because he is still very junior within the captaincy system. And this is where he needs the likes of Whiteley, Rees, Jewell to get round him and give him some wise words of advice here. Because if you don't make this breakthrough, you can add another 100 runs onto the total now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll want to go at 10 and over in the last 10, won't they? Could be very entertaining for the neutral. Just dropped short of Caleb Jewell. Nice piece of fielding.
It's always difficult when it just falls in short of you and you're like, shall I get there, shan't I?
He sort of had to wait for it to arrive in the end as well, didn't he? He seemed to dive before the ball had reached him. James just looking at something through binoculars. Sure what. I've got mine, but it'll stay in the bag, I think, until I can't see something. I've got the monocular as well, that's in the bag.
You've been looking at planets?
It does look slightly weird. Still don't know who gave it to me. Straight up. Chance. Bashir takes it. No, drops it. That's not good. Should have taken it. I thought he had taken it, if I'm honest.
Looked like he had it in his hands and then his knee just jarred into the ground there and knocked him out.
They just dropped Geddes on 109.
At least he's got sunglasses on as well and a hat. Give himself the best chance.
Almost playing like a side who know they can't qualify, really. It must be difficult.
Does the county championship overlap with the Test match, Dave?
Yeah. Yeah, the first
So no Bashir then. Do you think they'll release him to play? Do you think Mickey will be on the phone to Fleming?
Well, I put the Test matches in my what's it because my calendar because they seem quite important. So the first Test starts on the 19th of August, and the Derbyshire-Durham game starts on the 20th. So they'll know whether he's playing or not, and I would imagine he'd be released for that if he wasn't playing. Second Test and Derbyshire against Middlesex both start on the same day, which is the 27th of August. They might know. England usually name their team in advance, don't they? Or they have done under Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I think I know what you're going to ask. This is a chance. Martin Anderson takes the catch on the boundary, and Geddes goes for 109.
Bashir's got a big smile on his face there.
It didn't cost them a single run. 231 for 3. What a magnificent innings, though, from Ben Geddes. 109 off 92 balls, which included 8 fours and 7 sixes. Comfortable catch in the end.
A fantastic captain's performance there with the bat. Really stood up when Middlesex needed somebody to put the foot down there and put Middlesex in a really strong position going into the last 10 overs now.
156 run though for the third wicket. That's a lot.
And I think that's what Derbyshire struggled with in both the limited formats, whether it's this one or the T20. It's just them partnerships that have really let Derbyshire down. So hopefully, going into their innings, they can really take the same blueprint that these two have just done for Middlesex. Did you see Will Jack's catch the other night in the 100?
I did, yes. I'm not sure it was out personally, but it was hailed as the greatest catch that the world has ever seen by the commentators on Sky, of course. It was Ward, wasn't it?
They like to over-egg it, these Sky commentators, don't they?
Some of them do, certainly. Oh, no names, no pack trouble.
No names, no.
But yeah, it was if it was a catch, it was a decent catch. Yeah, although I think he made a bit of a meal of it. Really, he chucked it back in too far, didn't he? And then made it into a special catch. But I'm not sure it was the best catch in the history of cricket ever. And I include the word "ever" advisedly because
that Ben Stokes one was a fantastic catch. The one where it one-handed, literally behind him as well, and Ben Stokes again in the Ashes when Stuart Broad bowled at Trent Bridge, and he took it one-handed as well. So, do you think Ben Stokes will return?
No.
Do you see him as the coach one day, England coach?
Well, he wants to be, doesn't he? I saw reports this week that he's already negotiating a contract for Major League Cricket in America, which happens at the same time as the Ashes.
Well, have you seen that Flintoff's
could be a smokescreen, of course.
Flintoff stood down, hasn't he, as England?
Has he?
Yeah, England Lion coach. I think.
Okay. Yes, I think he was the Lions coach, wasn't he? Yeah. And Dahl's back. 4 overs he's got left.
That was a big wicket for Derbyshire there.
Well, it was the right batter to get out, wasn't it? If you had to pick between the two of them, I mean, Holden is a very fine cricketer, we know, but he's 59 has come off 73.
Derbyshire can squeeze now for the next 2 or 3 overs and just keep this run rate just around 5.
Yes, they need to drag it back a touch. It's a nice shot, though. For 4. You can hear it thud into the advertising boards down below us. Fred's still listening. He can't stay away. I know it just trains, but Francis Lonsdale out for 106 off 114 balls, 15 fours. Derbyshire women with 3 overs and 5 balls to go at 236 for 6 at OurCoop. Uppingham School.
It's nice to see some of the old Derbyshire faces helping out the the women as well, and Paul Borrington and Jonathan Clare as well.
Yes, yes.
Helping out when needed.
Will Borrows enjoy being called old?
He's a young pup at heart. And obviously you've got Alex Hughes for the men as well, who's an old G that's returned as well. So
Well, he never left, really, did he? Seamlessly moved into
he's done every job here now, hasn't he?
coaching. Well, he was the analyst. I'm not sure.
Analyst, kit man.
I'm not sure if he still analyses anything. Kit man. I hope he's listening. I'm sure I'd leave him in charge of the kit. Cracknell's only faced one delivery. This is his second, and he's off the mark. Nicely. So look round there. Where they put? Oh, they've moved Bin Naeem from out there now. They've put Caleb Jewell out there instead.
Who do you think Middlesex's most dangerous bowler is?
Toby Rowland-Jones, without question, staggering. I mean, they've got some good bowlers, haven't they? But it just never seems to age. Well, a good over from Anisdal. 7 overs, 1 for 29.
There's a lot of travelling in this competition, there isn't there, Dave?
Bit too much, really. It's. I mean, yes. The only away game that I've seen actually is Nick Potts is coming back now. He's got 4 overs to go. There are 9 left. I went to New Road. Scarborough's a long way away. It's too far from everywhere, isn't it? Really.
Get a good portion of fish and chips, though, can't you?
Apparently so.
Are you a fish and chip man,
Oh
Dave?
yeah, I don't mind a fish and chips. It's just having to go to
Mushy peas, gravy.
Peas. Having to go to Yorkshire to get them is not ideal. Hampshire's a long way away. Essex obviously is a fair old track as well. But it's good because then if it was north and south, I mean, the tedium of that would just be too much. It's about time that the T20 Blast was mixed up as well, for my money. So it has the bonus of playing against occasionally different opposition. I mean, Derbyshire have played Middlesex in the One Day Cup here in recent times. Middlesex came here 2-3 years ago. Not every player wore the same kit. It was a bit of a shambles, really, but the One Day kit hadn't arrived, so some were wearing T20 kit. No, it was an absolute look. They look like the local village. They certainly don't look like the local village team anymore. The kit is smart, and the batting's been pretty decent as well.
Interesting move this is to bring Potts back on. I felt Morley was doing really well bowling from this end.
Well, he's just come back and over too early for me. If he's only got 4 left.
They've still got another 8 overs to find after this. So I would have liked to have seen Potts bowl the last few
actually,
overs.
he's come back at the right time then, hasn't he? Because he'll have 8 overs left and he can bowl 4 of them. So it does work. It's my maths that has let me down horrendously. So it's a good idea to bring Nick Potts back.
Yeah, it's superb.
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, perfect time to bring him back, really.
I like what he's done there, Harry Kane. Great decision, that. Even how young he is in his captaincy career.
He knows what he's doing. Derbyshire women have moved on to 245 for 6 in the 47th over there. Building up a potentially very good score down at Uppingham School. I've just lost another wicket. Oh, it's a run out as well, dear oh dear. straight up in the air. This will be caught by Brooke Guest and Holden goes now. This is a good little fight back by Derbyshire.
It was a great decision to bring on Nick Potts then, wasn't it?
Absolutely. 240 for 4 now. Holden goes for 65 off 77. Another simple catch.
Great little period for Derbyshire now with 2 fairly new batters at the crease. If Derbyshire can have a couple of quiet overs here, they can...
Yeah.
There's a big difference between just under 300 and 320, 330 with the way Geddes and Holden were going there. So
Middlesex would be fairly confident of still reaching 300, wouldn't they, with eight overs and 2 balls left at 240 for 4. But you're right, 2 new batters, relatively new batters. Cracknell's only faced 5 deliveries so far for his 3. This is slated to be Luke Holman, but isn't forced to be. So we'll wait and see who it is. I'm sure Jane will spot them. The Middlesex.
Well, the good thing about Middlesex, the next 2 batters, either or, are left-handed as well. So it still allows a left and right-handed partnership to continue.
No issues with time. Cut off 2:36. It's just coming up to 20 to 2. So if they can't bowl 8 overs in an hour, then we've all got issues. It's Pat Brown again, isn't it? Over there, walking around the boundary. Can you spot a Pat Brown he's walking towards the dugouts? He bowled during the interval of the previous home game, and I assume we might not see him if we're not watching the cricket, but we will see him at some point in the interval bowling again, which is good news. Had a couple of operations on his shoulder, Pat. Two more balls of the Potts over left. Holman, the new batter. Oof. Good short ball.
You never want that first ball that you're facing, that short ball. So that was really, really well bowled there, Nick. And it's another dot ball as well.
I'd never seen that before, and it's absolutely correct from Sue Redfern, though. She waited until Holman had taken guard and everything, and then told him that the previous ball was one over the shoulder for the over, because it was a short ball that Holden didn't quite connect with as he'd hoped. Now then, another dot ball. Excellent over. Excellent over from Nick Potts. 2 for 45 from 7 overs. He's now moved up to 14 wickets for the competition as well, which is a terrific effort from him in 7 games. Took 3 at Headingley, 4 against Glamorgan at Repton, 3 against Worcestershire at New Road.
Do you think about the way that he's gone? Does he put his name in the hat for potentially Player of the Season at the end of the year, or do you think Aitchison's still got that?
Aitchison would get my vote at the moment. They don't do most improved at professional clubs, do they, like they do at the under-12s, but Potts would certainly win that. I think he'll probably get a couple of games in the Championship at minimum before Zach Chappell's fit and ready, and of course Mohammed Abbas will be playing, or will be part of the Pakistan side, or part of the Pakistan squad. And of course the disappointing news that Rory Hayden won't take any further part in the One Day Cup, and he's having a scan on a back issue, which is they're not words you ever want to hear. Certainly
it's like every bowler has to have that sort of injury, which you never want to say, but and especially with his action as well. He's very rhythmical. His action is, so it was a bit of a surprise, but
well, we can't. Well, that's madness. You're allowed to stand up. The bowler's coming this way. It's the blind. Ah, it's the window. Shut your window, Jane, for goodness sake. It's Jane's window.
But they're not facing this end, so why does it matter? Or is he on about
shining in the bowler's eyes. I think it was Anush Dali was complaining. Now James
he should be looking at the wicket, not at the glass.
Oh, proving slightly tricky to close this window. Come on, Jane, sort it out. No, still hasn't sorted it out yet. Are you going to help her? Greg's going through to help her. It's the. There we go. You can see it on screen now. Jane's managed to close the window. Now, ironically, both of ours are open, but ours are in the shade, so and we're not right behind the bowler, or indeed right behind the batter. I've never known the bowler ask. I've never seen the bowler ask for a window to be closed. Anyway, we're back up and running now. That's a nice shot straight down the ground from Cracknell.
We've had good light stops play down here, haven't we?
How far away is that microphone from your mouth now? Come on. Needs to be sort of there. Come in. There. Try that. Just say something.
Hello.
Don't whisper.
Hello.
I did think it was you standing up for a moment, though, that was causing the issue. Fortunately, it wasn't. Well, I mean, we're miles away from the pitch, aren't we?
It's crazy.
Miles away from it. Seven and a half overs left. And Derbyshire have just...
Seems like it's not the easiest of pitches to come in and go from ball one, so...
Yes, yeah, well, both Geddes and Holden sort of built their innings, didn't they? I mean, Holden got close to a runner ball, and Geddes in the end was above a runner ball, but they didn't start quickly. Oof. Inside half of the bat there. So what have we got left? 7 overs and 1 ball. Dal will have 2 left. Anderson's got 3. Potts has got 3. They don't need to go back to Rees or the 2 spinners now.
Did you expect more from the 2 spinners today, Dave?
A little bit. But then again, it's a new pitch, and they had the scruffy pitch, used pitch, ready and waiting a long way to the left.
It's an interesting decision, that is, isn't it? If
once they decided on this pitch, and I don't think when they made the decision on this pitch, they knew that Ben Aitchison wouldn't be playing. It was too late to move to the scruffy pitch because of all the sight screens and all the rest of it that goes into match day. So they're not hoist by their own petard in any way at all, but they prepared 2 pitches, and the makeup of the team doesn't necessarily fit in with the pitch that they've ended up playing on. But as you say, Middlesex got a couple of spinners in there as well, so it may well not. De Cares has bowled a bit as well. It may not prove to be too costly. What can James Bond do here? Like it was spearing down leg side. There's a shy at the stumps from
nearly hit the umpire there as well.
Horrible throw. Ross Whiteley stays down on his haunches almost. He's definitely not right, is he? He's definitely
There's a
not
few
right.
that are not at 100%.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
I think Anderson's had a really impressive season as well this year. I think he's been he probably doesn't get spoken about as much because Donald probably takes the headlines in T20, but I think he's had a good all-round season.
Slight fumble there from Shoaib Bashir.
It's like a jack in a box, isn't he? You're always going to get something from him.
Well, in this competition, Martin Anderson's got a century and 2 half centuries. The big opening stand with Harry Kane up at Scarborough. Kane himself, 97 top scorer down at Essex. Set off like a house on fire. That'll be 4. That was the shot from Holman that Holden was trying to play.
I think he knew that was coming and he just gave himself a bit of room, and with the pace that Potts bowls, he just needs to deflect it off his bat, and it's 4 runs. There's no fielders behind the keeper here, so maybe a bit predictable there from Potts.
Derbyshire have had fielders behind the keeper over the years. Billy Godwin liked to backstop. Oh dear. That's a throw that missed the stumps by about 10 yards, and that was by height. I wonder if Billy's watching. If you're watching, Bill, get in touch. It'd be great to hear from Billy Godwin. I've spoken to him since he left the club. First captain of the team when I became the Derbyshire. Come on, dear. It's gone for 5 wides. That's not going to help at all. It's Middlesex past 250, go on to 256. 4. Yeah, Billy Godwin was captain when I first started covering Derbyshire. Although he didn't play in the first game.
Who was your first game?
Down at Bristol against Gloucestershire in the county championship. Dreadful draw. Luke Fletcher played on loan from Nottinghamshire. A very flat pitch at Bristol. And didn't take a wicket. This is somebody who's one of the best county cricketers of recent times. Didn't take a single wicket.
One of the nicest as well. Always got a smile on his face.
Man. Yeah, absolutely.
Always got a smile on his face, Luke Fletcher.
Still there.
Horrific injury. Do you remember when the ball got hit back at him as well?
Right. Yeah, in the T20.
Luckily, it was all good.
Yeah.
James Pipe sprinted on as quick as possible to go and help him.
Was Pipey the physio at Notts then?
Believe so.
Yeah. Pipey was the physio here when I first started. Yeah. I can't remember him going to Notts. You're absolutely right, I'm sure. And then he packed this, that's right. And he packed it in at Notts and became a sort of freelance physio for franchises, didn't he? That's right. I'm not sure Pipey would have sprinted anywhere, would he? Necessarily. He's got his little room over there, the right-hand side of the members' pavilion as we look.
And a good player himself as well. A good keeper batter.
Long time before my time, of course.
He's a character.
He's quite an older gentleman. Oh, television's going to go off. Are we still there? Yep, we certainly are. 2:58 for 4, 6 overs to go. Anish Dal is back. He's got 2 overs left. Potter's got 2. Anderson's got 3. Bashir's got 4. Morley's got 2, and Rees has 3.
Have you been watching much of the 100?
Not a lot, no.
Just the catches?
Only if nothing else is on. The other night I watched York against Lee in Super League in preference to the 100. I'm pleased to say. I'll try and watch Nye if he's batting. I mean, clearly I've thought about going because there are so many spare seats. There'd be room for me, wouldn't there?
I'm sure you've got some contacts to get you through the gates, Dave.
Yeah. I think I'd rather watch a game of one-day cup cricket. The Derbyshire women have finished on 271 for 8 in their 50 overs at Uppingham School. Century for Frances Lonsdale, her second of the season. Going through for a quick single here, and He held on to the ball there, Yusuf bin Naeem, because a throw at the non-striker's end could have gone all the way to the boundary. They were a little slow to back that one up.
Sometimes you just got to hold it and accept that they're going to get to the other end as well, because there's so many different things that can happen. Deflection for 4, or they get back for 2 as well. So
yeah, there's no point in giving extra runs away, is it, at this late stage in innings? 2:59 for 4.
But they brought this back nicely, Derbyshire have, after the big partnership between Geddes and Holden. They're trying to squeeze as much as possible now.
They lost 2 wickets in the last 6 overs, but they still picked up 30 runs in that time. Cracknell ran a single there, but unfortunately Holman didn't. He went halfway down the track and came back again. Did Cracknell. They won all but one of their matches in the group stages, Middlesex. That's nicely placed. Oh, fine piece of fielding from Lewis Rees. I thought for all money that was going to go to the boundary, and he put the dive in.
Fantastic stop there, and I think it bobbled as well. So he predicted that really well. Stop 4. Just them little 1%ers make a big difference.
I'll say. Oh dear. That'd be 6. It's got them scattering in the seat unique stand at the far end of the ground. Got to the pitch of the ball essentially and played it on the half volley, didn't he? And just smashed it down the ground. I think the gentleman under the umbrella has got nothing to do with that ball, chaps. That's where it was, much further up the stand.
Do you get any prizes for catching the ball here
not
here at Derbyshire?
There
are some around the world where there's some big prizes, aren't they? Well, there used to be where you...
The SA20, they sound big prizes, but when you look at the exchange rate, it's about £2.50, I think.
Unlimited KFC.
Yeah, we'll wipe your credit card clean to the value of £4.
The IPL, that's where you want to be catching them.
I'm not sure. Did they give anything away in the IPL? I'm not sure. I don't watch the IPL.
See these big cars on the side, but I think that's probably for man of the matches or something like that.
Yeah. And Big Bash, they give away buckets of chicken, don't they? Or boxes of chicken, or... I can't see it. I can't imagine there's any chicken in those boxes. I think they're empty boxes, but... I don't know for certain, so I probably shouldn't say it. The ball has been lost underneath the seat unique stand at the far end of the ground. 266 for 4 with 5 overs and 1 ball remaining. Has Rees come out with the ball? He's got to get back over the fence. Oh, he has. Excellent. Well, he's come out with a ball.
A tennis ball, that's probably what they need.
Well, of course, this is the ball. I didn't see them do the with 16 overs to go. They select which of the 2 balls they want and then use that for the rest. I don't see if that makes any difference whatsoever.
I always think, what happens to all the balls at the end of the season, all the spare balls? Where do you reckon they go?
I think they just use them in practice, don't they? Or they go underneath the seat unique stand at the far end of the ground with the rest of them. What's Dell's response to being hit for 6 going to be? You'd be happy with just a single 9 off the over, though. 267 for 4 with 5 to go.
Still think in that situation, you've got to be stopping the one, even in the inner circle. I know he's just been hit for 6, but your best balls, you need to try and stop them taking the single. Yes, it's difficult to defend, but give yourself the best chance.
I said they wouldn't use either of the spinners again. Jack Morley's back. With 5 to go. See, Nick Potts has got 2. Course end. That's the one. Let's go on with the microphone in there. She's got a box of Turkish Delight as well, Jane. She can keep that for my money. I'm not a fan. You don't like Turkish Delight?
No.
No, I've
not at all.
Never liked it. It's like eating perfumed jelly. What's that all about?
What's your favourite sweet?
We've got down to local radio to like favourite biscuit, favourite sweet. I've normally got a sweet tooth. Okay, curly whirly.
You go steady with that.
267 for 4. Good start from Morley. 8 overs, 1 for 50. His figures. 10 wickets in the competition. Joins Ben Aitchison on that number. Make that 11. As it's caught by Nick Potts.
Another great change there,
Out in
bringing
the
on
deep.
Morley.
Who knew? I refuse to question anything anymore because whatever I've said, the opposite's happened and Morley picks up his second wicket. Middlesex 267 for 4, in danger of not really making, 267 for 5, I beg your pardon, not really making as many runs as we thought they might at one point.
And I think as well, look, if Derbyshire win this, Middlesex will say the how close the wickets were between Geddes and Holden. They were probably too close to each other, and
Yep.
Holden probably needed to still be here.
Well, they put on 156, didn't they, for the third wicket? Geddes went, and 9 runs later, Holden goes. And that, it just felt at that point, and since that point, yes, we've had a couple of sixes, but since that point, it has slowed down a bit. The run rate is now below 6 again.
And sometimes,
see the replay of that catch. Well, almost see the replay of that catch.
and sometimes as well, when you've got two batters that are going the way that they're going in Holden and Geddes, the batters have to probably think, oh, this is a really easy wicket to come in and start hitting through the line of the ball. But I don't think there's been a batter that's come out the blocks quickly on this pitch as well. So,
And Derbyshire have to take that into consideration when they come to reply. If they go out and try and blaze from ball one, and I don't think Cayman Anderson will. It's the ones who come after them, Jewell and Bin Naeem and Guest, Rees and Dull, and Ross Whiteley, of course, of the major batters. It is not difficult to start. It's not easy to start on. So,
and that was their issue in the T20. They got so close, but they needed to take a leaf out the opposition's book about how they went to go and put together a total.
it's interesting, isn't it? Because teams have plans, of course, but you still have to be flexible within those plans. And if you don't have that flexibility, then you can come a cropper. Jewell had just been put in that exact spot. Now he's swapping over with Harry Kane.
Jewell's got a big role to play, hasn't he, for the remaining county championship games?
Absolutely.
To give Derbyshire the best possible chance of putting the name in the hat.
Yeah. Showed some nice form with that 84 that he got against Glamorgan at Repton. Looked in pretty good nick for his first bat in the competition after 3 games off. Ross Whiteley's on the boundary, look. That's at Cow Corner. It's a long on and long off. Martin Anderson, which makes perfect sense, and Shoaib Bashir. There's a chap over there underneath the scoreboard. I think he's carrying a couple of beers. He's got one of the old style one-day cup shirts on. I like that shirt, you know, with the 3 stripes, sort of diagonal stripes on it. The trouble is they had diagonal stripes down the back of one leg, and it looked like the players all had their trousers rolled up. 4 overs to go, 269 for 5.
12th man duties now, running on this helmet, running off the helmet.
Yeah, well, He's just popping it over the boundary's edge here. And
It's a long way for the 12th man to run all the way around here.
he couldn't put it any further away, could
No.
he? Guest wants somebody to come and collect it. And
Why do you think Guest didn't retain captaincy over Kame?
don't know. Unusually, it's a good question. I think because Kame had captained the championship side in the first couple of matches, he was sort of the de facto vice captain, if you like. I don't think they've actually named a vice captain as such. So it sort of makes sense. He captained the seconds a lot, didn't he, in his early Derbyshire career? And I think Guest's got enough on his plate, really, keeping wicket and batting. I think it's a bit like, I'm not sure whether an Aaron Donald should do all three.
Do you think it's the right move for him to be captain?
I think Harry Kane's a decent enough captain. When you look around, Wayne Madsen, captain of the championship side, a lot of teams have gone away from having the championship captaining in all formats. I think, again, that's an awful lot to ask of a captain. Who else is guaranteed their place in the side? You've got to be guaranteed your place in the side, of course. I mean, Brooke Guest, beyond question, is guaranteed his place in the side. But Harry Kane certainly is. He's a very good season on the quiet.
And do you think it was the right choice for Donald to be T20 captain as well? Do you think it affected his performance?
Well, it didn't appear to, no, but I still think it's an awful lot to ask of the man who's supposed to go in at the top of the order and blaze away, a bit like that, from Zafar Gohar, and smashes the ball down the ground for six as Nick pops.
Them people have been absolutely peppered, haven't they? They just wanted to have a nice day in the sun, and at the moment they're getting balls left, right and centre being hit at them.
Well, the good news is I think somebody's managed to find this one. Yeah. Young lady with a red hat on has found that. So he's supposed to go in at the top of the order and blaze away. He's also keeping wicket only for a short spell. I mean, I don't think he's keeping wicket for the Trent Rockets, is he? In fact, I know he isn't. He hasn't when I've been watching them. Nor is he captain in the side, of course. It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot on one person's
And even
plate.
though people think it's 20 overs, 20 overs is intense.
Oh.
There's so much that you need to think about.
No, I couldn't agree more. The phalanx is back. They're pushing a man out on the point boundary and bringing the third man up to the edge of the circle here. Long on and long off back. Not that it would have made any difference.
The plan's going to be trying to bowl as close to that blue line as possible.
Caleb Jewell is throwing in his two penneth as well. 276 for 5. 22 balls to go, and he tries to heave this. Well, he does heave it into the leg side. Bashir looked like he had the yips there. He couldn't let go of the ball. As he was trying to throw it in.
That horrible word that no cricketer wants to hear.
I don't think he has got them.
What do you think to Bashir's bowling today, Dave? Would you like a bit more from him?
I think he'd be disappointed. 6 overs for 46. He was struck for a few sixes, wasn't he? I thought he started really well. Some nice flight. But again, oh, that'll be a wide.
Which bowler stood out for you then?
Just going to say Bashir hasn't played since the first game of the competition, so it's a long time, and I know it's quite a short competition, but it's a long time between matches to go around the country and carry drinks. He may well be used to that, who knows. Today, Dal bowled nicely. It's good to see Lewis Rees back in the bowling and not limping. There's 4 more. This time Cracknell takes the score into the 280s, 282 for 5. They don't want to See these last, 20 deliveries go for too many.
I think if they can keep them below 310,
they should do that
good
at
effort.
at the current rate. They should do that. If they could stop them from getting 300, that would be magnificent. Put some questions in the minds of the opposition, or try to. That'll be 4.
It's a batter's game, this is, I tell you. Absolutely batter's game. He hasn't missed his mark too much, but it's a great shot there from Cracknell. Just opened the face and just used all the pace there. That I think Potts probably double bluffed him there because he just moved Bashir up to short third.
But he bowled it exactly where you said he should bowl it, on the edge of the blue line. And it's been a little expensive in picking up his 2 wickets here, Nick Potts. 2 for 75 now as it comes to the end of his 9th over. Make that 2 for 76 for the single. So 287 for 5 with 18 balls to go. Cracknell on a runner ball slightly better than a runner ball 20. Zafar Gohar striking at 200 for a very small sample size. Toby Rowland-Jones will be padded up and ready, I'm sure, but will probably not want to come in. Who knows, he might want to come in and face 3 or 4 balls and swing the bat with impunity.
Great to see Theo Brown, the 12th man on, running on the helmet for Guest.
Looks like he's running through treacle at the moment. Come on, Theo. He learns quickly, though, because he's just gone and stood behind where Brooke Guest is rather than going all the way back to the dugouts, which are a long way away, so he can run on and collect the helmet. At the end of this Jack Morley over, his 10th and final over. If he can go at just a runner ball. Martin Anderson warming up. He's bowled 7 overs for 31 and bowled nicely, actually.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things.
Thought he went for a lot more, Anderson, but he's been pretty metronomical.
They are playing at Darlington after the rain. Place in the entire country where it's raining, I think. Durham 100 for 4. 38 overs aside there, coming to the end of the 16th over. Worcestershire 231 for 4 after 44 overs and 2 balls at Sophia Gardens. The other game in Group B. Nicely stopped by Morley, diving to his left there. Hampshire 286 for 3 in the 43rd over against Sussex at Hove. Middlesex 289 for 5. 15 balls left. If he gives that, he gives that. It's Sue Redford. If she gives that, I'm sure it never crossed her mind to give it because it was going so far down leg side.
A good over here from Jack Morley as well.
So far.
2 big balls now here for him.
The first one of those 2 big balls has gone for 4. Greg, you'll never learn.
If we can have a dot ball here, then it will be a fantastic over.
Get ready to catch this one somewhere out in the deep. .293 for 5. No, don't appeal for that. Dot ball to finish with. It was a good over nonetheless from Jack Morley. There are 2 overs left. 293 for 5. Morley finishes his 10 overs with 2 for 58.
Who are bowling these last 2 for you?
Well, Martin Anderson's going to bowl 1. I'd be surprised if he didn't. He's removed his...
Looks like everyone's limping out there at the moment.
Yeah. Well,
maybe it's the heat, I don't know.
Martin Anderson has got some heavy strapping on one of his knees. I can never remember which one it is, but of course he warms up in shorts and the knee is heavily bandaged or strapped up. So he'll bowl this one. I imagine Nick Potts will bowl the last. Unless they bring Dal back, and I have to watch which one of the two of them is going to be warming up here. Ross Whiteley is at long off for about the first time today. He's in the position that you would expect to see him. Anderson will just have a practice run. Seemed happy enough, dries his hands in the dust.
Former Middlesex player as well, isn't he, himself?
Yeah, they'll know him well. One game on loan a few years ago before he became a permanent Derbyshire member. Zafar Gohar on strike. He's lifted this for 6.
That's probably exactly where Gohar wanted him to bowl there, with short, fine leg and square leg in the ring there. All he needed to do is just use Anderson's pace, even though Anderson's not the quickest. Just needed the pace.
Do you want to keep them down below 310 now? They might get to that 320, 330 even.
And there is a big difference between 300 and 320, psychologically as well.
Absolutely. Now then, is this a chance? No. It's 6 more. Oh, it's 4. It looked like it had cleared the rope from my vantage point. Turn off the first 2 balls. He's always going away from Ross Whiteley.
He's going with the wind as well.
Yeah.
And a golf shot as well. Nice little fade, sorry.
Is that a fade?
Yeah.
I'm not a golfer. I'll watch it occasionally, but
You're surely a fan of the Ryder Cup.
well, I'll watch it. I can't get too excited about it, really.
That doesn't sound like you, Dave.
International sport, you see. No, not a big fan of international sport. I think it's a bit jingoistic for my liking. Through for a bye.
Never nice as a keeper, that, when it just bounces a couple of yards in front.
Stick the body in the way.
You're just hoping it's coming nowhere near your face.
Yeah.
They're getting a new outfield soon, is that right, Derbyshire?
This winter. Yeah. Very exciting. It's a catch for Ross Whiteley here. Takes it comfortably. Zafar Gohar goes for 20 off 9. Little bit of late damage from Zafar, but a comfortable catch for Ross Whiteley over on the long off boundary. 305 for 6 now.
Do you think this will be an above par score for Middlesex?
Well, there is not a huge amount of evidence, or call it what you want, but the game between Derbyshire and Durham, Derbyshire limped really to 256 for 9 and were beaten by 5 wickets fairly comfortably. The only other game that's been played here was the game against Sussex when Derbyshire made 325 for 7. So they know they can get to 325, but that was batting first, and then they bowled Sussex out for 137. Sussex were a little light. 1 or 2 injuries. We didn't see Finn Hudson-Prentice, sadly, which was a bit of a blow. Always good to see Finn, but he wasn't here. Crocombe bowled nicely. They had 1 or 2. Toby Rowland-Jones is the new batter. He is padded up and he is going to come out for the remaining 7 deliveries, as you would expect. Anderson's first wicket.
You never want that as a bowler coming in the last couple of overs when you've got to quickly run off, take your pads off.
He'll have half an hour. I mean, it's not as if it's a 10-minute turnaround like T20, is it? He has got half an hour. I think it should be 45 minutes personally. Gives everybody a break.
Is that more for us?
No, it's entirely for us. 7 balls to go then. And a swing and a miss from Roland Jones. So 305 for 6 at the end of the over with 6 balls to go. Surely to goodness they can keep them below 320. Who is going to bowl the final over? Nick Potts is going to bowl the final over. It's a low 5 from Anuj Dal, who was possibly the only other contender. Anderson finishes with 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 44. Dal finishes with 9 overs, 1 for 42. Bashir, 6 overs for 46. Morley, 10 overs, 2 for 58. And Reese, 7 overs for 35. We'll give you Potts' figures when they are complete after 6 more balls, but he's already gone for 76, which is an awful lot of runs in 9 overs. So he's going at 7 and over. Nearly 8 and over. And
I think with the pace that he bowls, he's not express, but he's too quick for the keeper to stand up as well.
Yeah.
So is that in between
there's
pace
a run every ball, isn't there? Even to the keeper, you would have thought. I think that's exactly what Cracknell's saying to Roland Jones.
And nowadays, the modern batter, they're used to quick bowlers now, so it's difficult for somebody like Potts.
His run-up's about 32 yards. Firm swing of the bat. And that goes all the way. Oh, hang on, for 4. Sue Redfern thought it might have been 6 to begin with. Decides it bounced just inside the rope. I didn't quite catch it. Away to our left.
And here's the token conversation with the captain and bowler now. I think they should have been having that before the start of the over.
Yes, that would have made more sense. Yes.
Like why are they changing the field now? That they should have already had these plans in place. But a lot easier for us to say up here.
Longoff's coming back, if he wasn't already back. There'll be a long on as well, I imagine, the way to our right. That's wide. What he can't do is bowl too short because the uppercut is an automatic boundary, 4 or 6.
And also as well, Cracknell's been playing that little dabble over short, fine leg as well, the little ramp, which is just like second nature to modern batters nowadays.
It's crazy, isn't it? The game's changed. Wide, that barely hit the cut strip. Potts is just struggling here in his final over. He's now gone for 82 runs in his 9 overs and 1 ball. So he's the leading wicket taker in the competition for Derbyshire with 14. He needs to calm his heart rate down a touch here. Stick 5 in the block hole and walk off. He looked for the Yorker there. They're coming back for 2 and it's not picked up cleanly by Bin Naim and they get back comfortably. Field is so well spread that the ball is rolled back to him by Brooke Guest. That'll be more runs and it'll be a boundary and it might go all the way. No.
It's not really the ball you should be bowling here with short, fine leg and square leg in the ring as well. Top edge and it's 4 or 6 here. He needs to be bowling to his field, so he needs to be bowling wide Yorkers or a wide slower ball.
Well, he tried the wide Yorkers, 2 balls on the spin and bowled wide, didn't he? So he's obviously struggling with that. So do you give him protection? A deep backward square leg and bring someone up?
Look, I understand it's not easy bowling this at this stage of the game, but give yourself the best chance here.
be wide.
At least he's got the right plans in place. His execution isn't there, but at least he's got the right plans and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Still 3 balls to go. Straight back over his head. 1 bounce. Kept in play. That looked like a 4 to me. I'm not sure if his feet were inside the boundary when he pushed it back. But anyway, Derbyshire's prevented a boundary. 320 for 6.
You're supporting Derbyshire here, Dave.
Well, I'm just supporting cricket, really. Well, nobody's going to get that one. That is huge. Out into the leg side. An enormous 6 from Cracknell, who's played a really good hand here late on. 43 off 20. 326 for 6 with 1 ball to go. Derbyshire are going to have to score more runs than they scored against Sussex now if they're to win this game and prevent Middlesex from marching on into the knockout stages if they haven't already booked their place in there, which I think they might have done. And you can see why. Just a single off the last ball. 327 for 6 then. 44 to Joe Cracknell. A really good knock at the end there off 31 deliveries. Toby Rowland-Jones, in a partnership of 22, faced 1 ball. Didn't score off it either. So 22 off the last 7 balls of the innings is an awful lot. 327 seems like quite a lot of runs as well. Nick Potts finishes mercifully. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 98. That's an awful lot of runs to concede in 10 overs. So the 50 overs are done. Don't forget that Derbyshire's women are defending 273 against Leicestershire women in the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2 match. Leicestershire have just begun their chase of 273 after 2 deliveries. They are 2 without loss earlier on. A very fine century from Francis Lonsdale. I assume it was a fine century. 106 off 114 balls with 15 fours helped Derbyshire to reach 272 for 8. We'll have more news on that and the Derbyshire response to 327 for 6 when we return after this break in around about half an hour's time.
We have a large range of food and drink available at the OurCoop County Ground, including sweets.
Welcome back to the OurCoop County Ground here in Derby for Derbyshire's innings in this one-day cup match after Middlesex made 327 for 6 in their 50 overs. Feels like quite a lot of runs, that. So let's concentrate for a moment on Derbyshire women, who made 272 for 8 and already have Leicestershire women 47 for 3 in their reply. Tennecoon with a couple of wickets there, both bowled. Excellent work from the Derbyshire women. That might be our consolation today, who knows? We'll soon find out. Because we're about to see Toby Rowland-Jones. Required rate 2.66, 328 the target, which is more runs than have been scored on this ground this season. And Harry came on strike. And they're up and about. And the Middlesex players. Greg Cork alongside me.
Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, listeners.
Viewers today.
Viewers.
Yeah, viewers. Put all those listeners behind us. We haven't.
Derbyshire need to have a good start here in the power play. A captain's performance. Batted very well in Scarborough, Harry Kane did.
The pair of them put on 140, which is a record first wicket stand for Derbyshire against Yorkshire in List A cricket, which was bypassed by the Sports Extra commentators who didn't bother looking it up.
Well, if they can replicate that, it will put Derbyshire in a real strong position.
Certainly would.
But they've got the experience. Rowland-Jones running in at them.
2 slips in place, as did Derbyshire in the early stages. They'll soon disappear, one would hope.
The wind as well, helping Rowland-Jones take the ball away from both right-handers here, so he's got everything going for him. With the 2 slips waiting for that outside edge.
Indeed. I think the first over was pretty tight though, wasn't it? From, might even have been his maiden. Nick Potts. 2 for 98 off 10 overs, and one of them was a maiden. Now has 14 wickets for the campaign. These two are the 2 leading scorers for Derbyshire, unsurprisingly. Harry Kane's had enough. 4 runs using his feet to Toby Rowland-Jones.
A nice positive start there, really setting the tone. Captain coming out, all guns blazing.
Risk-free to a large degree, that shot, wasn't it? I think. I mean, there's me saying it's risk-free. I wouldn't have the first idea, but it felt risk-free. It was all along the ground. Once it had beaten, Luke Holman was always going to go to the boundary. That's nicely placed. So what had started as a very good over ends up with 6 coming from it, just what Derbyshire need in their pursuit of 328. Long way to go, of course. But up with the run rate. It's great to see all the ex-players out on the pitch having their annual team photo during the interval. Way to our left, in front of the players' pavilion. We were trying to work out what the criteria was, but we couldn't find one in the end. Some past players just were happy just to have a sandwich and a plate of pasta. That's all you need, isn't it, in life, really?
Reminiscing about the good old days.
Indeed. I had to go out and see somebody, so you got away with it lightly. Here we go then. Navia Sharma. Lot of talk about him. Ooh, almost chops on. I've just remembered. He's got the hyper-extending joints, hasn't he? I remember now.
Double jointed, is that what they call them?
I think so, yeah. I think it's what when I was a kid, if you could bend your thumb back and it touched your wrist, you were
Or you just broken your arm and it's sticking in the different direction. Always helps.
It was I think it's hyperextension, something along those lines anyway.
Gives you that 5 mile an hour.
It whips, doesn't it? It gives you that whip.
Yeah.
And of course he'll go to England and they'll change his bowling action and he'll break his back. But well, presumably if his joints are sort of springy, less chance of him breaking his back. He wants something, I think. The umpire's waving across to the ground staff. I think they want some sawdust or something. Because it's obviously very damp out there, having not rained since 1972. But whatever it is they want, I have no idea. But James moved away with the walkie-talkie, which has helped us enormously as far as the interference is concerned. Perhaps we should get it to go to the back of the box every time.
Nice start for Kame here. Rotating the strike and hit the boundary off Roland Jones to set the tone at the top of the order. So just need to be watchful. Build a good platform. Set it up for the back 10-15 overs.
Martin Anderson hasn't faced enough deliveries. He's only faced one so far to charge down the pitch, but he will do at some point. I've got absolutely no doubt. It's one of the great joys in life covering Derbyshire is to go to a ground or welcome a visiting broadcaster and see Martin Anderson charge down the pitch, and they all get very excited. That's why he does that all the time. It was a tactic that Wayne Madsen used at Lords when he got his century, decided that he would charge Toby Roland Jones. It was very on Wayne Madsen-like, and I did ask him about it after the innings, and he said, no, that was a definite plan. They don't want any run-outs, of course. Griffstat, we've got a Griffstat alert here. Oh dear, it's huge. Middlesex have recorded their highest list A total against Derbyshire, overtaking their previous highest, which was here in 1996 of 278 for 4, so it's quite a big difference. Ben Geddes is the first Middlesex one-day 100 against Derbyshire at Derby since Mark Ramprakash in 1996.
Not bad shoulders to...
No, quite. There he goes, look, on the march. That's a good first over from Sharma. Just 2 from it, 8 without loss after 2. It's the first one-day 100 for Middlesex against Derbyshire anywhere since Paul Sterling made 109 at Chesterfield in 2011. And Derbyshire will need to break a record to win. Their previous highest successful one-day run chase is 317 for 9. That's against anybody. That was against Somerset at Taunton in 2024, a game in which Anuj Dal made a century.
Records are there to be broken, aren't they?
I believe so, but I'm
Absolutely.
never quite sure about that. But I'll just take a screenshot of that just in case it all comes to fruition. Harry Moore was out in the middle as well at Taunton on that day to get Derbyshire over the line. Roland Jones to continue from the racecourse end here at Derby. Ooh, yeah, that looked close. That looked close, and Roland Jones strikes in the 3rd over. Kame goes for 7, and Derbyshire are 8 for 1. It looked a good shout.
Absolutely. Derbyshire there did not need that early wicket at all. Kame's normally the rock that can guide them to a pretty decent total, but that's your typical Roland Jones, isn't it? Nagging line and length, swinging the ball away, and it looked like that just held its line slightly. Kane playing all round that, pretty adjacent.
He looked out from here, and we're not directly in line. I was going to say he's taking a while to get off the pitch, but of course he will do because it's 200 yards back to the pavilion. It's Caleb Jewell comes out to join. Or Caleb, as Sports Secretary were calling him on Friday, but I think he prefers Caleb, as that is his name. So the Australian left-hander comes out to join Martin Anderson. Leicestershire women lose a 4th wicket. They're 52 for 4, chasing 278, 3 wickets now for Tennakoon, whose figures 5 overs, 3 for 16. Excellent work. And Derbyshire women are handily placed at Uppingham School. Derbyshire's men are struggling a touch here. 8 for 1 in pursuit of 328. Only another 320 to win. And Caleb Jewell, in only his 3rd innings of the competition, started with an 84 against Glamorgan, made 20 off 25 against Sussex and 30 off 41 against Yorkshire. And he went outside round the back of the media centre here briefly during the lunch break. Met a couple of people who've been sitting over on the seat unique stand at the far end of the ground and said that one of those sixes, a lady just bowed her head forward slightly as the ball was coming towards her, and it just went over her back. They said how warm it was out there. There's quite a pleasant breeze out the back. They were going in search of shade for the second half of the innings, although judging by the face of my pal, I'm afraid he might need more than shade later on this evening. I've seen tomatoes less red.
It's not for the faint-hearted out there, is it? You need to get yourself in a bit of shade, keep your eye on the ball.
Well, he said, a bit of E45 when I get home. I'm thinking, it's not the attitude really, is it? The damage has been done. Although Stephen didn't learn a lesson on the media team here yesterday. He was out and about. But he was also wearing sunglasses. So he looks a bit like Kung Fu Panda. Stephen. He cheered everybody up for a few minutes. I'm sure he'll be all right, but let that be a lesson to all you youngsters out there. Get the cream on. And if you don't, you've only got yourselves to blame.
A good start here from Roland Jones.
Too good, really. But we expected it, didn't we? I mean, he's a high.
He's the leader of their sort of bowling attack as well.
Absolutely.
He'll lead from the front.
Well, a little quiz question for you here. Will I find it? Firstly, how old is he?
$37.
Oh, good effort. 38. And how many list A wickets has he taken? He's played 93 matches. He averages 27 runs a wicket. He's got an economy rate over that.
How many matches, sorry?
93 matches. He's only bowled in 92 of them, though. He's got an economy rate over that entire career of just over 5, which is remarkable.
I would say 200.
No, it's not as good as you thought, actually. 136 wickets at 27. He's got 645 first-class wickets, which is ludicrous. Here's Sharma. But yeah, it's list A, 136. He's got 74 T20 wickets at 24 with an economy rate of 8, which is good. But in list A cricket, 4 times he's taken 4 wickets in innings. He's never taken a 5 for though. I wonder if he'll do that today.
It's rare nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah.
50 over stuff to get five wickets, and usually it's probably a spinner that normally gets it for you. So
That was Jack Morley this season for Derbyshire. And he'd never got a 5-wicket haul in any form of white ball cricket. I mean, you're less likely to in 4 overs, of course. Martin Anderson with his 6 wickets at Leicestershire was very much an outlier. And the T20 Blast was just an inspired spell of bowling, which included one sensational catch, which would have matched the one we saw in the 100 the other day, off his own bowling, and one that was slightly more routine, but still tricky.
made it look very easy, didn't he? Very easy.
Side edge again.
Just seems like it's not coming on as well, and that's what we said throughout the Middlesex innings. Difficult to get started,
Yeah,
but you've got to
get yourself in
and reap the rewards back end, like Holden and Geddes.
Just in the fronts of the Middlesex shirts. I mean, these are things of beauty, by the way. This kit. But as the quarters meet, they go into little blocks of. It's absolutely brilliant. It's the best shirt I've seen this season, I think. And I'm not really a shirt man. I certainly can't wear one at my age. You should never wear replica shirts. They're not made for people of my body shape. I did manage to find a 4XL oversized T-shirt the other day, which I was very pleased about in Asda, and I should be unveiling that at some point in the closing stages of the season. I'm sure everybody's delighted to hear. It's a very comfortable item of clothing.
Is it?
Oh.
You need stuff like that in this sort of weather.
It could
Nothing too tight.
Absolutely. Well, no, I'm not really one for the skin tight top, but this could revolutionise my entire wardrobe if I can find some more.
Different colours every day.
But it's quite thick material as well, which you don't necessarily want. But you know, if the temperature's in the sort of low 20s, I think it'd be ideal. Or a trip down south where we've got to go still. It's got to Bristol, still got to go to Worcester and Northampton. So 3 good trips coming up for...
Where's your favourite ground to commentate?
I'm sure I've had this question from you before.
Different format now, different format. I can ask it. We've got different listeners now. We got our T20 listeners, 50 overs.
Do you think?
And we've got our purists in the red ball.
I don't think you can't go too far wrong with Derby, but an away ground, as Caleb Jewell gets off the mark at the 8th time of asking, and he might pick up 4 here. It's being chased and chased and chased, and it's well kept in by Luke Holman. They come back for 3.
Don't think the fans were happy up there. I think they saw differently.
Yeah, well, perhaps that's just giving back one of the runs or the 2 runs that were or weren't saved.
And I think the umpire there is having a...
below us. This will be... he has given 4 now. Now, that's interesting because they didn't change their minds earlier on. 4 has been given, so Jewell gets off the mark with a boundary. He'd only been given 2 on the scoreboard anyway. So they'll have to come back down to 0, and Derbyshire will be 14 for 1. Lords is just slightly too high, but the view is brilliant because you're looking straight at the pavilion, and it's just magnificent. And at the end of every day's play, you get to go up the steps of the pavilion to go and do the interviews. So I feel very privileged to walk through the long room and up the stairs to the away changing rooms. That's
did they have your portrait on?
It's always special.
On one of the walls,
just next to Viv's. Just next to Viv's.
And Sachin.
Well, the portrait of Viv Richards is one that you see as you turn right, and it is probably about 8 foot by 8 foot, and it's just his head. It's an incredible piece of work. And there are plenty of others. Michael's picture is in there, of course. Michael Holding. His painting is in the long room as well. This is nice to see. So Lords is always a delight.
Roland Jones is not happy that Anderson is walking at him here.
Well, he should be used to it. Although, I'm not sure that he did it at the very start of his Derbyshire career, so he perhaps didn't do it when he was at Middlesex.
But I don't see what the issue is here. He can advance, but Roland Jones seems to think that he's walking on the pitch, but they've already batted. So,
yes,
so
and it would be better for the bowlers, wouldn't it? Oh, trapped on the crease. That's why he walks.
Always has a word to say, I believe, Mr. Roland Jones does at the batter.
I bet he's really quiet and nice off the pitch, though. They always are, aren't they?
White line fever.
Yeah, they always are. I haven't been in the new broadcast box at Wantage Road in Northampton yet. I haven't been there, but I believe the box has increased in size, which is good news, because when you get me and Andrew Radd in the same very small confined space, it's a bit awkward. Two gentlemen of a certain type. Although Andrew is considerably younger than I am. See, the view at New Road's not great because of where you are, but that's the view of the cricket. But the view itself, stunning.
I always find it amazing
the cathedral in the background.
What the conditions like throughout the winter and it getting flooded and how quickly it can change.
Well, we walked out on the outfield, so it was early on in this competition, wasn't it? Game 2 of the One Day Cup was our first trip to Worcestershire this season. And you have to compliment the ground staff because the outfield is immaculate.
It must be sand-based, I'm guessing, the outfield.
Yeah, but it floods every year, doesn't it? And sometimes twice a winter it'll flood. They're still talking about moving, but that would cost an awful lot of money to build a cricket ground from scratch. Nicely forced away by George, just for a single though. See, I like Grace Road. It's very minimalist. But I've always liked going to Grace Road. The stairs up to the commentary box do me every time, but I'm just watching cricket. I mean, at first-class grounds in pretty good facilities all round, really. And we got Durham.
And I think this is what Derbyshire are missing, a senior bowler, somebody can sort of lead the attack that Roland Jones does for Middlesex.
Which is what Aitchison's been doing, really, isn't it? And they clearly missed Ben Aitchison today. I mean, he very rarely misses in either T20, first class, or the One Day Cup. In fact, he's played in every single one of the... and if you look at his figures, 3 for 31 in 10, 2 for 40 in 10, 1 for 67 in 10 against Essex on a small ground, 2 for 56 in 9, 6 overs for 25, and then against Yorkshire, 3 for 41 in 10. So he's going at about 4.5 and over throughout the course of the entire One Day Cup, which is very impressive when he's also picking up 10 wickets. And you take that out, and there isn't a direct replacement. It's tricky, isn't it? And you're asking lesser bowlers is not the right phrase, but less experienced bowlers or spinners to take up the slack, and it's tricky. Well, there's Caleb Jewell at his beautiful best, leaning back and lifting that out to backward point for 4.
Just using the pace of Sharma there, as you said, leaning back, and it just flies.
One thing we sadly won't see today because he's not here is with Birmingham is the inside-out drive from Matthew Montgomery, which is a thing of beauty. One of his favourite shots. And
it's a shame that he can't get released.
We played it against Sussex. He was released for that game. But I suppose it's difficult for the player as well, isn't it? Yes, he wants to play some cricket, but you don't want to be away from the group just in case. You could be the next cab off the rank, and if you're not there in training or whatever, I'm not even sure if Birmingham are playing. Oh, Mick spin on. Talking about replica shirts. Oh, hang on, he sent me a photograph of her. Yes, that shirt, Mick, with the 3 stripes down the front was one that we spotted away to our right before. I did like that kit. Oof, just about clears the fielder. Inside the circle at square leg does Caleb Jewell, but his heart would have been in his mouth momentarily.
Just seems like he gets a lot of bounce, Sharma does. Just jumps on both batters here.
See, there's more of an explanation, and he sent it to 2 different email addresses, and this one's got the actual email on it as well as the attachment. So we mentioned the replica shirts for people with our body shape. Yeah, I'm afraid so, Mick. I think we mentioned this one earlier, which we did. I also like this shirt, but the 3 stripes emphasise underneath his bat. Emphasise what you might call a beer belly. I would definitely call it that. On me, Mick, not on anybody else. He says he's enjoying the comms. Too tired to attend after Scurry. Yep, hope you're well, Mick. Good to hear from you. People can get in touch with us in the usual way. I'm not sure I'm allowed to read out what the usual ways are, but those who usually get in touch can get in touch with us in the usual way. Whatever that is. 21 for 1.
Just seems like he's forcing it a little bit here. Hit a boundary early on in the over, but he just seems like he's trying to play that shot every single ball at the moment. And it's difficult, even for an international batter like Jewell here. He's just got to realise that he can't win the game in the first power play. He's got to be there. He's probably their rock, because you've got Yusuf after, you've got Guest obviously off the back of a decent 100, but you need to build a partnership like Holden and Geddes did.
Good York for that. I'm just watching, I think it's Luke Holman who's at, what would have been at cover, end of the over, 22 for 1. He's just removing some debris from his spikes. He picked up one of the plastic discs that form the 30-yard circle. It is Luke Holman. And he was scuffing the bottom of his shoes, getting all the bits off it with a disc.
Different ways to skin a cat, isn't there?
Oh, I've never seen that before.
I don't think the ground staff would be happy with that.
Well, he's moved it in slightly, so it's more of a 29 yards, 2 feet 11 inches disc now, but it's close enough. Ed's just sent me a message with, this would be not quite your era. You'd have been on the staff, I would have thought, when that was one of the shirts, would you?
No, I think that was a couple of years before my time.
Was it?
Was that when they were the Derbyshire Phantoms?
Yes, it's got Rogers on the back. You weren't here then? You were? No, okay.
I'm not that old, Dave.
Oh, but you are. 31, did you say? Yeah. Just slightly less than half my age. Oh. He was on the march. Was Martin Anderson.
I think he's taken that from Donald's gameplay. Charging the bowler. Seemed like that just kept a little bit low there, that ball. Did Anderson all ends up?
Yeah, the only problem with charging Tubby Rowland Jones is that you really want to be hitting the ball, don't you? And he didn't hit it. Wow, Derbyshire women, well, it's theirs to lose now. Leicestershire 64 for 5, chasing 273. They need 6 runs and over from here on in, but when you've lost 5 wickets, that's a big ask. So fingers crossed they can bring that one home.
Can enjoy the Sunday evenings a bit quicker, can't they, if they can get that one over the line?
Flying to all, not flying, driving to all parts of the country. Anderson picks up just his 4th run. He's faced 15 deliveries now. The Derbyshire opener, taking it steady. Run rate required has gone up to 7, which is nothing to worry about at this early stage.
I just needed that big partnership. It's the partnership that's going to set up the game for Derbyshire.
Inside edge, not the first inside edge we've seen. The first probably from Caleb Jewell, but...
And I don't think it will be the last on this sort of pitch.
No.
It's not as true as you think, especially even with it being a pretty new wicket, or a new wicket.
It's not as straightforward as you might expect.
Looks like the ice cream fans had a pretty quiet day today.
Yeah. I've not seen anybody go to it when I've looked across.
The wind's still there though, isn't it? From right to left as we look out.
There's virtually none at the start of the day's play, but it's picked up as the day has gone on, and that flag is billowing quite violently now on the flagpole to the left of the members' pavilion on the far side, just above where the camera operatives are working. The good news is that most people are in shorts.
You're a short man. You wear. I'm guessing you wear shorts throughout the winter as well, don't you?
No, not really. No. It's been quite unusual. I don't usually wear shorts to football, but I'm hoping that the first few weeks of this season we'll be able to do that. It was warm yesterday afternoon at the Pirelli Stadium. I won't have the legs to get for 4. Nathan Fernandez with the fielding.
Look like a tidy little batter at the top of the order. Left-hander.
Griffiths, if you want to see who all the past players were, I don't think he's named them all. He's named a fair few. 6 of the NatWest Trophy winning side and 7 Test cricketers included in the past players. Point for each. Oh no, I'll tell you who they were. I didn't realise Wrighty was here. John Wright's here. Tim Munton, Paul Taylor, David Steele, Bob Taylor, Harold Rhodes, who I knew was here, and Jeff Miller here as well. He has got everybody's name. Oh, well done, Griff. You can go through a few of them. Not if it's like that, though. Come on, let's just sort it out. Peter Gibbs is here. He's gone on to a very good career in script writing for TV. In the air for a while. John Owen, Liam Wharton, Kevin Dean's here, of course he is. Tim Munson, Paul Aldred, Bernie Mayer, Ian Anderson, John Wright, Steve Goldsmith, Andy Brown, Kevin Brooks, Paul Taylor, Adrian Rollins is here, Jeff Smith, Alan McClellan, John Lister and Carl Cricken. Saw Crick up at Old Trafford earlier this season in the T20. He was doing some drills with the Lancashire boys. Steve Oldham, Peter Gibbs, who I've mentioned, Tony Borrington, Bob Windsor. Colin Tunnicliffe, David Steele is here, which is good to hear. Bob Taylor, Harold Rhodes, Bob Swindle, Alan Hill is here, Bud's here. Harry Cartwright, Jeff Miller and Keith Mowen all here, and all looking in very fine fettle on the picture that has been posted on social media by David Griffin, if you want to see some of the heroes from yesteryear.
Some fine cricketers there.
I'll say.
Do you reckon they'll be able to chase down that score?
Well, probably not. A sharp single is taken. There was a shot at the stumps, but it missed, and Anderson was home.
Be interested to see how many of them actually played white ball cricket. I'm guessing not.
Yes. Certainly, no. Yes, no.
You're not running between the wickets, are you, again?
I'm struggling here. Of course, when they played List A cricket, they played in whites with a red ball, a lot of them, didn't they? When it first started in, 1962 or 63, the Gillette Cup. 65 overs a side, with a lunch interval, a break between innings, and a tea interval. That's how they formatted it back then. He's taken on the short ball, got 4 for it, Martin Anderson there. It's the first time Sharma's dropped short, really. And he's hammered away for a boundary. Anderson into double figures. He's on 10, Jewel has 15, 34 for 1. But you hear stories about, obviously, the Sunday League, which was 40 overs a side. And if you made 160, you were banging the game. Bang in the game. 4 and over. That was a lot of runs, and especially when you got if you've got 5 overs to get 25, then you'd virtually lost the game. It's like a different world.
It's crazy to see how quickly it's evolved, even when I was playing, and how quickly it's evolved now. It's just how hard the batters hit it. Just how quickly it's evolved. It's staggering.
Greg's got a question for you. Greg Watts, regular contributor. I'll paraphrase Greg, if you don't mind, as we're working on the club stream. He's enjoying the commentary, and he says no mention of Goose. Goose will be watching, and we wish Goose well. He's had a difficult couple of days. Question for Greg: does he think there is such a thing in a team as a collective winning mentality? All too often, Derbyshire just need that little extra to win games, and don't quite make. I'm paraphrasing here. Don't quite make it. They get in great positions and then don't win, which is something I asked Mickey Arthur for the radio at the end of the T20, because they were so close in so many games. I mean, 4 runs, 5 runs, 2 ties, a couple of wickets at Yorkshire. All games they were in and largely in charge of. The collective winning mentality, it sort of goes both ways. I always think in all sports, and obviously I cover a lot of football as well, you can get into a losing run in the same way that you can get into, so momentum takes you on a winning run, and whatever the opposite of momentum is, if you start losing, then it's very difficult to get out of that cycle, isn't it?
Yeah. You've hit the nail on the head. It's a great question, and it's a question that probably all Derbyshire fans are wanting answers to. Now, is there a right answer? I'm unsure. I think the biggest thing is momentum. You've got to have momentum on your side, but you've got to believe. It seems like a lot of the time you can see from the commentators' box, or even if you're a fan, you can see whether the guys believe that they can win. And this season's been so frustrating, probably the most frustrating season that I've seen, because they've got so close, but as the head coach has always paraphrased, they're in the game for 95% of the time, but that 5% is the 5% that is a reason why they lose the game. So it's very difficult, but it's got to come within, And you've got to invest. You've got to believe that you're going to win. And if you're not, then you're going to get found out pretty quickly. And I think this is why Derbyshire fans have been frustrated for such a long period of time.
Even though those of us who aren't actually fans, but just watching as not entirely impartial observers, but certainly observers of the game. just get so frustrated. Somebody sent me a message after the Scarborough game saying, "Oh, so close." And I just responded, "You mean today or this season?" Because this season of all seasons, Derbyshire have been very, very close. Starting in the first county championship match against Worcestershire. Well, I was going to say nicely fielded. It sort of hit Zaffago. Prevented anything more than a single off the final ball of the over. So 9 gone, 35 for 116 to Jewel, 10 to Anderson, and the partnership, as you can see on the screen now, we're 27 after Harry Kane was dismissed leg before wicket by Toby Rowland-Jones for 7 with the score on 8. That game against Worcestershire enforced the follow-on, and I can't remember how many wickets they picked up in the second innings, 7, 8, and just couldn't get the last 2 wickets and were held up by the lad who went to Worcestershire. No, not the keeper, the bowler, Matthew Waite, is he at
From
Worcestershire?
Yorkshire, yeah.
He went there from Yorkshire, and batted out of his skin, batted beautifully. I'd take nothing away from him, but Derbyshire couldn't get over the line. Then they went up to Old Trafford and should have got over the line, but lost. And the next 2 matches they lost, I think, almost directly as a result of the defeat at Old Trafford, which was definitely in the back of their minds.
I think it's just the fear of failure.
Yeah, but the good thing is
well.
that they turned that round, because they won 2 in a row before the break for the T20 and the game at Chesterfield as well. Yes, they lost at Durham, and lots of teams will lose to Durham this season in the remaining 6 matches as well. So if they can certainly avoid defeat against Durham here in the first game back in the Championship, that'll stand them in very good stead.
But it seems like that mindset also went into their T20 game as well. And that tournament seems like they were so close, and it showed with their positive net run rate, and they were second from bottom.
Yeah.
And it's just them moments where they need their key players to stand up, and other than Donald, I don't think any of them did themselves any justice.
It's a nice shot from Caleb Jewell, a 1 bounce 4 up to the seat unique stand at the far end of the ground. He moves on to 20. New bowler, incidentally, Hugh Cornwell, who exceptionally disappointingly is not related to the lead singer of the Stranglers.
Or the West Indian cricketer, Rakeem.
Yeah, no, I'd be more excited if he was related to the lead singer of the Stranglers, I have to say. That was prime Stranglers, of course. Hugh Cornwell, the lead singer. I ought to have double-checked. I'm fairly sure he's not related to him, because that question has been posed before when he's played against Derbyshire. It's not a massively common name, no. Martin Anderson already feeling the heat out there, removes his helmet and mops his brow. 2 of Middlesex's substitute fielders down below us, carrying drinks and that kind of thing around the boundary's edge. Oh, that's a really good piece of work from Zafar Gohar.
It's frustrating. It was a fantastic stop, but they still took the one, and you just think, oh, should have just let that go down to third man.
Yes, yeah, when they would have just taken a single. Leicestershire women have moved on to 90 for 5, chasing 272 to win. They need 183 off 30 overs. Grayson and Chisel are currently batting. Lonsdale, who made a century earlier, was added to that with a catch. So She'll be player of the match, surely. She'll tell us all about it when she joins us for the Durham game, I'm sure. Just try stopping her. End of the power play, 40 for 1. Derbyshire in the power play made 46 for 1. No, Middlesex made 46 for 1, obviously. Well, it's a good job I've made a note of that, because I just made an absolute horlicks of explaining it.
They just need to rotate the strike now. Left and right hand will make it difficult for any experienced bowler to keep their line as accurate as possible. But if they can keep on rotating a strike, fielders will get tired, moving around every ball, slowly building that partnership up. They should get themselves in a good position.
What sort of poses the question that Yusuf bin Naim is slated to come in next, then Brooke Guest, then Lewis Rees, who's the other left-hander, apart from Ross Whiteley, of course, but of the batters who aren't going to go out there and just blaze it to all parts necessarily. You wonder if Jewel gets out, do you send Rees in? And if Anderson gets out, of course, if neither of them get out, that would be ideal. If Anderson gets out, do you send bin Naim in? Plenty of time to build an innings. Again, using his feet.
Bit of a misfield there at backward point by Goar.
He wasn't happy, was he?
Always look at the turf when you're misfielding.
Well, I would
Or
here.
never look at the bowler.
Yeah,
Never look at the bowler.
No. Especially not when it's Toby Rowland Jones. Or Rolo, as he's clearly known to his teammates. Could bowl a substantial spell here. Leave the back end for some of the younger members of the Middlesex bowling attack. Try and use this white ball while it's still relatively hard. A ball at each end means this ball is only in its 6th over.
And I'm guessing once the opening bowlers and first chain bowlers have done their job, then they'll just try and get this ball as soft as possible for the spinners to make it difficult for the batters.
That's a nice shot from Caleb Jewell. Onto it quickly, behind square on the leg side.
You'd expect an Australian to be able to play the short ball quite well.
Yes. It must be fairly straightforward to soften a ball at the moment, given how hard the grounds are. Both professional cricket and club cricket.
I think the umpires keep a close eye on that, very much so.
Roland Jones unhappy that Jewell managed to keep that last ball of his 6th over out. 1 for 21, his figures 48 for 1 after 11. Derbyshire requiring a further 280 to win, as their target is 328.
It's been getting quite feisty in the 100.
I did see the end of that game. It was the London teams, wasn't it? The 2 London teams, yeah. They weren't happy with Tom Curran.
Tom Curran and Adam Milne and Liam Livingstone.
Who may or may not have a reputation. But there was a lot of
I think there was another game as well.
Finger pointing, wasn't there?
Yeah. Team that Sam Billings plays for, and Gleeson, I think they had a word, but
They're at Trent, aren't they? I think those two.
I'd play
Trent Rockets.
Billings plays for Trent Rockets,
Yeah.
and Gleeson plays for another team.
Oh right. Oh okay.
So he got him out, and obviously celebrated, which every bowler is in the right to.
4 more. It's time to Martin Anderson. As he moves on to 17, and the Derbyshire 50's up 52 for 1. Well, part of the criticism this year has been the lack of identity and the fact that 4 teams have changed their names and all this kind of thing. And I don't agree much with the commentators on the 100. I think they're slightly cheerleaderish, but They do need an identity, and I think the players can help bring that identity out by actually caring.
I think it's difficult as well when you've got these unbelievable cricketers that just travel around the world and they're playing for all these different clubs and franchise. Always difficult, isn't it, to be truly passionate about
It would be wrong
the 7 or 8 teams that they play
for
for.
them to kiss the badge, wouldn't it? Which is half the problem that they're talking about. Making money, of course, and trying to bring back the Champions League, but Jewel, what a shot that is, by the way, for 6 out to deep backward square leg. That is a glorious shot, short from Cornwell, and given the treatment, came back a long way off the off the groundsman's fence as well.
Picked that up nicely off his hips there. Most left-handers are pretty strong with that sort of shot.
Raced on to 32. But part of the problem with that Champions League is you'd have to pick which of the many Champions teams you played for to represent. I think that was an issue the first time it came around, 10, 15 years ago. And there are even more franchise leagues now than there were then.
Well, seems like the IPL owners are slowly owning the other clubs.
Yeah.
In all of the other leagues, so it seems like they're trying to monopolise the.
I'll tell you how long ago it was. I heard something on the radio about it the other day, and 2 of the teams that took part in the Champions League T20, as Anderson picks up another single, were New South Wales and Hampshire. Well, that's not happening anymore, is it?
No.
That is not happening anymore. There'll be a big bash side. There'll be a 100 side.
Well, they did that with the Stanford T. Was it not the Stanford T20? Was that the one you're on about where they all went to the Caribbean?
No, this was before that, but Stanford did indeed put £1 million up, didn't he? Didn't actually have the money, but he put £1 million up. There was some money in a suitcase.
Fantastic documentary that was.
Yes. He won't be seeing much T20 cricket live anytime soon, will he?
If anything, we'll be tuning into you and I, Flash, I tell you.
Do they get...
It's when they had the black bats as well, do you remember?
Yeah. I'm not sure they get YouTube in that particular establishment.
No.
Helicopters and all sorts. I mean, everybody was duped, weren't they? Everybody fell for it.
Too good to be true.
If something looks too good to be true, it probably is. Roland Jones is going to bowl a 7th over. I thought he might have a lengthy spell. I'm fairly sure that's how he's been going.
Probably the sort of bowler where he just wants to bowl one spell all the way through. Some bowlers struggle to come back as well, and especially somebody is...
At 38. If you go and stand for 40 overs in the outfield after you've bowled 6 and come back and bowl 4, you might have stiffened up a touch.
And especially in this heat as well, standing out there for 50 overs, it absolutely drains you.
I do hope he stays out there and fields, though, if he bowls 10 on the spin. I'm sure he will.
I'm guessing they're just trying to see him out now and attack from the other end. He's going to be their most dangerous bowler.
Yeah, you can't take liberties, can you? A man of his experience. And neither of these two really have. Yet. The funny thing about Wayne Madson's century, where he did use his feet a lot to Toby Roland Jones, is that at the other end you had Ben Aitchison, who didn't use his feet and was playing classical drives and pulls, and it was the wrong way round. That innings of Aitchison's was one of the most astonishing things I think I've ever seen. To get a maiden first-class century at Lord's is most cricketers' dream. And to add 5 wickets in an innings and almost get 10 in the match is fairly impressive. Which is why I think he will get the player of the season, as we were talking about in the first innings.
And I think he deserves it as well. He was very injury prone the season before, wasn't he? He had,
For 2 or 3 seasons, in terrible trouble with injuries.
it's always difficult for a bowler to come back, but he's done really well, and he's got his body in good shape, and he's reaped the rewards with the ball, and he's proved himself that he shouldn't be a night watchman again.
Something you might be able to relate to, but I asked him about his action. It seemed a little bit different, and all as he said was he no longer feels like he's having to fight his way to the crease. It is quite smooth again now, as it was.
Well, it looks like he shortened his run-up from when he first started at Derbyshire, and sometimes you don't need a long run-up to get the ball down there.
Well, they did mess about with it a touch. I mean, he was magnificent in 2000 when he made his debut for Derbyshire. Remember the game at Trent Bridge, which he first really caught the eye. Those of us who talk amongst the away press corps, I said, hang on a minute, we've got one here. And then, of course, back injury, ankle injury, another back injury.
Because I don't think he came through the traditional way through a...
Well, he was at Lancashire.
Yeah.
But he never played a first-team game.
But I don't know, was he contracted at Lancashire?
I think so. I wouldn't swear to it, but I think so. Four more to Martin Anderson, who moves into the 20s. His partnership now worth 58. He had his fan club at Repton, which was brilliant. There was some
all the way from Formby.
Yes, obviously some of his mates. And every time he came on to bowl, or every time he touched the ball in the field, they were up and at it. It was great fun.
Played for Lancashire under-19s before winning a short-term contract with Derbyshire during the COVID season. So
Okay, so he wasn't contracted to Lancashire. That ChatGPT?
Wikipedia, wiki. And never looked back.
Well,
And has never looked back.
never looked back other than the injuries, when he had some very dark days.
I think every sports player goes through them dark days, don't they? It's just about how they bounce back.
I did ask the inevitable and obvious question if he ever thought that he might not play again, and the answer was yes. As he made his way back from the third bad injury that he had. Not playing in this game, but it's good to see Ben Aitchison back and fulfilling that potential.
Yeah, there's a handful of players that just get injured and just think, can't keep on doing this, or...
Nice stop at cover by Josh Takers. Was it John Turner? He retired this week, didn't he? 25 years of age. I mean, he was talked about as the next big thing, wasn't he? Rapid. But if the body can't hold up...
Did he play for England in the white ball stuff?
I think he might have done, you know. He was certainly on the periphery, wasn't he? That'll be wide. Down leg side from Cornwell. Yeah, I think you might be right. But when you see a professional athlete having to retire at the age of 25 because their body just can't cope with the demands of the game, he's had a much longer career, of course, but Mark Wood, how many times can you keep coming back? You have to admire their persistence, but...
It's just all about the long-term damage that it has on your body. There's only so many injections you can have before you do some serious damage. But you don't want to give up something that you've done for so long, so it's always a fine line.
You've sort of got to weigh up whether you want to be holding your grandchildren on the couch and not being able to move or get up or even have a little kickabout with them or whatever. Or a bowl at them, which would Perhaps have been a better turn of phrase.
Yeah,
Time
especially as if you keep on getting injured as well, and your teammates are on the pitch enjoying themselves, and you're stuck in a small S&C room doing the same old exercises time after time. That being a professional cricketer is such a privilege and a wonderful lifestyle to have, but you don't realise the dark days that you have that people don't see behind closed doors, and the doubts and the questions, and am I good enough, and am I ever going to be fit? So 99% of the time, being a professional cricketer is a wonderful thing to do and have done, but that 1% in the back of your mind.
Absolutely. An 8th over for Roland Jones. Looks like he is going to bowl right through. They're going through for a quick single here. Shy of the stumps, misses. Sapa Gohar in the middle of the action, almost constantly at the moment. Leicestershire women have now lost a 6th wicket. 104 for 6. 169 runs required now from 27 overs. Derbyshire's women well on top. Partnership now of 64 between these two. Make that 65.
Even though you don't think Anderson is taking the game away, he just accumulates runs quietly. Just builds and builds and builds from one end, and just goes about his business and knows his role now.
It's difficult if you've got 2 dashers. If you've got one at each end, then there's almost a wicket waiting to happen, isn't there? Where this doesn't feel... Oh, God, I shouldn't have said that. This doesn't feel like it. Anderson, inches away from being run out there. Boy, was I holding my breath.
He said in, so he's all right. He said in.
Especially when I got a tap on the arm. 74 for 1. They've taken 2 really quick singles in this over. They're trying to put Roland Jones off his line, I think, which is not an easy thing to do, given the experience of the man. But they're rotating the strike nicely at the moment. Long may that continue. He has 2 balls left in his 8th over. He's only gone for 26 runs. He's also picked up the only wicket to fall so far. That's why he's being treated with the respect that he is from these two. There is now a queue forming at the ice cream van, I'm delighted to say. They haven't wasted their time coming today. I never for a minute thought they had, but it is warming up. Even in an air-conditioned commentary box, it is warming up.
Brooks looks like he's just loosening up now. I'm guessing he will be replacing Roland Jones after he finishes his spell of 10. Was surprised that he left Warwickshire to go to Middlesex. Looked like he was going to be the stalwart at Warwickshire.
Inside edge.
Brother plays at Worcestershire as well.
Yeah. Ethan. End of the 8th. Toby Roland Jones over, 1 for 26, without wishing to sound like a weather forecaster. You think it's warm today? Just wait till Wednesday and Thursday. Oh dear, back into the 30s.
Right up your street, that is, Fletch, isn't it?
Far too hot. I'm in the office on Wednesday.
I think I'd love to see what the office attendance is in the UK when it's above 30.
Yeah, some of us have to go. Otherwise we don't get paid. Understandably. Henry Brooks on. So he wasn't waiting for the end of Toby Roland Jones. He's replacing Noah Cornwell, whose 3 overs went for 26. Navya Sharma bowled 4 overs for 20. The required rate has hovered around 7 pretty much since the first couple of overs, which is in the modern game is nothing. You take 7 off the last over to win. Like I know. I imagine they'll take 7 off the last over to win.
And this is the position that we talk about with Derbyshire. Get yourself in a good position. They're slowly getting themselves in a good position, but sustain that good position. Don't just throw it away now.
No, quite.
No need for any run-outs, any high-risk shots. Just play proper shots. There's gaps there. Rotate the strike. Bring that required run rate down.
I think I've got something in the back of my mind about Henry Brooks. There's a slightly risky shot down to deep backward square leg, bounced in between the two fielders down there. You happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Good.
Shortest part of the ground.
2023, he was on loan here at Derbyshire. That's not helping me at all. But his first class best bowling was 6 for 20, and I'm fairly sure that was against, no, it was for Derbyshire on his debut on loan. Because they were the best figures for a player on Derbyshire debut.
/ loan.
Still debut.
Yeah.
But he was only on loan. I'll have to double check that as we move through this over. Tell you what we haven't had, I just heard a noise that sounded a bit like it. We haven't had no ball today, have we?
This ball.
Had a few wides, but no balls. So if I look up Henry Brooks. Why is he asking me to sign in again? Quite timed that one, Martin Anderson. For Derbyshire, yeah, 6 for 20. Only played, no, that won't tell me how many games he played. He took 9 for 150 for Derbyshire. He averaged 16.6, which is decent. And played just 2 games for them, so I think I'm right. I usually am, Greg, as you know.
You don't need a laptop, Dave.
Well,
A fountain of knowledge.
yeah.
I think if Caleb can get a good score under his belt, he can take this momentum into the championship,
Well,
which
that's gonna
Derbyshire
be
and
the key, isn't it?
Derbyshire
Yeah.
fans are needing.
Yeah, I think that's why he came back. He came back because he said he wanted he wasn't contracted to play in the competition, but wanted to help a team that was just struggling a bit. Having lost their first 3 matches, they won the first game back. That was at Repton, his first game back. Zafar Gohar is coming on from the racecourse end.
This is going to be a challenge now for the Derbyshire players. International bowler, moved from Gloucester to Middlesex. Ball spinning away for Anderson, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays him.
Every team needs a left-arm spinner, apparently.
Who said that?
Well, Mickey Arthur believes it. He loves a left-arm spinner.
Well, it seems like most successful franchise teams now either have a left-arm quick seamer, a left-arm spinner, spinning it both ways.
Yes. It makes sense though, doesn't it? Different angle and all the rest of it. Posing different questions to the batters. That's not going to spin if he bowls Yorker length, of course. So Martin Anderson will be quite pleased. We've got a sighter of the pace of the ball. Has that carried? Oh, he's been given. It's a good low catch, and Martin Anderson goes for 28. I'm not sure if it carried or not, but umpire Sue Redfern was sure about that. Martin Anderson turns and walks back to the pavilion, and a second wicket falls. Anderson goes for 28 in Derbyshire, 82 for 2.
Did all the hard work at the top of the order. Bowlers change, taking a big wicket that is now. Really exposes that middle order.
Well, it's not Yusuf bin Naim, it's Brooke Guest coming in next. (28 off 39 balls for Martin Anderson with 3 fours in there.
And I think that's the right decision to bring on Guest with the form that he's in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You sort of got to look after Yusuf bin Naim a little bit. Young man making his way in the game. Does have a future. Can he fulfill the promise? Stuart sent me an email. Excuse me. Hang on. Email almost made me choke. Well, I pretty much agree with you, Stuart, but you'll understand that. I probably oughtn't to read that out on the stream. It's to do with the 100. I'll be back to my belligerent best in a week or so's time. For how long? Heaven only knows, but we'll do what we can. So 82 for 2. Brooke Guest joining Caleb Jewell out in the middle. The partnership there for the second wicket worth 74. Zafar Gohar a wicket with his second ball. Be disappointed, Martin Anderson, as you said, Greg, to have done all that hard work and to be undone so early by Zafar.
But this is what the Middlesex captain wanted. Change a bowler, early breakthrough. And especially somebody like Gohar as well, getting into his work early, taking that wicket.
Full of confidence now. We're thinking he's going to get a wicket every ball he bowls. Reaching for that one a little bit. Caleb Jewell.
Just doing the bat test, putting the little...
It's happened a couple of times in this game, I've noticed. It sort of went out of fashion for a while, but... there's no moisture to make the bats expand at the moment, is there? Which can happen by all accounts. End of the over. Really good one. Just one run from it and the wicket of Martin Anderson. What I feared was going to happen appears to have happened. Middlesex have brought on a 12th man with no number on his back. which basically means I've got no way of identifying him. So I'm going to nip next door because Kevin Hand is there, and he'll be able to tell me who he is.
You got it.
Yeah. Never any doubt. 18-year-old Ryan Nelson. Got a half century against Yorkshire. But they still haven't printed him a shirt. Harsh. I knew Kevin would know. Knows everything about Middlesex. What he doesn't know isn't worth knowing. Looks like he's sending me a message now. That's the last thing anybody wants. Nicely played by Caleb Jewell. Timed it well, off the back foot, out towards wide long off, and he gets 2 for it though.
Nice shot off the back foot there, through extra cover. Don't know whether the outfield seems like it's slowed down a little bit there, or maybe it's just the sound effects of the the bat.
That was the area. Remember in the first innings, you called it spongy, or it appeared spongy, the way the ball landed on it and didn't go anywhere from a shot that sounded beautiful off the bat. Young Ryan Nelson is fielding at mid-on.
Nice to see these youngsters getting the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Trying to make a name for themselves in the game.
Well, we're all trying to do that.
Some older than others.
Absolutely. Nicely tucked into the leg side. Oh, and the fielder slips out there. That looks slightly awkward. I can't imagine that it's particularly damp. It was that Nathan Fernandez who lost his footing there. Could have been unpleasant, but
sometimes being a batter, how you arrange your spikes. Some people like to have half and half. So the front half of your shoe has got spikes, and the back half are flat.
Right.
So it could be that him being an opening batter, he's got all of his spikes in the front half of his shoe, and his weight's on the back, and he's got no spikes there. So that's why he could have fallen on his derriere.
Nicely put.
And there you go.
But do they not have fielding boots as well as batting boots? Are these wealthy county cricketers? 2 pairs of boots, surely, to goodness.
You'll have bowling shoes, bowling spikes, but usually an opening batter wouldn't really have a fielding spikes and batting spikes, but you never know.
He might change his mind after falling over there. There's the danger man, Zafar Gohar. Second over. Towards the black-gloved Brooke Guest. Not sure about them. I did tell him earlier, I wasn't sure about them either. Only because if you're wearing black gloves, the umpire gets a very good view of the white ball hitting the black gloves. Whereas if you're wearing white gloves, might make it a little trickier when they attempt a shot like that.
Derbyshire need Jewell to bat all the way through now. He's going to be the glue between all the other batters that come in, but he needs to stay there for Derbyshire to try and reach this record-breaking total.
Middlesex had been 75 for 2, and that's when Holden and Geddes came together. When Fernandez was dismissed for 29, Anderson dismissed for 28. There are some similarities between the two innings at the moment, and the similarity has to continue with a big stand here. Keeper very excited by that. Joe Cracknell played a beautiful little innings towards the end at 44 off 31 as Middlesex reached 327 for 6 in there. 50 overs. The required rate's up to 7.5 now. The good news is that the two Kevins have got themselves coffees, so we're all right. They could apparently hear our commentary through the effects mic in the first innings, but they can't hear it anymore, which will be a disappointment to Sports Extra listeners, I would have thought. Oof. Again, reaching for it. Behind on DLS, which I just noticed for the first time. Should be on around about 120 at this point. They're on 91 for 2, Derbyshire. Nicely placed. And they will get back for a second.
Ran well there, but
Yeah.
I think as well with this partnership, they've got to run the first run hard. Caleb Giles, 50 coming off 61 balls there, so it's a good start for him.
61 balls and can take 5 balls and 1 6.
Thank you, Jane.
He just needs to keep his head down now, hit the bad balls and rotate.
Didn't hear that in the background. 5 4s and 1 6. Caleb Jewell on his way to 50. Zaffa's second over goes for 5. 1 for 6, his figures.
Better intent between the wickets there. They should know, having fielded on this pitch, on this outfield, how bobbly it can be.
You put a bit of pressure on the fielder. Yeah.
Slightest of misfields, you go. But they need to do that every single time. I know it's mid to late 20s out there, but they should be used to it.
My phone suggests it's 27 degrees. I think it might be warmer in parts. That one's on the stumps, and
Looks like it kept low a little bit there as well.
Ethan Brooks has a word with Caleb Jewell as he walks the single past him. Understandably so.
Who's left to bowl for Middlesex, Dave?
No idea.
The leg spinner in.
Holman.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice shot, but he's only going to get 1 for it. .232 to win from here in 30 overs and 3 balls. Just keep picking up those runs. Can't afford to lose too many wickets at this point. That's nicely done.
A nice quick single there. Bowler will absolutely despise that, especially with it being left and right hand. Having to change the line, having to change the length as well.
That's what the Middlesex batters did to Derbyshire, isn't it?
Is there anyone coming back from injury that will be available for the red ball stuff, Dave?
Don't think
You've got
so.
Intel behind the scenes.
No, I think Zach Chappell, I think they were talking about at least 2 games into the last 6 before we'd see him again. Of course, he hasn't played for a long, long time. Oh, bowled him. Brooks gets through the defences of Brooke Guest. There's not going to be a big partnership between these two. They put on just 15 And Derbyshire are 97 for 3 now. Middlesex about to turn the screw, you would have thought.
Looks like that was a very good ball there, just hitting the top of off. Beat Brooke Gessie on the outside. I don't know whether he tried to guide that down to third man after what he just did after he got out. Just tried to play the same shot.
The unusual occurrence of a Brook being bowled by a Brooks.
Commentators love that, don't they? Some little nuance.
Just a lot of old nonsense. Next in, another left-hander, Lewis Rees. That looks like to me. Yeah, it's Lou. Did he make it? Made 19 off 22 at Scarborough in his first innings back.
Who do you reckon follows? Who do you reckon's in next? Dahl or?
I think Bin Naeem next.
Yusuf?
I think Bin Naeem next, then Dahl. Ross won't want to come in with 20 overs to go, will he? I mean, that's too many overs. Then it's Potts, and then Bashir and Morley battling it out for the number 11 spot. Middlesex definitely on top here. After one ball shy of 20 overs of the Derbyshire innings, 97 for 3. Difficult with them already being out of the tournament. Can't qualify due to not the fact that they've lost too many games, essentially, but the fact that Durham and Worcestershire have to play each other. And that would take them a result. Well, either way, takes them beyond what Derbyshire can reach, and a rain-off takes them both away. Opening batter by trade, of course, Rees, who just defends the first ball he faces from Henry Brooks. Good over, though, from Brooks. 1 for 16 from 3, 97 for 3 after 20.
A good comeback there, because his first over he got hit for a couple of boundaries. So good comeback, good breakthrough there. Hitting the top of off stump, every fast bowler's dream. And Middlesex have got Derbyshire exactly where they want them to be.
Bless him, young Ryan Nelson had just got into position there, and Toby Rowland-Jones toddles back onto the field of play, so the youngster has to leave the field to be replaced by a man more than twice his age in Toby Rowland-Jones, who's been off for a quick rub down, I imagine.
He's missed most of the action, though, being off the pitch, so...
I can't believe he's gone off and had an ice bath, though.
What are your thoughts on ice baths, Dave?
Well, I would never have one. Largely because I don't do anything to warrant it, but I can't imagine anything worse, really.
This modern science, eh?
Yeah, I'm not sure I believe it. More like witchcraft.
You'll be down the pub, wouldn't you, after a hard game of cricket?
Well, there was some good cricket played in those days, but yes, I know what you're saying. That tends not to happen anymore. Understandably, I think. Two left-handers, Rees and Caleb Jewell. Could have gone with the right-left, but I've chosen not to. He's a long way outside off stump, surely. Isn't he?
It was just a compulsory. You've got, I won't say it's the pads, you've got to appeal, haven't you? It's just
No.
one of them box ticks.
Well, here's one for you then. I'll start asking the questions. So here's the replay. Couldn't have hit him further outside the line if he.
He's batting on off stump there, so anything
Yeah.
outside of his
Which he often,
eye line,
which he often does.
Yeah. And batters do that when the ball's spinning quite a lot.
Double misfield by Cornwall down below us, but they'd already pretty much decided one run was all they were going to get. So the finger clicking incident in the northeast, I don't necessarily want your opinion on that.
It's got a lot of airtime, that, hasn't it?
I'll say.
It's got a lot of airtime.
We've discussed it at length at various points over the last week or so. Shy of the stumps misses. Is that worse than appealing non-stop for leg before wicket when you know the umpire is an out umpire? So he likes to give them out. He's ready to fire them off. In club cricket, yep, that's out. I've got a bus to catch at 5:30. Off you go, son. Is it worse? Because it's both. It's both dishonest, aren't they? They're both dishonest. If you're appealing, like for that appeal there, so far outside off stump that it's clearly not out. Everybody in the ground would have known that. But he still puts the full-throated appeal in.
But within the rules, you can appeal, even though it's not morally right.
That's a good answer. I like that.
You're allowed to appeal.
Yeah.
League umpires get paid a lot of money now, so you're allowed.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they shouldn't be.
Well, no, you can't say that because otherwise they might all rally against you.
Absolutely. But I think it's in the rules too.
There's nothing in the rules to specifically stop you clicking your fingers, though, is there? That's the bizarre thing about that whole incident and the way that
I can't believe it's got picked up. To be fair, there must be some person out there that hasn't got.
Somebody's had an inkling, haven't they? And they've thought, right, well, we're going with this now. The bloke who did it has been absolutely vilified.
Talk Sport and everybody are talking about it at the moment.
I'm not sure the
people are calling him out, saying he should be banned for life.
Yeah, it seems a bit harsh, doesn't it?
No, it's not right what he's done, but
no, it's a tricky one. And hopefully, it will get resolved in due course, and there will be a satisfactory outcome.
well, it's like in football when they're taking photos of Southampton training.
But that is specifically banned, isn't it, now? It became banned after Bielsa and Derby County. You're not allowed to spy on opposition training sessions. That's actually in the rules and regulations, yeah. I mean, footballers, talk about give them an inch and they'll take a mile. You've only got to look at throw-ins and free kicks, haven't you? So... Oh, that is a tame dismissal for Caleb Jewell. He's hit it straight to cover. He goes for 54, and Derbyshire 102 for 4 now. He's got a good connection on it, but it's just gone straight to the fielder. Holden takes the catch. Brooks has a second wicket. Derbyshire in a bit of trouble here at 102 for 4.
He won't be happy with that. I think he was a bit half-hearted. He didn't know whether to go on the floor or whether to go over the top there. And Brooks, with how tall he is, probably got a little bit more extra bounce out the pitch. Even though he sounded like he struck it well, probably hit a bit higher up than the bat than he thought. And a big wicket there that Middlesex were wanting.
5 4s and 1 6 in his 54. Caleb Jewell. Yusuf bin Naeem is indeed coming out to about. This will be a test for Jane. We don't see Yusuf very often. A big opportunity here for young Yusuf.
He's got absolutely nothing to lose here as well. He's got enough time to get himself in. As we said, 100 yesterday in club cricket, so should be seeing the ball okay.
Yes.
So he's got absolutely everything to gain here. He's got somebody in Lewis Rees who's experienced, been round the block. So wish him all the best.
As I say, plenty of time. 28 overs and 2 balls to bat. The required rate's gone up to 8 now. And 2 for 4. Still a long way from their victory target of 328. 226 more required. Going to need more than one or two decent partnerships. Benaim feels bat on ball first up, which will calm any nerves he may have. He shouldn't have too many nerves. I suppose you're always nervous when you first go out to bat, aren't you? But did we say 14 senior matches prior to this one? For the young man, captained Repton School. Now he gets off the mark.
Once you're off the mark, all your nerves have gone now, so keep his head down.
He's also pinched the strike.
He could have tucked his shirt in at least, couldn't he? I know that Lewis Rees is now blocking it, but...
Oh, yeah. It's quite a lengthy shirt as well, isn't it? Quite a lengthy shirt.
This will be a good test against a world-class left-arm spinner.
Batting with Lewis Rees might just help him. Very, very experienced head.
They're going to look to really squeeze Yusuf now. Try and get as many dots, build up the pressure.
Close catches either side. Might have been a single there to Toby Rowland-Jones, but they decide against it. Leicestershire women have lost a 7th wicket now. 143 for 7. They need 130 off 19 overs. He cuts that one off middle stump.
Looks like that was the arm ball. Cut that off the stumps there.
It's a good job he got bat on it. There's a slip in place. Miles behind Duckworth Lewis now. Oh, Lewis Rees has set off. Problems here. Not taken by Zafar Gohar, the throw. If it hit the stumps, I think Rees might have been in the spot.
I don't know why.
Was there a single there?
I don't know why Rees ran down. Yusuf never left his ground, nor he said anything, so I don't know why. Maybe he just wants to get on strike, I don't know, but that wouldn't have been Yusuf's fault.
It was his call. Now there's a single there. There might even be two. Yeah. Oh, they almost run into each other.
Was it?
What's going on?
There's always drama down here.
That horrible
Always
moment when the
drama.
two batters, one decides to go left and the other one decides to go right.
You're right, my right, you're right.
Oh dear. No need. Oh, he's edged it to slip. That turned and was too good for young Yusuf bin Naeem, I'm afraid. He's dismissed for 3 and Derbyshire now 105 for 5.
Seemed like he was 50-50 on that shot, wasn't forward nor back.
Yusuf bin Naeem was caught by Josh Gibbs.
Real shame that was, because it could have been a really good opportunity for him to make a name for himself. But as we said, Gohar, world-class bowler. This is what Middlesex want. 2 of their most experienced players in Rowland-Jones and Gohar really setting the tone there.
Is that Anna Dahl? Is it? Or is it Ross? It's Ross Whiteley.
Incoming batter, Ross Whiteley.
Confirmation. It's very tricky to see at that. We're a long way away from the players' pavilion. And Dahl was down to come in ahead of Whiteley. Derbyshire's batting lineup is nothing like the one we've been given, which is perfectly fine.
Now, I'm guessing that the reason why the left-handed Whiteley's come in
Yeah.
is to counter Gohar's left-arm spin.
for him
He says.
for him to smash 6 sixes in an over off Zafar Gohar
Absolutely.
or attempt so to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he got 4 sixes, I think it was, in an over in the last game against Sussex to get Derbyshire up to 325. They need 328 today.
What do you think the standard of the 50 over competition's been like this year so far?
Well, I've enjoyed the competition, but I like 50 over cricket. I think the standard's been good. Crowds have been good. Up and down the country, we're getting reports that the crowds are very decent indeed. It's played at a time when, even through the week, youngsters are on holiday now, aren't they? School holidays, so little games of cricket breaking out. There was certainly a little game of cricket breaking out at the top end at Repton.
It's nice to see as well, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
The next generation watching their heroes, listening to their heroes as well.
It did make me chuckle when Sussex were here last week. Just the single. When before play had started, there was a youngster in a Sussex replica kit out the back, and I'm thinking, I hope they're local Sussex supporters, because it's a long way to come for mum or dad not to see any cricket and just bowl at their youngster all day.
That's what you call commitment, isn't it?
Yeah.
4 or 5 hours up north, bowling at the racecourse field.
The first time I took Charlie to a proper game of cricket was at Old Trafford in a 50 over game, and I didn't see him for most of the day because there was a game of cricket going on underneath the stand, and he just joined in.
It's nice to see that. People coming from different parts of the country just playing cricket, bat and ball. It's what the sport needs.
It was a while ago. Ashwell Prince was playing for Lancashire, I remember. I couldn't tell you who they were playing, or indeed the result. There was a lot of development work going on at Old Trafford at the time. There was only quite a small section of the ground open, and it wasn't a particularly big crowd either.
Did they have the point then or not? Was that being built?
I don't think they did have it. That's been redeveloped really nicely, Old Trafford, I think. It is obviously one of my favourite grounds on account of my history, but I think the way they've developed it has been really good. Although
It's a very difficult ground viewing wise, as in when you're fielding out there.
is it? Yeah.
So you could have dropped a ball there, that's why. Dropped a catch. None other than Josh Butler.
Did he make a few after that?
I think he only got another 10.
Oh, well, there we go. Wasn't too bad.
It was off Ben Cotton's bowling.
But
Sorry, I think it was off Alex Hughes' bowling.
Well, neither Jos nor Ben would have been particularly pleased, would they?
The Lancashire crowd were behind me.
And given your history as well, I think they'd have doubly enjoyed it, wouldn't they? The only issue with the redevelopment for me is that the second part of the hotel, the sort of annex, whatever you call it, hasn't been trimmed in red like the hotel and the point, and that there are no plans to do that. Nicely played by Reese. They come back for a second. It was well fielded out there in the distance. I think that's Henry Brooks. But they're building a big academy there, aren't they? The Super Giants owners, I think. Building a big cricket academy on some land at the back of Old Trafford. It'd be quite the thing.
Well, they're just doing their second team ground as well, aren't they?
Well, it's open now, yeah.
Is it?
Farrington, yeah. They've played 2 one-day cup matches there. The first team have played 2 one-day cup matches there, and apparently it's been a roaring success.
Nice to see all this investment into...
More than 10 years after it was first... it takes a long time for
pair of wicket.
pitches, yeah, absolutely, to be sorted out. But it's fascinating. It's like Mickey Mouse's ears. There are two grounds. That one turns and rather surprises Ross Whiteley. One pavilion and two grounds together, and a lot of community cricket will be played there as well. And not too far north from where I live, near Preston.
Has the Manchester area got a how would you describe it? Like an indoor camp tent where they can play cricket? I think there was a big government grant, wasn't there, or something along those lines where
There
they
was.
can.
Derby's getting one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like an indoor bubble, massive indoor, multi-format, multi-sport.
I'm not sure if there is one in Lancashire. There's talk of where the one here in Derby is going to be placed. I think the club is keen for it to be here, but quite where it would go, I'm not sure. Somewhere near the Rolls-Royce complexes at A and B. That might be a suitable place. They're moving across the road, aren't they?
Yeah.
I believe Alveston, Bolton.
Bolton, £3 million funding.
In Bolton?
Bolton, Derby, Newcastle, Nottingham and Birmingham to expand grassroots participation.
Drinks break here. With Derbyshire on 111 for 5. There's all sorts of development going on as far as the ground here is concerned. New floodlights and the new outfield.
Will you be taking a bit of turf?
No.
A bit of the old turf back home
I don't have a
just like they do at Lord's?
I don't have a garden.
Can have it in the front room, can't you?
No, I like it.
Grow some tomatoes or some blueberries.
You'd be surprised how tidy my house was. There's only me there.
Is it the opposite of the borrowers?
And it's nice and tidy. I don't want a big clump of turf in the front room. Thank you very much indeed. Nor do I want one out the back, just turn to weeds.
Well, Lords did that. Do that, don't they?
Well, football grounds do it as well.
Do they?
Yeah, if the grounds being either returfed or demolished, indeed, as some have over the years, you can go and buy bits of it. I'm not sure I want one of these sets of floodlights in the front room either.
It wouldn't work.
I've got a light that's a little bit brighter at home in the lounge. But Derbyshire 111 for 5, 214 is the Duckworth-Lewis par score, which tells you how far they are behind. Derbyshire women, Leicestershire will lay 148 for 7 now. They need 125 off 17 overs, and that required rate is climbing. It's 7.3 and over now. Very fine spell of bowling by Tennecoon, who has bowled 9 overs, 4 for 25. Excellent spell of bowling, or 2 spells of bowling there. The rain has now stayed away sufficiently at Darlington. Durham have made 229 for 5 in their 38 overs. Essex after 11 are 68 for 1 in Group B. That's this group. Worcestershire made 278 for 9. Glamorgan currently struggling a little on 86 for 3 after 22. And in the other game in this group, Hampshire made 383 for 9 at Hove. Sussex 134 for 2 after 22 overs in reply. Warwickshire 182 for 3. These in Group A. This game being played at Rugby. 182 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 311 for 5. So they need 130 from 23 overs and 2 balls. Northamptonshire have beaten Somerset by 7 wickets after bowling Somerset out for 185 at Wantage Road. They reached their target with 20 overs to spare as Brooks bowls the first ball after the interval, or the drinks break rather. Leicestershire 261 for 7, which means that Kent need a further 121 from 22 overs. They're 141 for 3. They'd fancy that. Gloucestershire 172 for 3. They need 108 runs from 20 overs to beat Nottinghamshire, who made 279 at Cheltenham. away by Lewis Rees, just for a single though. Brings Whiteley's for his 6 deliveries so far for his solitary run, 112 for 5. Whiteley picks up his 2nd run.
Can't lose any more wickets now if Derbyshire are going to give themselves any chance of winning here. This is the partnership that has to get them over the line.
The number of times over the course of a game we say this is the partnership. You're absolutely right though. Anasdal next, then Potts, Bashir and Morley. Bashir and Morley both playing together, and Aitchison not playing extends that tail a touch.
I'm guessing they haven't played in too many games together, have they? Bashir and Morley?
Just the first one in this competition, I believe. Rees has spanked that one out to cow corner for 4. Bounces into the boards in front of the Monarch Security Services stand.
Nice shot there, over mid-wicket. Don't want any of the bowlers to get settled here. Got to still try and be positive and show some good intent, which Rees has done there.
And then a quick single to follow. That's good batting. Really nicely done. Not giving Max Holden time to get to the ball and release it. 118 for 5 after 26 overs. Needing a further 210 in the remaining 24. So they're going to score at just about twice the speed that they've been scoring at to get anywhere near over the line.
They probably want one of these two, and then they know that they're there or thereabouts. So
you'd expect Zafar to bowl straight through, though, wouldn't you? 10 overs. The way that he's been bowling, 5 overs, 2 for 16. It's the magnificent figures. No need to.
Well, to go for just over 3 and over at the moment is.
Yeah. I just wonder how long Ross Whiteley will be able to hold back. I know he's at the non-striker's end at the moment, but when he gets on strike,
I think he needs to dig into all that experience that he's got. This is a big leg side boundary here, and they just want to entice them in. You've got to hit it really well to clear these 3 fielders on the leg side. Deep square leg, deep in the wicket, and long on.
Henry Brooks has departed temporarily, going up the steps. Has he not missed out a lot there? No one deserved to end up in the middle of Chad.
Very experienced bowler here, just changing up his pace, changing up his lengths. Always one step ahead of the batter. And I think as well, if you can bat a little bit, being a bowler, you can sense what they're going to do. You can put yourself in the batter's shoes.
Well, I don't wear them because the spikes might be different. That's what I've got from so far from today. If I take anything away from this game, it will be that batters wear different. I know they wear different spikes to bowlers, but I didn't realise that they remove them all from the heel. I never had spikes in my day.
Barefooted.
Just a pair of white pumps. Oh dear. No, it drops just short of Noah Cornwell coming in off the long on boundary. I didn't
It's
think
like he listened to you. It's like he could hear you when he was at the
I
non-strikers
didn't
and what you were
I didn't think
saying.
it'd be long. Attempted slog sweep from Lewis Rees doesn't come off, but again he's a long way outside off stump. So can pretty much play that shot with impunity as long as it doesn't turn past him into the stumps.
And the reason why most batters will bat on off stump, whether you're right or left-handed, when the ball is spilling a lot, is you're getting outside the line of off stump. So if it hits your pad, you shouldn't be giving out. And also as well, you're taking another mode of dismissal out as well. So anything outside of your eye line is a free shot ultimately. So that's what Lewis Rees is currently doing to the left arm spinner at Gohar.
First dog of the day I've just spotted out towards the grandstand. Coming up the steps, looks like a dog. It's a Labrador, I think, isn't it? Is that a Labrador? Walking on the back of the grandstand. It's a nice looking thing. It could be anything.
Looks like a golden retriever to me.
Okay. I ought to get to know dogs, really. I'm looking after my daughter's dog next Sunday and my son's dog on Monday and Tuesday.
And what dogs have they got?
Well,
or do you just know the names?
Well, Gertie's black with short hair, quite big. I mean, she's a bit of a monster. And Alfie is a whippet. It was mad as a fish. I've got Alfie for 2 days, so...
You're getting paid?
No. Sharma back into the attack. Single taken off his first delivery.
No pets of your own?
Difficult living by myself and being away as much as I am. It's too tricky, really. I'd love a dog.
What about a fish?
A bit dull, aren't they? You can't take a fish for a walk, can you? Quick single. Oh, there's a shot at the stumps that we saw one or two Derbyshire players attempt that goes about 5 yards over the stumps. Must be quite tricky today to locate the stumps. Leicestershire have moved on to 167 for 7. Militia Tennacoon finished her 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 27. Exceptional effort there. And Derbyshire women continue to hold the upper hand.
When's Derbyshire's next game, Dave?
The men,
Yes.
Tuesday at the Concrete Bowl in Hampshire. That's the last game of the one-day cup. I don't think either team can qualify, so it's a difficult sell. I'll be watching it on the stream at home, I think. And then a week on Thursday, they begin their next 4-day game against Durham. As the county championship returns. Swing and a miss from Ross Whiteley. If Derbyshire's women win this game against Leicestershire, it would be their first 50-over win.
Fantastic.
So it's 14 overs left, 106 required, 7 down Leicestershire. And the Derbyshire women get over the line. Century earlier from Francis Lonsdale and 4 wickets for Militia Tennacoon in the reply. Ross Whiteley has a tendency to start a little slowly, but my word, when he gets into his stride, he's lethal. As we saw with those 32 runs off on over or whatever it was against Sussex. And that was off spin. I'm desperately trying to remember the young man's name, but it's not coming. Bit of extra bounce there.
He just gets that snap in his delivery, whereby it's a bit quicker than what you actually think.
Well, that's the hyperextension, I think, isn't it?
Triple jointedness. Who's been the pick of the bowlers for the Middlesex side for you, Dave, so far?
Well, you can't look too far beyond Toby Rowland-Jones, and you asked me who would be the danger man. I mean, Zafar has bowled beautifully. Rowland-Jones, 8 overs, 1 for 26, but Zafar bowls that one down the leg side and missed out a little bit there. Did Lewis Rees, but he's in his 7th over. He's only gone for 18 runs, and he's picked up 2 wickets. I mean, he's been clearly the difference between the sides at the moment. But you never know. Crowd's relatively quiet today. Bit too warm for them, perhaps, to be over exuberant. I would imagine 1 or 2 have been refreshed into silence.
They'll be watching on and listening on the stream, won't they?
Well, not the ones in the ground. No.
You never know. Could be wearing them earpieces that they do on the test match.
It's something that we have had tentative discussions about, myself and the club. It can be done. Clearly it can be done because it's done at test matches, but it can be done with a little transmitter around the ground to get the radio commentary for the paying punters. Same happens in rugby union grounds, of course, when you've got a choice of listening to the commentary or indeed listening to the referee.
Who do you reckon they'd pick out of us and the umpires?
The umpires don't really say much, do they? I don't think. I mean,
other than count to 6 and the odd wide and the no ball.
Yeah. I mean, rugby union referees have to sort of give explanations for any number of decisions that they make, and I find that very interesting. I like it on the telly when you can hear them. Outside the line.
Frustrates you, doesn't it, when the bowlers appeal when you think they shouldn't?
I think it's slightly unnecessary. 126 for 5. I may have missed the moment when they were 1-2. I did, when they were 1-2, 3, 4, 5, which is disappointing that I missed it. Busy keeping an eye on the Derbyshire women. I blame them.
All for the right reasons, though. With them close to hopefully bringing it home.
As they edge towards their first 50-over victory. I may sound like I know what I'm talking about. I am thoroughly indebted to Freddie, who's been nudging me in the right direction throughout the course of the women's game. Here's Sharma. And that's Ross Whiteley, but he hasn't really got hold of that one. But he hasn't got hold of it hardly at all. He's rather clothed it down the ground.
Looks like he's struggling between the wickets here at the moment, Ross.
Well, we did suggest that there might be an issue with him fielding as close to the bat as he did for very long spells in the Middlesex innings. Perhaps he's decided he doesn't want to run anymore, and this will be it. Is that going to be the start of him? 8 off 14. It's a full toss.
What's been his top score this season, Dave?
In the one-day cup, Greg, it is, I can't find him, 33 off 8 balls against Sussex. He had that terrific, I think it was Croker who got him. Got a 32 as well, 18, 16, 8 and 2. So he isn't really fired in the one-day cup as he would have liked, I'm sure, Ross Whiteley. No better time than today. Subtle. And 4 with a misfield. A rather unpleasant misfield.
Nice shot round the corner. Looks like that was a bit of a slower ball there from Sharma, and Ross just helped it on its way. Just round the corner. Bobbly outfield.
I will blame the bobbly outfield. I think it's the young man Nelson. So in front of the
members.
well, I'm trying to see. Yeah, there are people in the in front of the marquee. He's playing one-handed shots into the offside now. Ross Whiteley. He's thoroughly into his stride. Do you want some good news? Leicestershire have lost their 8th wicket. Rhiannon Nolan-Davis has got 2 for 40 now. She's just picked up her 2nd. They're 182 for 8 now, Leicestershire women.
Derbyshire fans hopefully have something to cheer about so far today.
91 off 12 is the equation, but 8 down. Derbyshire heading for victory. In one of the 2 games taking place today, certainly. I said earlier we might hear from Rhiannon Nolan-Davis sometime during the remainder of the County Championship season. She's keen to join in the fun. Might be a baptism of fire if she joins in with Martin Emerson, of course, but I'm sure Martin will treat her kindly. Good news at Tranmere as well. Ian Muir is the guest of honour at the first league game of the season against the team I like to describe as Kevin Howells' Shrewsbury Town next Saturday.
You look forward to the football season again, Dave?
I always look forward to it. Sometimes get a little bit down about it around about Christmas time. But yeah, it's Luke Holman. We haven't seen Luke Holman yet. So he's going to replace Zafar, who's bowled 7 overs, 2 for 20.
I think they've tried to hold him back for as long as possible here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's bowling at 2 left-handers.
One of whom is Ross Whiteley. I mean, that's not to say that Lewis Rees can't smash the ball to all parts, because he can. 134 for 5. They need a further 194 to win at almost 10 and over. It's starting to get to the point where they need a couple of big overs just to drag it back. In Muir, incidentally, Tranmere's leading goal scorer of all time. Rees tries the big one. Yeah, we're all looking to our left for the ball. It dribbles back to the bowler.
I like his intent, though.
Well, he'd be hitting with the wind there, wouldn't he? So,
and the ball spinning into him as well. And I don't think there's anyone at cow corner.
Josh De Cares is at mid-wicket, close to the boundary, probably 10 yards in. But there isn't anybody at cow, you're right. Noah Cornwell at long on, wide-ish. Comes off the outside edge of Lewis Rees's bat. And some extravagant fielding by Max Holden.
Feel like the pressure's on Lewis Rees now to try and get off strike. 3 dots.
Slices that into the offside just for a single.
Good chipping that is, just outside of the 30-yard circle there.
Disappointed there wasn't a cry of spin.
You know all the terms now, don't you, Dave? You've been around the block long enough.
I know the spin one. There's nothing better than seeing a fielder
past one.
Missed the ball. when
We've all
it's-
been there.
And it's the second bounce that spins more than the first.
You know.
So you get lulled into that false sense of security because you
And
think,
then everyone's shouting spin, and
I've-
then you're panicking.
I've got it covered, and then it spins away from you, and you, as you say, you run past it. There's no finer sight on a cricket field than that.
Obviously for the opposition, not Derbyshire players.
I think it's good when anybody does it, quite frankly, because we all know about it. If I know about it, they know about it. That's always been my attitude towards cricket.
We'll never learn. Never learn.
No,
eh?
no. But it's something that you can't always drag that one horribly. And Ross Whiteley doesn't take full advantage as he picks up a single, but it was the last ball of the over. Just 2 runs conceded by Luke Holman off his first over. Required rate now above 10 and over.
Is this when Derbyshire are panicking? When the run rate's this high?
I don't think they want to get any higher, do they? 10 and over for 19 overs is a big ask. It's the equivalent of getting 200 in a T20, and we all know that that's the standard in T20. But you'd have 6 overs where you could basically chuck the bat at it with fielders inside a circle. That isn't the case at this stage of a 50-over contest. Navia Sharma to continue from the City end. Oh, false shot. He might get 4 for it. He does get 4 for it.
It was a slower ball, and he just trusted the pitch, and he just threw his hand straight through the line of the ball, and it just
Did he get as much of it as he thought he was going to get?
probably got too much. 'Cause I
Really?
think he pulled out, but his
Yeah.
bat was already there. And as you can tell with the outfield in certain parts of the ground, it just absolutely flies off. So
That was the commentator's equivalent of spin. It completely fooled me. Oh, that's huge. That is as big as we've seen today from Ross Whiteley. It was there to be hit, and he's picked it up magnificently and deposited it over the groundsman's hut away to our right and into the car park. Very, very big hit from Ross Whiteley. Have a look at this on the replay. Thank you very much. And away it goes. That is massive.
and in Ross's terms, that's just a flick. I reckon.
Well,
I reckon he can go even further, and that's against the wind as well.
Yeah, no, that was an impressive shot from Ross Whiteley.
Might take a while to get that ball back from the racecourse.
Well, it's back. It took them forever when he was depositing the ball into the car park. I think it was it? No, it was a T20, wasn't it? It was Nye was smashing it into the car park on his way to 80 odd or 90, whichever one it was. I mean, those balls were going an absolute mile in the T20.
What do you reckon the umpire looks at here do you reckon it's just seeing if there's any damage or just throwing it back? Is it a tick box exercise?
It looks like a 50. Well, the ball's only 15 overs old, isn't it? Because we're still at the point where we've got a ball at each end. Can't do that much damage to it, surely. We'll pick up a single here. That's the way to play.
11 off the over so far. It's a good start for Derbyshire.
We've got that required rate down below 10 again.
And that's what sometimes you need. You'll have a couple of quiet overs, and then it's an over like this and an over like this again in a few overs' time that just brings down that run rate ultimately. And these two are probably two of the cleanest hitters in the Derbyshire batting lineup. So take it deep, see what happens.
No run on this occasion. 2 balls to go in the over. Still a long way behind DLS's suggested total of 225. They need 181 off 18 overs and 2 balls, which is a big ask. Attempted Yorker is flicked away. Brings on Ross Whiteley to strike again, which is what everybody wants to see.
I think if Middlesex win here, they'll be looking at Roland Jones and Safa, who are the standout bowlers. If you look at how economical they've been, probably been the two best bowlers in both sides ultimately, and it looks like Middlesex rely very heavily on them two, and everybody else tries to chip in, but just shows that nothing can beat experience, and they've got two very experienced bowlers in them two.
The over comes to an end. 18 to go now, 149 for 5. Whiteley 26 off 23. So slowly started to get into his stride. Reese 20 off 36. The partnership already up to 44.
Who's the happier out of these teams at the moment?
Or Middlesex, I would say, aren't they? Given
if they can break this partnership in the next 5 overs, then absolutely. If Derbyshire can just keep on ticking over, hitting the bad ball, this needs to be a big partnership, this one, or else I think it's game, set and match.
Well, it's the latest big partnership that's required. They had that one of 74 for the second wicket between Martin Anderson and Caleb Jewell, but not really too much since. Full toss, smashed away for 4.
And this is the difficulty as a bowler. Still, you can only have 4 out. Ultimately, you've still got to have 5 in, and it's difficult, especially being a leg spinner bowling at 2 left-handers as well. Your margin for errors are so slim.
Rhiannon Nolan Davis has finished her 10 overs, 2 for 43. All bowled on the spin. Leicestershire 207 for 8. Needs 66 off 54 balls. It's not over yet at Uppingham School in the Metrobank One Day Cup Women's League 2. Ross Whiteley tried to hit the cover off that one and got an inside edge.
Gave it a bit more air there, Holman. Ross was trying to clear this media centre. There's not many Derbyshire players that have done that.
He'll never do it.
There's not many Derbyshire players that have done that.
Oh, well, that's pretty big. In fact, it's very big. It goes all the way for 6 out towards Cow Corner. Picks it up nicely, Ross Whiteley. Moves on to 36, 159 for 5. And while ever he's out there, Derbyshire have got an opportunity to win the game. They still need almost 10 and over.
And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two now.
54 off 59. It's an inside edge onto his pad.
And 2 pretty big overs back to back now, so momentum is more on the fence now.
The old M word. Yeah. All sportsmen talk about it. There must be something in it. 9.9 runs and over the required rate.
Surprised that Safa didn't bowl his 10 straight through, but maybe he might just use it just in case he's needed back end, or they need to take a wicket, because I don't think they feel like they're 100% there yet. I think if they would have had one more wicket, he would have bowled the 10 straight through and tried to really shut the game down, especially with the last couple of Derbyshire batters mostly being, if not all, being right-handed batters.
23 runs off the last 2 overs. Noah Cornwell, who bowled 3 overs for 26 earlier in his first spell, is back from the City end. We had a lengthy discussion with his skipper Ben Geddes. And he'll be bowling to Lewis Rees. Clips that one down to Ryan Nelson, just for a single. Some of the past players out on the balcony now at the top of the Players' Pavilion, watching the action. Reminiscing, no doubt. I'm getting more nervous about a game at Uppingham School than I am at the moment about what's happening here.
What's the score, Dave?
217 for 8, 56 off 46 required.
Surely they've got this in the bag,
One
Derbyshire.
of the batters is on 80 not out. But the current partnership of 35, she's got one of them. Cloth into the leg side, not fielded cleanly by young Nelson. That is a very bizarre summary though, isn't it? Grayson 80 off 86. Whitfield 34 off 42. 35 off 43 now. Partnership worth 37. It doesn't make any sense. Somebody retired hurt, or is it just not right? Either way, it doesn't make any sense. But fine leg as just in front of the fielder, Max Holden gets away with one there. Lewis Rees.
He would have been really annoyed with himself if he got out there.
It's a bit like Caleb Jules' clip, wasn't it, really?
Only fielder other than short fine leg in the inner circle, right on the circle as well.
Grayson or Whitfield has come back after being injured, clearly. To reach for that one, Rees.
This is where they need to push between the wickets as well a lot more. I know it looks like Ross isn't at 100%, but if they can steal a run here and there and hit the boundaries, it really puts Middlesex on the back foot.
If Derbyshire women don't get over the line, we'll be having that discussion about winning mindsets, won't we? Looking for their first 50-over win. Oh, he's got this quite aerial. There's a fielder on the boundary, takes the catch. Nathan Fernandez takes the catch. Ross Whiteley goes for 37. And Derbyshire, well, they're in a bit of trouble here. 164 for 6 now. Ross Whiteley will not look back on that. Going into the wind. And he was caught about 1.5 yards inside the boundary by Fernandez. For 37 off 32.
I think we were all expecting that to sail into the car park again when it got up in the air, and we saw it with Ross Whiteley, but he would be annoyed with himself there. It's not a big hit either for Ross, so he must have clothed that, and a good catch as well.
Yeah, had to steady himself underneath it, Nathan Fernandez. Middlesex gather round the substitute fielders with the drinks. He gets applause, Ross Whiteley, but he'd be disappointed as he walks up the steps as Anuj Dal comes out to bat. After Dal, it's Potts, Bashir and Morley. And they did 164 off 16 overs. They'll have selected their ball of choice. Now, Lewis Rees wants something. Gloves. The universal sign for gloves. 53 required off 41 for Derbyshire women at Uppingham School.
One Derbyshire team has to win today, surely.
Oh dear. Oh dear. You would say so. The women are favourites at the moment. With the required rate here at the OurCoop County Ground up to 10.2. Just 16 overs remain.
Another one with coloured gloves on, Dave. In a nudge dial.
He's had his bat
Do
measured.
you think they swap? Him and Brooke Guest swap gloves?
This has got a bit more white on the sort of white material, but black, little them sausages, whatever they're called.
What actually happens if the bat doesn't go through? Do you just have to change the bats, or do they get warned, or do you know what?
You do have to change the bat, and you can be docked points. That's what happened to Durham, I think it was, here a few years ago. The only time a bat has failed to go through, but they have to then measure it again when they get back in the changing room in case it's got any bigger or smaller due to the moisture, and then it gets sent off to Lords to be checked. It's a bit of a palaver. Shan Masood had a bat that didn't go through I think it was Shan, didn't go through the gauge out in the middle, but did when it was taken back into the changing room, because it had shrunk back into its normal size. For Anashdal's first ball, and his first run. Certainly Dal will push the fielders with his running. Nobody
And
quick.
still very much a handy batsman as well, Dahl. Scored some important runs for Derbyshire over the past couple of seasons. In all three formats. Before he got injured, would you see him in your T20 team, Dave?
No.
No?
No, he doesn't. He's tended not to be in T20 sides. I mean, would I have him in? Possibly. But he just doesn't get picked anymore in T20 cricket. It's a strange one. Clearly the quickest in the outfield of all the Derbyshire players. He wants 2 here, but I think if he'd been coming on, he's going to get 2. He's going to get 4. That's an outfield-induced misfield by Josh De Cares. Not good.
They're not used to this outfield. It's not like Lords, is it?
No, it's not like Lords at all, no. It hasn't got as big a slope as Lords, but it wasn't the slope that would have done him there. It was the bobble. There were a few rough patches down below us through no fault of anybody other than the weather from a few years ago. It was the first game of the season against Gloucestershire when not a ball was bowled and the outfield was just underwater. And it never really recovered. The thing about Dal and T20 cricket, and he's very much an accumulator of runs, Anuj Dal likes to run the twos, the quick twos, and if he can get more than that, then great. It isn't necessarily what you want from a number 8 batter. However, if you're relying on your number 8 batter to score your mountains of runs, as Lewis Rees swaps gloves, in a T20, it means you're struggling a touch.
And you don't normally see that Wayne Madsen being 12th man, do you? Sorry, Dave. Being
That's
12th
Mad-
man and
Madsen.
running on the drinks.
You don't. That is a very good spot from you. I knew he was here all day. He said he was here all day when he was out in the middle earlier on.
But I think going back to your last point, yeah, you don't want that as your number 8 batter, but in a T20 team, if he's batting in the top 5, you do need a batter like that. You can't just have
And he's
a Ross Whiteley from because you've got people like Donald in there as well.
But then you look at the other aspect of his game and his batting, his bowling is very red ball bowling, isn't it? So is Ben Aitchison.
But I don't think there's a lot of bowlers now that are you look in the 100. There's not many bowlers that are a seam bowler that the keeper's standing up stump to stump somebody like an Alex Hughes, or maybe the game's changed, maybe the game's evolved, but there was a lot of success in the past with medium pace bowlers stump to stump.
Let's have a moratorium on mentions of Alex Hughes today. That's enough.
But in the 100, you're either bowling over 90 miles an hour or you're a mystery spinner.
Yes.
There's not many now.
No, I know what you mean.
You've got people like Benny Howell, potentially. Our batters picking him and lining these more slower bowlers up a lot easier. I don't know.
Who was bowling the other day in a game that I saw came to the last over and they were screaming because every ball was a slower ball. I can't remember who it was. There's no fancies two here. I don't think there are two. I'll give you some good news. Leicestershire have lost their 9th wicket now. And they are 228 for 9. They're still 45 away from victory and there are 30 balls to go. It could happen. It should happen. But will it? It's gone for some kind of ramp. It didn't come off.
Surprised that wasn't a wide ball, but I think because Reece stood outside off stump and moved across, there was a bit more.
Yeah, no, I agree. There was, again, you just want a bit of consistency, don't you? There was a ball that wasn't wided that went outside the blue line, or was wided. Bowled him. He went for the big one, did Lewis Reece. He missed. Cornwell hit. And Derbyshire are 175 for 7 now. Reece goes for 26 off 43. And Noah Cornwell has a couple. So the Middlesex supporters getting excited now.
I don't think Lewis Reece will want to watch how he got out there.
Indeed not. Indeed not.
Wasn't your prettiest dismissal.
It'll be Nick Potts.
The Derbyshire saviour.
Well, you never know. You never know. Hope springs eternal. What we might see today is both Jack Morley and Shoaib Bashir batting. I'm not necessarily sure that would have added any to the gate. And one or two have decided that they know the result. They're on their way as it comes up to 5:30 on this Sunday evening. I hope the chip shop near my house is open tonight.
I think you deserve one today, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Having to sit next to me for 6 hours.
That's been an absolute pleasure. Nipping out the back during the interval and having 2 sandwiches wasn't ideal, but that was my own fault.
I wonder what they're chatting about in the middle now.
The 2 batters.
How are we going to get 153 off 85 balls?
Yes. Might not be that easy.
What are Derbyshire's chances of getting promoted, Dave? Do you realistically?
Well, they have a chance. The first 2 games back are Durham at home and then Middlesex at home. So the first 2 games are both at home because, of course, they only have 1 game in September because of the outfield. The final 2 games of the season are both away. Yeah, they have a chance. They've got themselves into a position. They're effectively half a game behind second place in terms of points. So, I mean, that's nothing with 6 games to go. 3 wins might do it. Potts off the mark. First ball with the boundary.
It's a good start.
And Noah Cornwell's 5th over comes to an end. He's now got 2 for 37. He's come back nicely. He was a little expensive to start with, but he's picked up 2 big wickets, Ross Whiteley and Lewis Reece. And dented Derbyshire's hopes severely by taking those 2 wickets.
If Derbyshire get promoted in the Championship, do you think Mickey will perceive it as a successful season?
I think it probably will be a successful season, wouldn't it? Now, what happens next season with the same group of players, that would be very tricky, because we've seen teams survive. Well, Derbyshire didn't the last time they were promoted in 2012, but we've seen teams survive for 1 season and then come back down. And Glamorgan are doing well this season. Sussex struggling a little bit. Northamptonshire went up and stayed for a couple of seasons. Gloucestershire as well. So it can be done, but it is a step up these days. There is a marked difference between the second division, and it's the bowlers that is the difference, or that are the difference, in my opinion.
I'm going to ask you a horrible question here.
I'm not surprised. I would expect nothing less.
Where would they have to recruit if they went up? You can't say everywhere. It's not allowed.
Well, I don't think everywhere is necessarily the answer. The issue they'd have is an awful lot of players are tied up for next season already. So you can't just get rid of them, and you can't just go out and recruit more players, because you haven't got the funds to do that for a start. I mean, there's no financial incentive to being in the first division. It's more of a prestige thing.
Is Abbas around for next year?
He is. He was on a 2-year contract. Jewell is just contracted for this season, but as you said earlier, it would be Caleb Jewell's batting that would help them get up. Would it be unfair to jettison him immediately? Oh, they're coming back for a second. That's good running in the end. I mean, he is rapid.
But it's the intent as well. It's irrelevant of him being rapid. He ran his first one hard, and this is what Derbyshire have really struggled with throughout this season. From what I've seen in the T20, they really haven't shown hardly any intent between the wickets. It adds another 10, 15 runs onto the total without doing that much.
Well, they only need 147 to win now, but the required rate's gone above 11. And there are not necessarily any majorly big hitters left. As I said earlier, Anuj Dal has got a number of first-class centuries. He's done particularly well against Worcestershire in first-class cricket. Anuj Dal, for whatever reason, likes New Road, clearly.
It's weird, isn't it? You've got some teams that you've just got a lot better form against for whatever reason.
Dug out by Potts.
How are the women getting on, Dave? Have we got an update?
31 off 14 Leicestershire need with 1 wicket remaining. You would say they're almost there. Almost there. And indeed, they are there. Derbyshire women have won by 30 runs, and congratulations to them. Their first win in 50 over cricket. Just an attempt to cut there by Anuj Dal. That information comes from Fred, by the way. He's been keeping me updated throughout the afternoon as he listens in. I think he's given up now, but...
We'll turn it off now that the females have won, that's fine.
Yeah. Main commentator for a lot of their home games, Freddie Cardick. If not all.
Do you think if Derbyshire lose, there'll be a question around the toss and the decision at the top?
Possibly.
Do you think they gave them too many runs?
It's like being a mastermind. I've got no idea. I think they've been. Well, that's a nice shot by Potts. Gets 4 for it. They've sort of been backed into a corner, haven't they, by the fact that they essentially had 11 fit senior players to choose from, so that the side was selected by itself. It selected itself once they decided that there'd be no Ben Aitchison and that oh, there's going to be a run out here, I think. Oh no, the bowler's made a terrible hash of it. He should have been run out there, Nick Potts. The bowler's hurt himself as well. Noah Cornwell, the ball was thrown to his end, which is the right end to throw it by Zafar Gohar, and he's out by a country mile if he takes the ball and removes the bails, but he couldn't. And Derbyshire fight. Oh no, they don't. They live to fight another day.
Another ball.
We've lost Freddie now. He's gone to walk the dog. No commitment. Signal there. The last wicket might have been taken by the skipper, Adriana Darlow. No, it wasn't. She completed the catch, 1 for 29 from 5 overs for her.
Fantastic result.
Yeah.
Either way.
Just brilliant for the Derbyshire women. A reward for all their efforts throughout the course of the season. The amount of miles they've had to travel. They played at Canterbury this season. I mean, that's a long way to go for a team that is essentially, well, it's not paid.
It's great commitment.
Well
Great
said.
commitment.
Well said.
Takes its toll out of you, all this travelling as well, being a cricketer. Staying over in hotels.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, they did have a hotel on the way down to Cardiff, as you would expect, but not always. Shy at the stumps, Potts has to get his skates on and does. The shy at the stumps from Nelson missed. Who's off the field then? Could be anybody, quite frankly. I know that Brooks went off earlier, but I think he might be out there again now. There's Toby Rowland-Jones getting a dodgy bounce.
Fell nicely for him there, I think, to be fair.
It meant he didn't have to bend down quite as far in the end, but
It's a long way down for him, I'm guessing.
and even further back up, believe me. It bounced nicely into his hand. There's a shot from Potts, all the way for 6, out towards Cow Corner. He can hit the ball a long way.
His batting's come on a long way.
Yeah,
His batting has come on a long way.
I say it quite a lot, that the boy can bat.
He was opening the batting for the second team at the start of the season as well.
I think he bats quite high up in when he gets a chance to play club cricket. He won't have played as much club cricket this season as he has in previous seasons, of course. He's on 17 off, just 798 for 730 to win at 11 and a half an over now. With 11 overs and this delivery from Luke Holman remaining. Oh, hello. He's just clipped that one around the corner. It's gone for 4. The fielder on the boundary just couldn't quite get there in time. Nathan Fernandez put the dive in. So another big over.
It's frustrating because if Derbyshire were only 4 or 5 down, they would have
If they're only 4 or 5 down,
give themselves the best possible chance.
Potts and Dahl aren't batting, of course. Partnership up to 27. The problem has been that there hasn't, apart from the partnership of 74,
The wickets.
there hasn't been a partnership, has there?
And that's what we've said throughout
Yeah.
the whole. It's been a recurring theme throughout the different competitions
Yes, it has
in the
largely.
T20 and in the 50 overs.
It's forced the Middlesex Brains Trust to get together at the far end of the ground, and Zafar Gohart is back. This time from the city end. A second substitute fielder has come on. Can you read the name on the back of his shirt? I can't from here.
Number 9.
Yes. You know, I can see that.
No, that's the name. Just say number 9.
It's the name that
Thing is, the font's so wide, it's difficult. And this is going to be really difficult to try and get Zafar away here now. And with the final power play, another man can go out.
Aryan Sawant is the number 9, according to the internet. I apologise if it's not him. Might have 2 substitute fielders on now, indeed. What a luxury. I'm not sure Derbyshire have got 2 fit substitute fielders.
Might have to call on the coaching staff. I think that's happened a few times in Derbyshire County cricket history, where
Yes.
they've had to have a couple of.
I've seen a few. Oh, nice bit of fielding. Really nice bit of fielding there from Ben Geddes. Cover.
Little tap on the back there. No.
Nah,
Usually there's a tap on the back, isn't there, from the keeper or
just get on with it, Skip.
get up. You've only scored 100 today, get up.
And he's chucking himself around the outfield. Dal picks up his 16th run. Derbyshire need 122 runs to win. 123 runs to win, I apologise. At almost 12 and over. Middlesex have got this one in the bag. Yet another victory in the one-day cup for them.
Where does that put them in the table?
Well, they'll remain top, I believe. Takes a while to get past all the other tables, of course, on the BBC website. Well, one in particular. Yeah, they'll move to 24 points. 4 ahead of Yorkshire, who aren't playing, I don't think, today. That's nicely played by Dal. He picks up 4. It's a full toss. Slog swept.
Nice convincing sweep shot there from him, just behind square. Very rare bad ball there from Zafar.
They'd be hoping that Durham might lose. Durham will move on to 20 points with a win, but they've got Essex at 128 for 5. They need 102 in 70 balls. That's not out of the question, but 5 down, it's a bit tricky. 118 runs required now for Derbyshire from 60 balls as we enter the phase that is laughingly known as the 3rd power play. It's merely the 3rd phase of the game. And Luke Holman will continue. 5 overs for 35. He's bowled. Get a good look on the screen of that magnificent shirt. The numbers are huge, aren't they, as well? Nicely played by Potts down towards the backward point boundary for 4. Hello.
Slight misfield there, in between backward points, legs there, for 4. Bowler not happy at all.
chances.
The saviour. We've already said it once.
I tell you what, if Potts guides them home, that would be some Sunday afternoon, wouldn't it?
Both the men's and women's.
Along with Dahl. This one's straight up in the air. Fielder running in, it's Nelson, I think. He takes the catch. Potts isn't going to guide them home. Top edged it. And Nick Potts goes for 27 off 11. And Derbyshire are 214 for 8 now. Nice catch by the subfielder.
Yeah, had to run in quite a way there.
Go hard, picks up what his second wicket. 2 for 28.
Yeah.
Was it Zafar?
Yeah.
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 Just concentration, just slipping a touch now. Just a touch.
No, a great catch there from the 12th man. Having to run near enough 30, 40 yards. And sometimes tough when you're 12th man, 'cause you're not really in the game. You're on and off the pitch sometimes, so good catch.
Sure, Jane said a different name there, which worries me a bit. My apologies if we have the name wrong. We don't have the benefit of a number on the substitute fielder's back, and I was fairly sure it was the youngster who's been out there for quite a while now, hasn't he? As Jack Morley wins the battle to come in at 10. Was a night watchman last season at Lancashire, made 40. Highest score in the competition this season, hasn't batted an awful lot. In fairness, 8 not out, 0 and 8 not out. His 3 innings for 16 runs. Shoaib Bashir got 1 not out. So Shoaib Bashir's never been dismissed this season in the One Day Cup.
Well, hopefully he's not needed.
Yes, that would be extraordinary. A 9th wicket stand of 114.
Make Griff stay, that would, wouldn't it? With all the records and stats.
It would. So, still, the fact remains that Derbyshire's men and Derbyshire's women have never won a 50-over contest on the same day as each other.
Yet.
I admire your optimism. They need 12 and over from here. They have 2 wickets in hand. And only Shoaib Bashir to come. Very watchful start from Jack Morley. And he gets off the mark as well. So Darley's almost decapitated by the throw from the substitute fielder.
There's been a few incidences where
Yes.
we've had fielders close to being hit.
And not by batters. So far, touch wood, nobody has been. What does that mean then? Great use of it down there.
Could mean so many different things, different connotations.
Went to Toby Rowland-Jones. He picked up nice and cleanly, which isn't always easy here at the OurCoop County Ground.
The banter's evolved just like the cricket's evolved since I've played, so there'll be some inside joke probably.
Jack Morley's just taken a single off the last ball of the over. Not that it makes a huge amount of difference, but I'm not sure it's necessarily ideal. 111 to win. 9 overs to go. Done well next door on Sports Extra to keep going. Although they will be rattling through the scores from around the country on an almost constant basis, I would have thought. It's the worst part of the season for Kevin Helms, who has to work out who's going to be in the semi-final, the playoffs and then the semi-finals and all the rest of it. He can't place a field necessarily for that, but he's done really well as Navia Sharma to stop that on inside edge.
You were right with the 12th man who caught the last ball. It is Nelson. You can see it on the scoreboard.
It was his first name that I thought it, I knew it was, but I didn't know it was Nelson. Good spot from you. I thought she'd said a different name to Ryan, but either way, it was young Nelson.
Just seems like they're getting younger and younger, these fine cricketers.
Well, they are, as far as I'm concerned. 18 years of age. Jack Bowley gets a full toss and didn't really know what to do with it. He's got a good bat twiddle though going, which is nice. And picks up his 4th run. The left arm spinner from Rochdale. Plays his club cricket for Newton Le Willows in the Liverpool competition, whenever he gets a chance to get back to the northwest. Now then, does he fancy 2? He almost slips. But they do get back for a couple. It's good running. 222 for 8 now. Not been that big innings either. That's the Jules 54, 37 from Ross Whiteley, 28 from Martin Anderson, 27 from Potts, 26 from Rees, 24 from Dal.
They've got starts,
yeah,
but nobody's kicked on and had that big innings that Derbyshire really needed to give themselves a chance.
Oh, another fine piece of fielding at cover by the skipper, Ben Geddes. And another over comes and goes. 8 remain. Required rate's gone up to 13. Still need 106 runs from here. It's unlikely. But
Looks like it's probably 30 or 40 too many for Derbyshire. And par as well. But I think a lot of Derbyshire's dismissals have got themselves out. Don't think there's too many.
There's been 1 or 2 tame ones, hasn't there? Yeah, 1 or 2 tame ones. Partly down to the pressure of having to score quicker than they were scoring. I mean, they're still only scoring at 5.3 and over.
But look how long Middlesex's innings was at 5 and over. They only increased it at the back, probably the last 10 overs.
That'll be 4 buys, I fancy. Yeah, signalled by Sue Redfern. Might have possibly been a question of a bottom edge, but it didn't look like it. Keeper obviously standing up to Luke Holman, as you would expect, but through his legs and away down to the boundary. Every little helps. They love it when Toby Rowland-Jones does the fielding.
Feel like he's probably the main character in the Middlesex squad.
You'd think so. He'd be a fairly imposing figure, wouldn't he, in the changing room, you'd have thought.
Don't want to get on the wrong side.
I don't think anybody sits in his seat, do they? At Lord's.
No.
That's Toby Rowland-Jones's chair. Now then, big 6 from Alice Dahl. Got hold of that. Sent it a long way towards the marquee, away to our right.
Seems like they've lined up Holman quite well. Past couple of batters.
Required rate drops below 13 and over. Never give up hope. When hope is gone,
So that's Derbyshire through and through.
you've got nothing left.
We're the most optimistic bunch of fans.
I'm not sure necessarily I'm known for my optimism, if I'm honest.
You oozing it, Dave. Oozing it.
More of a realist than an optimist. He's flicked that one nicely. That'll be 4 more. He moves to 34, 237 for 8. He becomes the third highest scorer of the innings behind Ross Whiteley and Caleb Jewell, who weren't batting with the number 10. It'd be nice. Good. I mean, he was batting when Derbyshire beat Worcestershire. No, not Worcestershire. Somerset at Taunton. He was batting with Harry Moore when.
And that was a great win
That was a magnificent win.
to get them over the line.
Yeah. You remember the wins. Another chair collapses. Oh. He's gone. Morley going for the big hit.
He didn't need to.
No.
Did not need to at all. Dahl had done all the hard work there, and all he needed to do with a few balls to spare in that over is just either see them out or get a one.
Luke Holman has his second wicket. Morley goes for 5 off 9. And Derbyshire are 238 for 9 and on the brink here. Middlesex are, well, they're going to win this game. I don't think there's much doubt about that. And they have been the better side. They're going to win their 6th game out of 7, which is a good effort in any competition. They will secure their place in the top 3. And they may well end up getting a home semi-final. If that's played at Lord's, I'm not sure. That's for others to decide. Clearly, as Shoaib Bashir comes out to bat, Nathan Fernandez with the catch, his second of the innings. And he's batted once so far this season. Well, he's only played once before today. Shoaib Bashir, he faced 2 deliveries and was 1 not out in Derbyshire's 256 for 9 against Durham, which proved not to be enough.
He's a tall lad, isn't he? I know that.
Oh, huge.
I know that Dahl is
No, he's
just under 6 foot.
I think he's 6'6". He's certainly taller than me.
6'6" and full of optimism.
Always. Well, he will be out there thinking they can win this game. Only need 90 off 7, Nudge. I'll knock it around, you smash it. Only issue is Zafar Gohar is going to bowl again, and it's his final over. 2 for 33 from his first 9.
I think he's the pick of the bowlers for me today.
Oh, he's been good, hasn't he? He has been good.
I would have liked to have seen Dahl take as many balls as possible here, just for this over.
Spinner against spinner here. Roland Jones sort of set the tone, didn't he, at the top with a miserly spell of 8 overs, 1 for 26. But you're right, Zaffar's been exceptional. Going at under 4 and over. Derbyshire reaching for it rather. Couldn't work out to do it. Play a defensive shot or a wristy flick into the leg side, and ended up playing neither really. Again, reaching for it. Middlesex support staff on the balcony in there. White with the 2 blue V's. Bashir fancies a single here and gets one as he hits it back towards Zafar. Very smart, those tops as well. They've done well with the kits of Middlesex, because we don't see them in T20. And stumped. Anusdal runs down the pitch to Zafar Gohar, misses the ball, and the rest is done by Joe Cracknell. And Derbyshire have lost this one by 87 runs. It's been a fairly sobering day. Derbyshire already out of the competition. And Zafar Gohar ends with 3 for 35 from his 9 overs and 5 balls. 1 for 26 from Toby Rowland-Jones. Noah Cornwell, 2 for 45. 2 for 26 for Henry Brooks, and 2 for 54 for Luke Holman. Derbyshire just didn't have enough partnerships, really. 74 between Martin Anderson and Caleb Jewell, who was the only man to make 50. 54 he made before. He was one of Henry Brooks's victims. Anusdal finishing with 36, which made him the 3rd highest scorer from 31 balls. Derbyshire all out for 240. They have 1 game remaining in the competition. It is at Hampshire on Tuesday. There'll be a bit of a roll call, I fancy, ahead of that one, with Ben Aitchison not playing in this game because of they just wanted to protect him. No Wayne Madsen, who has that finger injury that he suffered at Scarborough on Friday, and in the end a fairly comprehensive victory for Middlesex, who should be applauded for the way they've gone in this competition this season. 7 matches played, 6 have been won. They've only lost the 1. They're on up to 24 points, which they pretty much secured. Well, it has secured their place in the top 3, and now the next target will be to finish top, get a home semi-final in the Metrobank One Day Cup. My thanks to Greg Cork for his company throughout the afternoon. We'll be back in County Championship action next from the OurCoop County Ground, when Derbyshire take on Durham. A week on Thursday that game starts. 6 big games left in the 2nd division of the County Championship. Derbyshire still in the mix for promotion to the 1st division. They'll have to put behind them their disappointment of the One Day Cup campaign, which has seen them win just twice in 7 games. This 5th defeat, I'm hoping that it's not 6 when they go to the South Coast and Southampton on Tuesday. But as I say, we'll be back here at Derby a week on Thursday. Thanks for your company. If you've stayed with us all day, well done. Well done. Medals in the post. Derbyshire have lost this one by 87 runs.